Good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to our second PMS Info-day. I see a full room, and I was told we have about 70 people on site and several hundreds online. My name is Hilmar Hamann. I'm the Head of Information Management at the European Medicines Agency, and I'm also responsible for the SPORE data management services, working closely, of course, with Isabel Chicharo. I'm joined here for the opening by my colleague Peter Arlett, who will introduce himself.
Thanks very much. Welcome also from me. My name is Peter Arlett. I head the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force at the agency, and I'm really interested in today from wearing two hats. One as a business owner. I have the responsibility of being business owner for the transactional Eudravigilance system, but also for the clinical trials information system, which are both important consumers of product master data, and also in terms of data governance and strategy as the chair of the EMA data board and the co-chair with Carl Broisch of the Network Data Steering Group. I consider today an important day. It marks a milestone in our progress towards I believe that the journey to unique submission of master data on products and fully realizing the potential benefits for regulation, for innovation, for industry, for patients, and data playing its part in getting better medicines to patients faster. So very much looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Peter. So again, thank you for joining this Info Day. I think it really shows the great interest and also the importance of this topic. But before we go really into the meat of our agenda today, I have to bore you with a few housekeeping items. So first of all, as I mentioned, this is a hybrid meeting, and there will also be a live broadcast. We will record the session, and the recording will be made available on our website following the meeting. You will, for the people online and also in the room, you will be able to send in questions via Slido, and the information for Slido is here on the screen, so please take the QR code. And then after each topic, we will have question and answer time, and we will take both questions from the room and also from Slido. And for those questions that we will not be able to respond to today, we will use them to make future updates to our FAQs related to PMS and other topics. Then I think moving on to the next slide. In the room, we have passed around a sign-in sheet, so please sign in. You can also connect to the guest Wi-Fi, as you see here on the screen is the password. Coffee breaks will be held in the industry lounge on the ground floor, and this is also where lunch will be served for our industry colleagues, and lunch for all the others will be in the EMA restaurant. In the room, if you have a question, please raise your hand and also use the microphone so that people online can hear you. And for the industry representatives, if you need to leave the room, please contact the reception to be escorted throughout the building. And then moving on to the objectives of today. So first of all, I think what we aim to do today is to really explore the plans for PMS and discuss those with you, and then really identify how we can collaboratively shape the future of the journey towards a medicinal product foundation for all our regulatory operations in Europe. We will also discuss the value that PMS brings and how it enhances our collaboration across the network and our collaboration also with the industry stakeholders. And lastly, we want to hear also from you and gather insights from all of you so that we can learn from each other on to our journey towards a successful adoption of PMS. So with this, let's take a look at the agenda, which is in four parts. So we have 4 sessions. We have different chairs for each of the sessions, involving both network colleagues and colleagues from the EMA. It's a very rich agenda. Session 1 We'll discuss the role of PMS as a strategic data asset for the network. Then there will be a short coffee break, and then we'll jump into session 2, where we will provide an update on the current development activities in our network IT portfolio. You will hear the latest and greatest from our value stream owners, and get an update on what's happening in the portfolio. And then we'll break for lunch. And after lunch, we'll jump right into session 3, where we look at how we can create value from data and how we can use a common data foundation to connect between our various regulatory processes. Then another coffee break, and session 4 will be more forward-looking and discuss how we can collaboratively move forward. So it's really an exciting agenda. We have great speakers, great panelists, we have great chairs from across the network, and I hope you will enjoy the day. So without further ado, let's jump right in.
Thanks very much, Helmo. Amongst all that greatness, it's a great pleasure to introduce Emma Cook, Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, to give us some introductory remarks. Emma, please.
Thank you very much, and indeed a warm welcome from me also to the second PMS Info-day. We do know how important it is to organise such events, and we were really encouraged by the appreciation and engagement from last year's event. So we're delighted so many people could join in person, and also that there are many more joining online. So it really highlights that the importance of structured product data and the collaboration it requires across the regulatory network. So let me start by reaffirming that the EMA and the entire European medicines regulatory network have a long history of commitment to standardization of data on medicinal products. And I was thinking back, we celebrate our 30th anniversary this year. And in our first ever piece of legislation that set up the European Medicines Agency in 1995, there was this concept of a European database of medicinal products, EUDRAPHORM. I don't know if any of you remember it. It was decommissioned in 2019, but it was truly visionary. And I really hope that this PMS Info-day is going to get us to that vision in a slightly different format, because things have obviously moved on a lot since then. But we've also contributed a lot on the international stage through ICH and ISO IDMP. So now, 30 years later, we've seen significant evolutions and also technical advances that create even more opportunities, but of course also challenges of integration and interoperability. But we remain firmly committed to collaboration towards medicinal product data standardization. We need to create a future where data is captured once and used many times across regulatory procedures, healthcare systems, but also across borders. And the road towards our vision, the EMA vision, a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines, it has to be paved with quality product data. So why is product master data so important? Well, the shift to structured product master data represents a major step forward for medicines regulation. And again, it's all about enabling better collaboration. It allows us to manage and exchange high quality data throughout the life cycle of a medicinal product. And this supports not only regulatory efficiency, but also better information flow to healthcare professionals and citizens. And of course, Product Management Service, or PMS, is at the center of this transformation, because PMS will provide a trusted source of truth for human medicinal product data across the EU. We, as the European Regulatory Medicines Network, and in our strategy, we need to rely on PMS to ensure consistency, transparency, and reusability of product data. And if I could give you just one example, one of the strategic goals of our network strategy to 2028 is about improving availability and supply of medicinal products in the EU. And today I will have to leave this meeting to co-chair the Medicines Shortages Steering Group, where we will look into the next steps for the European Shortages Managing Platform, or ESMP. And PMS supports the availability and supply agenda by feeding data to the ESMP, ensuring accurate identification of medicines, allowing us to facilitate shortage reporting, and ultimately better and faster regulatory action when we think about shortages across the EU. So what's new since last year? You came here last year, you're here now, and I think it's a really timely time to be here, because we have taken major steps forward towards making the vision a reality. PMS interfaces are now available to marketing authorization holders and national competent authorities for centrally authorized products, as well as some non-centrally authorized products. PMS now supports human user interaction and machine-to-machine exchanges for even greater efficiency for certain users. So today you'll hear about this work, you'll contribute to it, but also the latest developments from the Regulatory Optimization Group and the Network Data Steering Group, who've also been working in this area. Now, the opportunities in the EU are, again, this is very, very timely with the advent of the European health data space. The changes in the landscape surrounding implementation of PMS create significant opportunities for regulatory innovation. And these opportunities include the possibility to reassess certain regulatory processes and their data needs across the product life, enabling a more digitalized and data-driven approach to medicines regulation. And as we look forward to the new pharmaceutical legislation, we see the possibility to do things even better and to make sure that as we move towards a future-proofed regulatory system, that we have data at the core and we have interoperability at the core as well. Now, I mentioned the European health data space because this reinforces the need for a reliable, structured product data set for cross-border healthcare and a better information flow to healthcare professionals and citizens. And it will also enable initiatives like the health technology assessment, where we're just embarking now on the first implementation of the health technology assessment regulation. And let's not forget the global opportunities, because the European Medicines Regulatory Network's PMS-driven data standardization around the ISO IDMP standards extends directly to global initiatives where we collaborate with international partners. Now, I know you know what these initiatives are the IPRP, the International Pharmaceutical Regulators Programme, the Global IDMP Working Party, who works on global implementation and maintenance of pharmaceutical product information, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, where we're working on the Pharmaceutical Quality Knowledge Management System, and the PMS will enable some of the collaborative assessments we're working on here, and of course the International Council for Harmonisation, or ICH. Now, today's PMS Info-day is about bringing regulators and medicines developers together to ensure that human medicinal product data will work for the benefit of patients and citizens of the EU. Through our joint efforts and collaboration, we're building something that will deliver lasting value to our regulatory and patient community. And I'm confident that this day will provide a rich and informative opportunity for interaction and engagement that will help shape this future together. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Emma. Leadership from EMA and leadership from HMA. It's a great pleasure to introduce Karl Broich, Executive Director of the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices in Germany, BfArM, and the co-chair of the Network Data Steering Group, providing leadership for the network in data strategy. Karl, over to you, please.
So, thanks, Peter. Good morning and a warm welcome from my side to all of you at the EMA and online. So it's a great pleasure to be with you today at this second PMS Info-day. Emma mentioned the importance, so I will focus a little bit on the focus from the Network Data Steering Group as its co-chair. I would like to share with you how the strategic vision of this new group supports the transformation of the European regulatory system, particularly through initiatives like Product Management Service, in close alignment with our European Medicines Regulatory Network and our broader EU policy priorities. So the vision of the NDSG is a data-driven interoperable network. The NDSG was established particularly to guide and align data strategy across the EU regulatory network with a clear focus on enabling interoperability, evidence generation, and responsible use of artificial intelligence. The NDSG considers high-quality, accessible data as essential for the future of regulatory decision-making, helping us make faster, better informed, and more consistent decisions. So the HMA network here is very close together with the EMA as outlined by Emer. PMS is a key building block in this data ecosystem. By enabling harmonized, structured product data, it supports the daily work of regulators across the whole network. It facilitates efficient communication with industry, and it lays the groundwork for digital innovation. So, to bring this vision into life, we need strategic priorities in action. First, interoperability and standards. Through PMS, we are embedding common standards and master data of high quality into the regulatory system. This underpins critical EU platforms and procedures, from electronic submissions to shortages monitoring, helping the network function as one. This is not only a technical transformation, but a strategic one, enabling faster regulatory procedures and better information for patients and professionals. Second, enabling evidence generation. The NDSG is focused on connecting regulatory product data with broader sources of evidence, including clinical trial data and complementary data from real world. By doing so, we support better informed regulatory decisions throughout the life cycle. PMS, with its foundation of reliable data, is vital to this effort and directly supports our EU ambitions under the pharmaceutical strategy and the future European health data space as outlined by Emer. Third, preparing for digital and AI-enabled regulation. As we look toward the adoption of AI in regulatory science, a dependable foundation of structured product data is essential. PMS contributes directly to this AI readiness. Whether for automation, analytics, or decision support tools, we must be confident in the quality and consistency of the underlying data, an area where PMS plays a central role. So PMS is a clear priority in the NDSG work plan. By enabling the linkage of multiple data sources, product master data increases efficiency, reduces duplication of work, and benefits evidence generation. NDSG recognizes the PMS system as a common source of product master data for all European medicinal products supporting EU-wide use cases. NDSG will therefore work to progress and harmonize its implementation within the network. The NDSG also contributes to shaping and implementing EU legislative frameworks, including the European Health Data Space, the AI Act, and the Interoperable Europe Act. PMS is a critical enabler in ensuring that medicinal product data aligns with these new policies and presents an opportunity to strengthen the use of EMRD data, bridging regulatory requirements with broader digital health ambitions. Internationally, the NDSG supports harmonization through work with ICH, ISO standards, and FIRE standards like HLA7. In this global context, PMS ongoing implementation supports not only our internal EU coherence, but ensures that EU requirements are represented across the spectrum of international data standards. So as an outlook, if we together evolve PMS, we too increase our ability to build a regulatory system that is more resilient, more transparent, and more responsive. The NDSG will continue to guide this transformation, ensuring the data we use is not only fit for today's challenges, but also ready for tomorrow's opportunities. So in conclusion, the Network Data Steering Group sees PMS not just as a technical system, but as a strategic enabler of a stronger, more connected regulatory network. Through better data, we support better regulation at the European and the global level. So I thank you all for your continued collaboration in making this vision a reality. Thank you very much and a successful day. So I have to leave the meeting to co-chair with Emma Cook, the MSSG, as mentioned by her. Thank you very much again.
Thanks very much, Carl, and thank you also for your ongoing leadership on data, on digitalization, and on AI. Thank you. So, colleagues, during the course of the day, key leaders from the network, from different national competent authorities, will be chairing and presenting and sharing their insight and support for this critical work on product master data. To start, however, we're going to take a brief EMA perspective, and it's a great pleasure to introduce Emmanuel Cormier, Zaida Frias, and Alexis Nolte for a few words on PMS and its central role in our work. I think you can see from the table with Emma and the majority of her leadership team at the EMA, all at this PMS Information Day, the central role and the importance of PMS in our work. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at this second PMS Info Day. I'm Emmanuel Cormier. I'm the head of the Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force at the agency, and I'm also the business owner for the European Shortage Monitoring Platform, which Emer alluded to, and also CAR in the context of shortages. Last year, we spoke about ESMP in the future as an expectation. And this year, I'm happy to be sitting here with ESMP being a reality and PMS being at the core of our ability to use ESMP to manage, to monitor, and prevent shortages at the European level. So ESMP has been, for us, the first EU initiative, actually, to benefit directly from PMS data. And already we're reaping the benefit of PMS in our ability to manage more effectively shortages. And I hope this will inspire and pave the way for more usage of PMS across different responsibilities and objectives. So, yeah, Zaid.
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure also for me to be here today. I'm Zaida Frias. I hold a number of roles that are at the intersection, I would say, of regulatory strategy, regulatory optimization, and digital delivery. I am the chair of the portfolio board. In that capacity, I ensure that digital investments in our network portfolio are aligned with the longer-term strategic objectives, but also very importantly that they deliver value to the stakeholders and the EU network. I'm also co-chairing the Regulatory Optimization Group with Runa Haugsdottir, and have in that capacity the opportunity to work very closely with the network, but also in partnership with industry to rethink how we regulate, and more importantly to see how the EU network infrastructure can actually operate in a way that it is more efficient, more responsive, and fit for the future, with a focus on process aspects. And then finally, I'm at EMA, I'm the head of the Digital Business Transformation Task Force. In that capacity, I do oversee portfolio management and ensure that these are delivered according to agile and value-driven approaches. But I also lead efforts on digital innovation, including process analytics and experimentation here at EMA. So all together, and in the various roles and groups with whom I collaborate, I think we are quite well positioned to turning a strategy into reality. And of course, PMS is right at the center. Very much look forward to today. Thank you.
So I'm Alexis Nolter. I'm the head of human medicines here at the EMA, and also business sponsor for PMS. I think I've been the first business sponsor, and I'm happy to see many familiar faces around the table. For me, the PMS has always been the holy grail, and it's the holy grail because it enables everything from electronic submission of regulatory submissions to eventually providing the information to the patients via the medicines web portal that we envisage. And as the name Holy Grail suggests, the quest is hard, and it's events like this that make it possible, and I look forward to the successes of this meeting today.
Thank you. Thank you all for the kind of leadership perspective and expectations for PMS. And I think with this, it's now time to get into session one. And session one will be chaired by Emmanuel Cormier and Peter Arlett.
All right. Sorry. Thank you, Helmer. Thank you again, Emer and Carl, for your introductory remarks and really setting the things nicely for us today on the PMS topic and its importance for the network. And maybe I'm preempting some of the conclusion of, if you will, of that first session, which is the role of PMS as a strategic, and maybe I dare to say a fundamental network data asset. Now, for today's first session, we have a wonderful lineup of panelists and senior leaders with a long list of membership to their name, and they will share their vision on PMS as well as its role on the delivery of the network strategy's objective. And you're lucky because at the end we'll have a chance for some questions where you could engage directly with them and ask them your question specifically on that topic. Each of the panelists will have 10 minutes, and I will ask you to please try to stick to the 10 minutes so that we have enough time for questions. We have a tight agenda, but I'm sure you will be very disciplined in that respect. I will introduce each speaker separately at the time of their presentation, and it is my great honor to introduce the first speaker, Emma Torki, who is the division head of the Medicine Evaluation Board. Is also the member of the Network Portfolio Advisory Group, a member of the Network Data Steering Group, as well as Regulatory Optimization Group. So, Emma, the floor is yours.
How amateur of me. Thank you. So again, good morning, everyone, and thanks for the invite to be here with you today for the second PMS Info Day. And well, just reflecting on your comment, Alexi, you know, the Holy Grail. I think everybody wants it, but nobody knows what it looks like, right? So I think that would be a nice segue for today's discussion. So just a few reflections from me, and I think also, you know, digital transformation, like you said, Emer, we have been talking about it a long time, but I think, like you said also, I think we all feel the sense of urgency there to move on, not to just keep up with all the developments that we see around us, but really trying to shape, actively shape these transformations, both in terms of shared ambitions, but also the challenges that are pressing for us as a network and, you know, as a collective system. And I think already reference was made to the EMAN's strategy paper to 2028, which has a nice title to it, obviously, is Seizing Opportunity in a Changing Landscape. And I think whether you're talking about ambitions or challenges, I think it's really pressing time for us to seize these opportunities that we see and moving them forward. The AMANS is really a forward-looking vision in how we can really effectively respond, both from developments we see in science, technology, but also societal shifts. And especially if we think about the aftermath of COVID, I think this was a nice evolution of our strategy paper from 2025 until the new one that we have today of 2028. And what you will see also on the screen, I think, are the main 6 themes that have been identified. I will not go through them. They are on the slide. You will see them also later. But I think the most important reflection also on today's session, I think digitalization is really a cross-cutting enabler for most of these items that we see here on the screen. And if we deep dive a little bit deeper, I'm not sure if this is working, to double click, yep. It's really not only about technology and IT and new tools, but also transforming how we work, how we connect data, and how we deliver actually on our mission to serve and to protect both public and animal health in our core missions. So looking at the AMANS a little bit deeper, it becomes clear that the digitalization as such is not a standalone ambition, like I said. It's really a thread running through the themes. And I just want to pick out 2 of them, which I think always resonate, and think both the work that just has been shortly reflected from the NDSG and the ROG are actually theme 2 and theme 6. Theme 2, like you said, really focuses on how we transform into a data-driven network. Not only for us to react to developments, but also to anticipate and shape them. And you will see there on the right, I think, some of the objectives that we have set forward to them, looking at technology modernization, looking also at cybersecurity, but also I think really forward-looking is making room and having room for experimentation and innovation in that sense. And theme 6, really resonates. I think also the work that we're doing at the Regulatory Optimization Group is really also looking at the pressing challenge of the sustainability of the network. Having digital transformation as an enabler to build the shared capabilities, to promote an operating model, and to ensure that our technological landscape and legal frameworks evolve together in that sense. And together these themes help us move actually from digitalization to a buzzword. Like we said, we've been talking about it for a long time. And really, I think also the essence of today's discussions, how do we move to concrete actions, and how do we drive changes, and how we operate, the operating and the regulatory network that we're working in. So how do we make these ambitions real? This is the next slide. Like you said in the introduction also, the PMS is actually also a cornerstone. It's one of the cornerstones, I think, also when you look at the AMANS strategy. Talking about interoperability, talking about data quality, talking about digital transformation, the PMS really brings together, I think, all these moving pieces that we're talking about in also data technology, but also having that more harmonized way of an operating model. And at its core, as you see at the mission vision that we have on screen at the top, really looking at more structured, standardized, consistent medicinal product data available across the entire network. And without say, moving, if you see on the second row, is really the objective. At the heart is to create this reliable source of product information that is seamlessly connect across the network, but it also needs common standards, modern technology, and interoperability with the aligned formats that we agree upon to ensure we can rely on this consistent data and interoperable to make them ready to the future. And I think it's not only, like I said, about technology and about IT, but also explaining the benefits. I think also to our, we have the business owners, but also to the users and the work that we try to make more efficient. And I think these are very good, and I think we'll deep dive a little bit more during the day about different use cases and what it will bring, both in avoidance of data inconsistencies, retrieval and exchange data, more the FAIR principles, and the easier reuse of data, like was also mentioned, but also to have the standardized high quality data in place. But I think, the big thing, and this is just a reference slide, I will leave it here, which just spells out a little bit more details about the theme 2 and make it more concrete in light of the work that we're doing, not only for the PMS, but also in terms of the electronic application form, data analytics, and the different goals that we have identified among them. But I think at the heart, and I will end there, my intervention is that the strategy without the execution is an aspiration. And I think, we have been talking about this for a very long time. It's time to go into the details, time to, hammer out a little bit how we're going to do it. The tough discussions also underlying how do we transform this whole data quality issue, about the ownership discussions, and putting this vision now into our day-to-day work, and well, again, working together also with the different stakeholders to move the needle where we need it. So thank you for that. I hope I kept to the 10 minutes and I'll pass it on.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ahmad. And can I invite you to please sit with us at the table here? Thank you very much for really putting PMS in the context of our recently published strategy and really stressing the cross-cutting nature of PMS in the delivery of our strategy. The next speaker we have today is Georg Neuwitter, who is the head of IT at the Austrian Medicine and Medical Device Agency. He's also a member of the Network Data Steering Group and the ROC PMS Operational Group. The floor is yours, Georg.
Thank you. Warm welcome from my side. Good morning. I brought my cheat sheet today with me, and kindly ask the team to click the slides when I'm looking. So today we will hear a lot of operational content, so I will take the opportunity to stay on a strategic level today. I'm not used to that because, I'm very operational, but I will give my best. So by thinking about this, when I started in our agency, we worked with paper and paper-based dossiers, paper-based application data. And when we were asked for reports, people said, oh, no problem, the data is in a dossier, we can look it up. And when I arrived in the morning, I could see the boxes. Did you see it in the ground? Same in all agencies around Europe. In the network, there was not so much consent to use structured data and to gain the value of data. Some of us implemented some kind of reference data model, the RDM, maybe someone remembers, but we didn't have enough energy to build up shared data systems. Some worked in silo initiatives, but of course, this is not Europe. And since then, a lot of things have changed. We are now working paper poor, or some agencies even paperless. We cannot explain to our kids how we survived without smartphones, And we became familiar with digital opportunities. We are familiar with every time access to information in the internet. We work cloud-based, so we do cloud-based collaboration. We are familiar with electronic forms containing XML data in the backbone that we can import. And we realize, and that's important, we realize the need of data in this accelerated world that we are now living in. This was different years ago. Of course, it's still an effort to create reports, to prepare decisions, material to approve applications, to process recalls, but the availability of structured data has significantly changed our daily work. And just 2 examples. The mandatory usage of structured organization data from OMS so this usage is now mandatory in most network procedures, or in antimicrobials domain. Antimicrobials sales and use in the veterinary domain would not work without UPD data anymore. So on the next slide here, from vision to implementation, we heard, the slide before. From IMOD, we got information about the network business strategy. And to achieve this, experts from the network created a data strategy document. And this document provides guardrails, principles, and objectives, and I will go into details in a second. Paper is good, but excellent collaboration makes a difference in our network. And with this network data steering group and its work streams, I think we now found a way of an excellent collaboration and bringing the topic forward. Different disciplines are now working together, and this NDSG will have a major impact on the implementation by giving strategic recommendations and also giving strategic support to the implementation initiatives. And I kindly ask all of you who are implementing topics in the network, please challenge the network data steering group. Don't go there for fund, for money. We don't have money in the group, but I think we will have good strategic advice to you. When it comes to implementation, we are joining, or let's say we are gluing data, processes, and technique together. All these disciplines work together like digital twins. And if this doesn't work well, so if we think in silos, just technique, just data, just keep my process as it is today, will lead to disappointment and might not create additional benefits. So 2 examples for this. When we just think about complex IDMP-based data application forms, it might not create the value that we need. If you think about a joint substance database, and we do not think about how we are dealing substance term changes when they come non-current, it will not work in collaboration with other partners. Next slide. So let's go back to the data strategy document. And I decided not to list all the good objectives and ideas we have in this document, but I would like to mention some starting points and problems that we are addressing in this document. So first, data, where's the data? I can't find the data. And if I find it, I can't reuse it because it's in a different format, so my machine cannot read it. It has a different interpretation, so I need to reinterpret data, so it's not easy to use it. We have good regulation in Europe. Some say we have too much regulation, but that's not the focus of today. But we have good regulation. But when we speak data, we even need more specification and granularity to define business rules and data quality management rules. There is a real good example in a network from the veterinary domain. The Union Product Database and its data specifications really was a step forward. And with the data quality framework, we have some kind of tool where we constantly can monitor the data quality in this joint database. The next item is about roles responsibility. We want to trust the data, so we should know who created the data. I do not want to say who owns the data, because this is, for me, it's a strange question, but we would like to know who created the data, who ensures the quality of the data, and also the purpose of the data. Why was it collected? Because the purpose always drives some intention with data that we are reusing. By the way, I don't read all the other problem statements now, but I recommend to read this. If you want to make your life easier, you can also use your ChatGPT to make a summary of this document, also something that we didn't think about 20 years ago. Today at PMS Day, we focus on PMS. That means we might think that PMS will solve all the problems. No, of course not. But I think that PMS is a building block in reaching this vision. And why is this? Why do I think that? Because PMS has the potential to promote this standardization, almost to force it, because our data needs to fit into this structure and data elements provided by PMS. Similar to the Union Product Database again. And I think by the increased usage of PMS, We will also touch procedural questions, and this will lead to a business transformation of the network. And here I think about leaner business processes by reusing trusted master data. Next slide. So this is to show where PMS will arrive. And bad news for all PMS freaks in the room and outside. PMS is not alone in the universe. There are multiple data sources around, data repositories that will need to play together for providing consistent data. And for simplification, I did not include the data flows at industry domain. You have your separate flows again from the MAH to the factory to your partners. When you think about the clinical trial processes, how much data flow is there around? And they could also extend these data flows to the social insurances, governments, WHO, etc. So without going into details today in this slide, we can see that we live in an open system where data flows around. And this data flows creates the business value. So what I'm meaning, there are people using data, there are people or partners creating data, some are using data to enrich the data, to create additional value. Some just consume the data, and others also will sell the data, as we are aware of. And while thinking of this data flow and creation of value is so important, if you just create application forms, that's useful. But the value will be much higher if you think how this approved application data will result in the usage in use cases like cross-border prescription in Europe, into the creation of electronic product information, or also into the management of shortages, as we heard before. So the origin of the data is the application form, if we make it clever. That's complex, isn't it? But good news, we already live this complexity. But with SPORE, we have a new opportunity to reduce some burden. I learned an English expression, it's no lunch for free. I hope you're familiar with this. I looked up. So reducing complexity, no lunch for free. Because we will need to invest cleverness to ensure this. And we need to think end to end, not just implementing steps. We need to think, how does it impact these flows? We need to be ready we need to be ready for new ideas, and we need to be ready for business transformation at industry level, but also in the regulatory domain. And I need to say, we need to find ways to provide funding and resources to make this change and implementations happen. And we will work on the magic word interoperability. There will be more presentation about this today, but maybe you remember my last presentation about semantic interoperability, language, and technical interoperability. And I think that PMS will play a major role to support interoperability and to achieve the next level of interoperability solutions across the network. And why I'm thinking this? Because PMS, I need to hurry up, because PMS implements the agreed standard IDMP and the technical messaging so that systems can talk to each other via FHIR. Next slide. No lunch for free. There are opportunities, but there are also challenges. On the challenges, it's especially how to build up trust. And we will get a presentation from faculty later with an idea how we would like to tackle this topic. Next slide. So coming back to the Network Data Steering Group, and would like to close the circle. So the Network Data Steering Group and the work stream, this one, so the data interoperability and others, include all the mentioned topics. And knowing the acting persons in the NDSG, I'm pretty sure we will deliver. And so let me come to an end. This rocket, and I call it rocket, PMS, in our data strategy universe is ready for a series of test flights. maybe not only test flights. But all achieving all the expected objectives will now depend on the cleverness, how we utilize this rocket. And by saying this, I especially mean how we set up processes around data feeding and maintaining data quality in our shared repository PMS. And I think this will be the focus in the next month. Thanks a lot.
Georg, thank you very much. I invite you to join us here on the panel. We went from Holy Grail to Rocket, so I'm not sure what's going to come next. But definitely Pelle Persson is our next speaker. He's the IT director of the Swedish Medical Product Agency. He's also the member of the Network ICT Advisory Committee, so NICTAC, and also a member of the Network Data Steering Group. So, Pelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know what comes after Rocket, yeah, let's say PMS is the shining moon, or at least no, it's basically, actually, I would say it's like a dream come true, very awaited, a trusted shared source with information that will be used all along for different use cases, different business cases, kind of one shop stop for information. It's not only with foster the execution of the EMAN's 2028 strategy and implementation of the data strategy, but it really will make a difference in being the central part for using information further down the streams, both especially at I would say all the EMA systems making and enabling safer medication. Sorry. Looking out for the EHDS implementation, I think we're looking for today and sorry, I lost it. Cross-border prescription, nation to nation. Getting together, implementing the EHDS, we will see the cross-border going from nation to nation to European-wide. I see also PMS, of course, as a central part for structured shared data through the electronic prescription information. Next one. So this might look like a very complex and complex picture with many boxes, but this is the picture of the network portfolio governance. This is basically what makes this happen, make it come through. In the agile way of working, this represents all the necessary layers for implementing the PMS. We have the strategic layer, of course, and the the portfolio executional level with quarterly portfolio reviews. And I think if you haven't participated in those quarterly demos, I really suggest that you would do, because it's a way to get an excellent information on what's going on, what's the progress since the last increment, and what will happen in the next ones. So in this picture, you have gray boxes, blue boxes, and mixed boxes. And this really represents that this is a joint effort. The gray boxes represent the member states, NCAs involved in all levels from strategic to portfolio and executional. In the executional level, we have the subject matter experts and product owners, etc. And of course, the blue boxes with EMA, doing the great work of making this happen. And we have, of course, as Georg mentioned, the interoperability is the key. And I think we can go to the next slide, and I will shortly say some words on interoperability. This picture is from the European Interoperability Act. It shows the 4 layers, equally important, of interoperability enablers: legal interoperability, organizational interoperability, semantic interoperability, and technical interoperability. And we are acting in all these layers to make this come through. And as you can see, these are all also directly linked to different bodies within the network portfolio governance. The ROG, Regulatory Optimization Group, working with operating models, business process and data flows, data quality, governance, and also preparing for a data feasibility study. Because to make this, we need to see that the data is harmonized. The quality is up to the right level. It's complete to the right level, etc. On the next level, the organizational interoperability. No, not next slide yet. Network steering group, of course. Data governance, data quality, terms, definitions, logical data model, utilization of EU master data. And then equally on the semantic, I would say, the network data steering group, or more on the semantic, sorry. And next level, NICTAC, Network ICT Advisory Committee, more on the technical interoperability side, supporting technical enabler, I would say. Human to machine, machine to machine, more important as we go from paper to digital systems in a very high speed. Data flows, we also need to make sure that we have the APIs in place for this communication. And not the least, stability. Data protection, making sure that the data is protected and well covered, and also, of course, being in consistency and availability at all times, even in terms of crisis and or higher risks. Supporting group also, of course, the portfolio board, EMA data board, and enterprise architecture board. So together, these groups enables interoperability and makes sure it's not just a technical vision, but a coordinated and integrated effort. Next slide. And, sorry, yeah, thank you. What would PMS be without the data? Not much, I would say. So enabling this, we need to get the network up to speed. We need to have the NCAs on board and also work hard on harmonization and of both data and ways of sharing data. So therefore, HMA, Heads of Medicines Agencies, has established a community of experts where we gather NCAs throughout Europe, and I would say we have almost all of those aboard. We are trying to build upon the things we've done in the UNICOM project. UNICOM project was a European Horizon 2020 project enabling cross IDMP implementation European-wide. Not all NCAs could be part of this, but now we're trying to foster IDMP implementation in the network by gathering experts and newcomers from all the agencies and building upon what we've done. So sharing knowledge, providing overview of IDMP, training, and not least working with harmonization of data to enable PMS in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. So we've had our first three speakers from the NCS, and we started with the PMS in the context of the overall network strategy. Then we zoomed in a little bit on PMS in the context of the data strategy, so the network data strategy and complexity of the various data flows. And this last presentation focused on the network portfolio governance and aspect on interoperability. Now it's time to shift to our last speaker for this session from the Commission, Jérôme Debarreau, who is the Policy Officer on Digital Health in DG Santé. So the floor is yours, Jérôme.
Thank you very much. And now it is, I think what I'll try to do is to really explain what the European Data Space is and how the PMS actually plays an active part in the implementation of the European Data Space. But first, describing what it is. So the European Data Space is a regulation, but also a framework. That is, it has these three objectives centered around primary use, the use of health data for the delivery of care, individual care. It has specifications for the electronic health record exchange systems, but also it has requirements for the secondary use, the reuse of health data for other purposes, including research, but also regulatory purposes. And when we zoom in into, when we talk about primary use, one of the services enabled is the cross-border exchange of patient summaries, but also e-prescriptions and e-dispensation. And this is really where you can see where an initiative like the PMS has a real impact. That means that when a prescription is shared, that will include, for example, identifier of the product or the active substances, PMS will be underpinning the standardization of that specific determinant. So this is where we can see a very clear impact of the of PMS in the EHDS, but also for secondary use. For example, it will enable the secondary use of personal health data, but this is also important to have standardized non-personal data. So having very well-detailed, for example, product descriptions is also essential here. And if we go to the next slide, we've got here why really it is essential for e-prescription e-dispensations, as I said, so this accurate identification of medicines, primordial. This cross-border interoperability, so that prescriptions from one country are not different from each other. So right now, we're at the stage where European Data Space is adopted. It will come into action in 2029. So currently it is on a voluntary basis from the countries that are already exchanging this kind of data. But from 2029 on, this will really see how this really has this big impact on this cross-border interoperability. Patient safety, of course, reducing medical errors by having such detailed and accurate information. And streamlining the workflows for pharmacies and healthcare providers. This has a real impact also on the ground in our pharmacies. And when it comes to the secondary use, so the secondary use of health data, the reuse of that health data will only be as good as the quality of data that will be able to be accessed by our researchers, or innovators, or regulators. So that makes it quite clear why this is important to have this initiative. Public health surveillance is also an important part. So what we are enabling, one of the types of reuse that is enabled is indeed policy making, but also how care is organized, or improving how care is organized. So that's where also we could see an impact in this. So this regulation is quite broad. It touches on many types of data. It enables several types of reuses. But for that, we need to have the right milestones in place so that it really reaches the impact that we want, that is really to improve the quality of life of all citizens. And if you go to the next slide. In practice, so as I said, the text has been adopted earlier this year and already published in the official journal. So now we really are at the stage where we are working on the implementation. And for example, EMA participated in a very important part of these implementations. We had a pilot project that was running for the past 2 years that really made sure to provide a proof of concept of what could be the infrastructure of the European European data space. And the EMA was leading on one of the use cases, for example, to show how could EMS impact regulatory secondary uses. The entry into application, so when every country will need to enable cross-border, for example, cross-border e-prescriptions is 2029. And until then, we have another important deadline, that is the definition of the implementing acts, that is the technical specification as to what exactly will be shared. And PMS is one of the preferred coding systems for some of the elements of the prescription, of course. When it comes to secondary use, this is from that time that researchers, innovators, policymakers, regulators will be able to use the system, the framework to perform those secondary uses. So, and then from 2013 on, this is when we foresee to extend this framework to other types of data, such as genomic data. So trying to look ahead, how the framework could also be relevant for more complicated, let's just say, types of data. And I think I will stop here. This is my last slide, and wait for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Jérôme, for giving us this overview of EHDS and really an ambitious project, to be honest, with a lot of potential. Now we will switch to the question part of that session. We have about 15 minutes left in our timing, and I will hand it over to Peter to get us started on the questions.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Just a couple of warm-up questions from me. Starter for 10, as they might say. So I thought I might throw a question to Georg. Georg, you work both on the Regulatory Oversight Group and on the Network Data Steering Group, and are quite heavily involved in thinking about the data quality aspects. I wonder if you could just give a little bit of insight into what might be cooking in terms of a pilot on data quality.
Thank you. Oh, cooking, rockets, moon. So first of all, I think the important question is, what do we want to use the data for? So for example, Article 57 was predefined for vigilance. When we now think about PMS coming into new use cases, we need to think which use cases do we want to support and which data level, data quality level do we need for these use cases. So I think the first thing we will propose in this next month is to agree on use cases that will start, and then to define, okay, this use case is which data elements, which data quality, which updates of data elements do we need. And we are planning and thinking to elaborate this in this ROC operational PMS group with a feasibility study to bring together clever people. And I think we will hear more details from Fakhreddin, so I'm not spoiling anything more.
Very good. So I'm not going to steal his thunder to give another metaphor. Just maybe a complementary question. There's been a lot of focus on centrally authorized products, I would say, in PMS over the last few years, whereas for the network, we need all medicinal products authorized and in development in the Union to be included. Maybe I can ask Pele, and then I might ask Ahmed if I can, to complement on how we're working to ensure that the member states are engaged, supportive, and so on. Pele.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, as mentioned, one pillar of this is the Center of Expertise that we just established and is led by me, my colleague Christer Backman from the Swedish agency, and Georg Neuwitter from Austria. There we really try to bring all the NCAs together. And I think what we need to focus on is a lot of knowledge sharing and knowledge enhancing, I would say, because the levels of knowledge and maturity varies a lot. Some have already systems with pretty qualified data in place. Some work with have systems in end of life cycle, different information models, etc. So just by sharing knowledge, providing training, harmonizing the way we represent the data, it's important parts that we're working on.
Imad, do you want to compliment?
Absolutely. I think our HMA colleagues are getting tired of us, because I think in the last 2 or 3 HMA plenary meetings at the presidencies, we've been consistently reporting on the activities of the Regulatory Optimization Group and the NDSG, and always focusing on PMS. So I think the message is clear also that we're consistently also going back to the HMA and presenting on that. So that's really from, I think, the executive level that we're raising the attention. What we're also doing in the midst of developing is also to establish under the ROC the business community, because we also have identified the need for our network product owners and network SMEs to support them in the development of the journey they're on, but also to make sure we tag along everybody in the network. So to make them, to raise that awareness, but also to ask them and to proactively challenge them to challenge us again in how we are developing and the direction of travel. Because I think in the end, and I think this also goes for the different stakeholders in the room, we'll have different countries as we have different companies with a different level of maturity and a different starting point and the of the journey. One is further than the other, having different processes, internal needs, IT, but also having to convince maybe sometimes business leaders to have that consistent messaging, raising awareness, to show the use cases, the advantages, but also, to be honest, this will be an investment, but there will be benefits also in the long term when moving into data-driven networks. So it's both on an executive level, Peter, but also on an operational level with the NCS.
Thank you. Emmanuel?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe I'll turn to Jérôme on the Commission side. And you gave us a nice overview of EHDS and its broad ambition, but maybe to try to zoom in a little bit on specifics. What is being done to use PMS for the purpose of cross-border prescription and dispensation?
Thank you, Emmanuel. So as I mentioned, so at this stage, we have the My Health at EU infrastructure. So this is the infrastructure that enables this cross-border exchange of health data on a voluntary basis. And we do have a working group that defines what are actually the specifications of the types of data that are exchanged. So be it for the patient summary, but also obviously for the e-prescription. And for each of the elements identified as those essentials to be exchanged, we then define a specific preferred code. And for some of the elements, and I'm thinking of the active substance, the protein identifications, this is where PMS really kicks in. So that's where in practice, it really is included and a key part of documents that currently are adopted on a voluntary basis. But as I say, from 2029 on, will really have to be delivered as such. So that's why all the work that is being done now to those use cases with all the work from the different network is really important to make sure that when an e-prescription actually is really offered, this is where really it's important to make sure it's really accurate. So.
Thank you, Jérôme. I think in the light of, we have 7 minutes left, so maybe we would like to turn to the audience here on site and see if you have any questions. And if you do, raise your hands, mention your name and your affiliation. That would be helpful. And maybe after we could see if we have something online. But maybe let's start in the room. We have a hand raised in the back there. Yes, please, go ahead.
Good morning, Anna Teinixmann on behalf of UCOP. Yeah, I have to go to verse now. One question. When we talk about the business processes, also that the network foresees, and I like the term pay per pour, how would the NCAs or how is the preparedness to already talk about something like sequence pour? I mean, like taking some administrative burdens from both sides, from the NCA side and the industry as well, in envisioning that one trustworthy common pool set of data and PMS, and envisioning in that ROC process maybe something that goes not only via the electronic application form, but data driven only.
I'm turning to our panel here. Ahmed, would you want to? No?
Okay. Maybe I start and then we complement. So I think step by step is a good approach. Personally, I would like to experience this before I retire. And I'm already old, I need to say. No, I think once we have trust in shared data repositories, trust in more collaboration in cloud-like environments, I think this will follow because it's a runner. But now the focus next 2 or 3 years is to establish this trust, to see that we can have a shared repository, that we can reuse the data from there, that we can even reduce workloads on common data elements for everyone in the network. This will lead to the next step, I think so. Ahmed.
Nothing to add, and again, not stealing the thunder of later presentations, but I think the key word also, I think looking from a national agency is also legacy data. And I think, prospectively, we'll get there, I think, with the solutions you mentioned, but retrospectively is, what do you do with the very old things that you have? And I think that will be trigger, I think, some further discussions later in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands here? Another one. Yes, please.
Just next to an end. Hooking on that one, Angela Miller representing HGP. Why not do that in parallel? So we have some NCAs with a maturity who could perform a pilot, for instance, on variations. There's also industry on legacy products who could join just such a pilot. Why not advance in parallel?
Here you go.
I think I need to say thanks for the idea. We can input this into the groups. The challenge I always see in those pilots is, especially for MRP DCP, we work in joint procedures. That's always hard if we haven't achieved a similar level of readiness. Maybe that's one obstacle, but I like the idea and I think we can take it, and let's see what discussions will bring about this.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe I'll turn to online question if we do have any.
Sure. Maybe starting with one about support. So great presentation and support to PMS, but concretely to management. Do you foresee a specific communication with regards to establishing PMS as a source of information for the entire network? An official communication would be appreciated to inform, I suppose, industry leadership. So what steps are we taking to make sure that this is a EU position?
All right, Peter would like to jump in for this one.
So I think the answer is yes. We are currently consulting the Heads of Medicines Agency, and then in June we'll be consulting the EMA Management Board on a high-level document setting out principles for PMS and some initial next steps for its implementation. It's not a full roadmap to the rocket going to the moon, but it is certainly the initial steps. And we would envisage that at late June, early July, that would be made public and can be used then by industry experts to discuss with their management. I would imagine you'll be hungry for more, so you can see this as a starter. and there'll probably be main course coming maybe later in the year or 2026. Thank you.
No, just to add, I think, to that discussion we'll have at the management board, I think the main message will be, I think, from my personal perspective, this is not optional, this is not peripheral, this is foundational. If we have that aspirate or shared vision that we want to be a data-driven network, I think that will be the message. But I think that's the midst of the discussions we're having today, and get some ideas and suggestions, like we've seen also in the previous questions. What kind of element, variables, and discussion do we need to take into account to further build on that based on the recommendations paper that we're going to set up? So, thank you.
Yeah, maybe one more question.
Yeah, so we are coming to a close. Actually, there's two questions. I don't know if you want to cover them both. One is to elaborate on what AI tools EMA is using and developing as of now, maybe in the link of PMS. And the other is, as this is an ISO standard, can you elaborate what is happening about international aspects of PMS implementation? So I suppose any global activities.
Isabel, I think those are both big questions, and I'm not sure we can do them in 60 seconds between now and the coffee break. The use of artificial intelligence in terms of data management is a really interesting question. I'm not sure we've got a lot of content in the course of today on that topic, but maybe it's something that we can pick up and do some listening from our participants on. And the further international work, is there a presentation later, Isabel? I don't think there is particularly, is there? But maybe we could, maybe I could ask you, Isabel, to think, if we have an opportunity and a bit more time in some of the later discussion sessions, maybe you could give a few pointers as to, because I know you are representing the network in a number of the international, including WHO fora. So if it's okay, we're going to duck those for now, just in the interest of time management. And for the people that are on site, just to remind, we've got a coffee break. It's 20 minutes. There's coffee being served downstairs. For people that are online, probably best to remain logged in. Just, turn your camera and your mic and so on off, because otherwise it means that you don't then potentially have problems relogging back into the webinar. And we'll restart at 11. Thank you very much. And thanks to all the speakers and panelists for our first session. Please take part in the discussions and the questions and help us answer throughout the day. Thank you very much indeed.
Just to say, we're going to leave the Slido poll open, so if you can share feedback on how was the session, what did you like, how can we improve, it's much appreciated for next time.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. Thank you very much for joining the second session of the Info Day today. I have the pleasure to co-chair this session with Pelle Persson. And I actually wanted to pick up on an idea that was floated in the first session, is that a strategy without a plan to execute is just a wish. So I think this session has the title, From Strategy to Reality and PMS in the Network Portfolio. So what this session will do is to provide a concrete view on how strategy is being turned into delivery and how PMS capability sits at the heart of that work. Our value stream owners and EPIC owners will actually showcase PMS, how PMS underpins the priorities across the value streams, from R&D to PLM to monitoring. And you'll hear how actually PMS is critical to enable not only consistency, interoperability, and obviously better decision-making across the regulatory life cycle. Importantly will be that they will reflect on what has been already achieved concretely, where the gaps are, and what work is needed to actually ensure PMS continues to evolve in line and in support of our many strategic ambitions that were actually iterated in the earlier sessions. I'm now very happy to hand over to Pelle to introduce the speakers. Pelle, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm very excited for this session as well. Now we're taking it from strategy to concrete implementation, making it happen, the rocket to the moon. Mm-hmm. So we have the following: Stephen Lemur, R&D value stream owner will provide overview of the network priorities and what is planned for the R&D products. And then Anne-Marie van Nederkassel, PLM value stream owner, provide an overview of PLM products, their value and development. And then we have Pedro Pina Ferreira, monitoring value stream owner, to provide overview of monitoring and ESMP and ASU use cases. And finally, Isabel Chicharo, PMS Epic owner, head of regulatory data management, will provide an overview of PMS, what has changed, developments, and future plans. So I think we hand over directly to Stephen.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on. Can we go back? Yes, on the role of PMS in the research and development value stream. So my name is Steven Lemmer. I'm the value stream manager for the research and development value stream. And today what I aim to do is to explain a little bit the role of PMS in the context of the research and development value stream, as well as its impact on the IT portfolio in the value stream. And so I'll take you through the challenges, opportunities, and then benefit that PMS will bring in the value stream. Hopefully this is better like that. Yes. So to start with, maybe just to give a bit of feedback on the value stream and their organization at the agency. So we have 3 value streams present today. We have the research and development value stream, with focus on the early phases of medicinal product development. We have another presentation on the PLM value stream, which focuses on the evaluation and authorization of medicinal product. And finally, an update from the monitoring value stream that has a focus on the access to medicine, as well as safety monitoring of medicinal product. And so the scope today in this presentation is really to focus on the pre-authorization processes as part of the R&D value stream. So the vision for the R&D value stream is really to support the development of new medicine, as well as building capabilities for the generation of scientific evidence. And what I try to represent here when we look at the IT application in the portfolio of the value stream is to take the main IT application and link those to the value that PMS will bring. So on one side, we have the regulatory procedure management activities focused on the pre-authorization phases, such as scientific advice, pediatric, orphan designation, and so on. We also have the clinical trial information system, which is the IT system to support the submission of clinical trial application, as well as the measurement of the clinical trials during their life cycle. And finally, something more linked to the data analysis capabilities to ensure that we can generate scientific evidence for better decision making. And so in that presentation, I will link the benefit that PMS will bring to those 3 IT applications in the value stream. So I will start with the challenges and the current situation. So the current situation is that we have 2 repositories of medicinal product information. And those 2 repositories have different data structure and different content. So on one end, we have the XEVMPD, the Extended Ultra-Vigilance Medicinal Product Dictionary, which has been with us for more than 15 years now. And that contains development medicinal product as well as authorized medicinal product. And that dictionary is currently used, for example, by CTIS to ensure that we can run clinical trial on development and authorized product. And what we have as second repository is PMS, which has a different data structure based on ISO IDMP. And currently, we only have availability of authorized medicinal product. And that dictionary is mainly used currently by our procedure management application. And so really what we want to do, what we want to achieve from the R&D value stream perspective is to move to one repository. And the benefit that this will bring are really from our perspective, first to bring development and authorized medicinal product in this single repository. And this will allow us to improve the product lifecycle management, to have really a good visibility from pre-authorization phases to post-authorization phases. As PMS is built using ISO IDMP standard, the identification of medicinal product data standard, it will also bring interoperability and better use of the data across. And finally, having all the system using PMS as data sources for medicinal product will enhance the reporting and analytic capability. So we'll be able to really have an overview of all the system using PMS as a link between them. So how do we achieve that? When it comes to the R&D value stream, is to first, as a first step from our perspective, is to migrate the development medicinal product from XVMPD to PMS. So we'll still be in a situation where we have two repositories, but with different data structure, but they will have the same content. So that will be the first step. This will be followed by a second step, which is to proceed to the decommission of the XVMPD. So we'll have then PMS as data source that will contain development medicinal product as well as authorized medicinal product, and then we'll repoint the consuming system to that dictionary. So that will be the case to repoint CTIS to PMS and continue with ARIS having also access to information on development product as part of the regulatory process management. And this will lead us to the to-be situation, if you want, where we'll have one path for data submission into PMS. PMS will be able to manage development medicinal product as well as authorized medicinal product. And this will feed all the IT applications. So what's relevant for the R&D value stream is CTIS and IRIS, but also, and this will be illustrated with the next presentation, other IT applications. And this will enable to build better analytic and reporting capability, not only for the specific system, but also across systems. So it means that it'd be much easier to link information on clinical trial, for example, to safety monitoring, to regulatory procedure management. So in terms of key takeaway and conclusion from, if you want, the R&D value stream perspective. So we are really, pushing for this unique and shared repository of trusted product master data for all human medicine product. And from our perspective, is really to have development and authorized medicinal product in the same repository. And this will provide benefits in terms of management of that product information. So it will be only one system. And it means that we can bring synergies in terms of data submission, data quality, as well as data management using the ISO IDP standard of PMS. And then it means also having visibility on development and authorized product to have a much better streamlining of the regulatory and procedure, as well as product lifecycle management, a really good overview across from end to end. And finally, to use PMS as the glue, if you want, between systems. So that will enable us to provide better analytic and reporting capability, again, from end to end. And this will ensure that we can generate better insight across those different systems, leading to better generation of scientific evidence and ultimately to good decision making. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, just to clarify that we propose to have all presentation in sequence because it is a kind of a life cycle in the story as well, and then actually to engage with you in a panel discussion after. So next in line, Anne-Marie, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and nice to meet you all at the PMS Info-day. I am Annemarie van Ederkassel. I'm the product value stream owner of the Product Lifecycle Management value stream. I have the pleasure today to talk about how PMS enables value creation in the management of the life cycle of medicinal products. And let's go to the next slides. I'm just figuring out how this works. It's the pointer, I think, or not. Yeah. Okay, the vision that we share in the value stream and that I share with many of you is that we want to empower stakeholders with the best possible digital tools and data to enable efficient data-driven management of the medicinal product lifecycle. And we want to make the exchange of product information and product data as efficient and smooth as possible. To turn this vision into reality, we need tools. And we need tools to capture data that we receive from industry. We need tools to validate the data. We need tools to store the data. And we need tools to share the data and the product information. And across these value chain, it is the PMS, the product master data, that plays a key role. The first tool that we have in the value stream that is connected to PMS is the electronic application form. So it's a web-based form for industry to submit applications to NCA and EMA, and it's currently available for variations. Because EAF already connects to PMS, the industry today reuses data from PMS when they fill in the form. And the value that this brings is that it improves the quality of the data that we get in the application forms, and in turn, it facilitates the validation of the applications. The rest of the submission process, as you see on the screen, industry uploads dossier via gateway. We use submission review tools to view the dossier, and we store the dossier in a repository. Today is not yet connected to PMS. Next is the product user interface, a product we developed in the value stream. It's a web-based user interface launched in 2024, and it delivers value by making available PMS data to all stakeholders without the need for them to invest in a tool to connect to PMS. Today, the product user interface plays a key role already in collecting structured data from industry to comply with shortage monitoring obligations. The next tool is the PMS application programming interface, which is specifically built to interact with PMS from machine to machine. And that is, of course, great for high volume traffic to PMS. Today, there is an API available for NCA and industry, and it gives them read access to PMS. By the end of the year, we will make available an API also for the general public as well. And the API generates value to many stakeholders. Think globally, for instance, of WHO and other organizations who wish to have structured data on all EU authorized medicinal products. Even academia will benefit, vendors, mobile app builders, patient organizations, etc. can all benefit from access to product master data with this API. The fourth tool that we already integrated with PMS is EMA's Regulatory Procedure Management Tool. Since January this year, EMA manages the post-authorization procedures for centrally authorized products in a regulatory procedure management tool that is consuming data from PMS. The value that this brings is that by using master data from PMS, we achieve better data structure, better data quality, and realize efficiency gains in data processing. The next tool, although not yet integrated with PMS yet, is the electronic product information. Our vision is that everyone in the world, I would say, should have access to digital version of the product information. This means package, leaflet, and SMPC in all EU languages, easily accessible on a mobile device. For this, we are building today a web-based interface where industry can create their electronic product information without the need for industry to develop their own tools. And this web-based user interface will also be used for NCA to review, approve, and publish an approved API and make it available for the public. At the moment, the API is a web interface and is under development and does not yet consume PMS data. For completeness, I also mapped the tools that we use to manage the life cycle for veterinary products. Product master data for veterinary products is stored in the Union product database, and NCA and industry have access to the product data through UPD, whereas the public has access through a medicines web portal. Looking into the future, what opportunities are there to create more value? We will do this in two ways. First, we will continue the development of ongoing tools. For electronic application form, this means that we will create more application forms for initial marketing authorization applications, renewals, but also for veterinary variations, so that we can maximize the reuse of data from PMS and realize efficiency gains. Actually, to maximize the use of PMS, we could even envisage a future whereby variations that do not require assessment could potentially be updated in PMS directly. And then we can even discuss if we would need ECTD submissions still. But this is something we would like to discuss. I have heard it there in the back indeed. Yes. Thanks for the thumbs up. For product UI and PMS API, what we have in the future is that we will develop the right capabilities so that more PMS data fields can be completed. This will allow industry to enrich their products in PMS, and the more data in PMS, the more use cases for PMS. And it will also make it possible for industry to correct product data, because we know that data quality is important. Then is our regulatory procedure management tool. As I said, it's already connected to PMS for the post-authorization procedures. So how can we expand value creation? Well, we will digitalize also other procedures like initial marketing authorization applications and integrate further with PMS for specific use cases. I give a few examples of use cases. For instance, if we have all pack size details in PMS, it will automate or help us process variations. If we would have contact details for CROs in PMS, it will automate the workflow for referral procedures. And we would also like to generate or automate the generation of parallel distribution certificates as soon as we have the required data in PMS. For the electronic products information, we continue the development of the web portal, the web interface, so that companies can create their APIs. And what is next is that we will develop an API machine-to-machine connection for those companies that want to upload their electronic product informations. In the future, we may want to link this tool as well to PMS. It could then be, for instance, enable searching for similar medicines as the one in the API. You look for similar medicines in PMS with the same active substance or same therapeutic area, but is yet to be explored. There are certainly also opportunities in the e-submission space, although less concrete at this stage. Nevertheless, we could, of course, imagine that at some point in the future, ECDD submissions may contain structured data that we want to connect to PMS. The e-submission gateway already allows for submission of structured data, and if we want to connect to PMS, that is something we could explore in the future. We also plan to build new tools. The legislation provides a legal basis for a European medicines web portal for human medicines, so that EU citizens can have access to trustworthy, user-centric, up-to-date information on all EU authorized medicines in one portal. And this would then include not only structured data, but also package leaflets, assessment reports, safety studies, etc. Whereas today, all that information is scattered across websites at national level or EU level. So this portal would consolidate it all in one place. And of course, the European Medicines Web Portal will be a consumer of PMS to keep the portal up to date. So next slide is the PLM, a screenshot of the PLM portal, which you all have access to, and where you can access some of the tools I mentioned. Worth mentioning is at the right-hand side is the product UI, where you can access the PMS data. And at the middle, you have, if you would like to have a preview of the electronic product information tool, that's where you can explore. Finally, I would like to conclude with some key takeaways. Yeah, PMS is a key in the PLM value stream. It enables data-driven, efficient, and digitally connected ways to manage the life cycle. We have already achieved great work in the space of PMS in 2024 and this year. PMS contains all the CAPS and non-CAPS structured data for human medicines, and NCA and industry have already access to both API and product UI. Of course, further development would be needed to realize more value. We need good data quality. That's essential. And also we would need to enrich more data fields because more data means more use cases. And as already mentioned, I think in the session 1, processes to keep PMS up to date at all times need to be put in place. A nice takeaway to conclude actually is that PMS has millions of beneficiaries, directly or indirectly, regulators, NCA, but above all patients. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and I thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and I think you've shown a lot of achievements in the recent past, if I could say, and you've shown a clear plan to the future. But I think it's also clear that quite a lot of stars need to align, right, to rock it. And more are coming. Pedro, please.
So, good morning to everyone, all participants, either here at the EMA premises or remote. It is a pleasure to be here and present the view of monitoring value stream. So, in the next 10 minutes, I will share the view of a value stream that consumes product master data. And to do this, I will use 2 of our digital products. European Shortage Monitoring Platform, ESMP, representing the human perspective, and the Antimicrobial Sales and Use Platform, ASU, representing the veterinary perspective. And in doing so, and based on our experience with these 2 platforms and working with you, I will convey 3 simple messages. So, my first message, and I may disappoint some of you, my first message is product master data is king. Not rocket, not Holy Grail, but is king. Now, in my view, a good king is the unifier of different ethnicities and also bridges and connects different standards and references. And different perspectives. So the question is master data a good king? Has master data been a good king for these 2 platforms? The answer is, although ESMP and ASU aim to address completely different perspectives, the management of medicine shortages and antimicrobial resistance, they were both designed to consume the same standard or the same reference, product master data. And consequently, and this is the important part I would like you to retain, enabling the exchange of multiple data sets between EMA, NCAs, and marketing authorization holders through well-established interoperability mechanisms. Which data sets? Routine shortages with marketing authorization holders, MSSG-led preparedness and crisis with marketing authorization holders and NCAs, and this is for the SMP, while for the ASU, sales data and use data between EMA or between ASU and member states. So, to conclude this first slide, in other words, not only product master data has been a good king for these 2 EU platforms, but the use of standards like ISO ADNP also make data reusable and reusable again across current stakeholders, but certainly also across future stakeholders like international organizations, other regulators, or even healthcare providers. And Jérôme gave a good example how this could be extended to healthcare providers. Now, the consequence of what I've just said is today we have two stable EU platforms with a sustainable activity where the numbers speak for themselves. And this is thanks to the King product master data, among other important factors during the development of these two platforms. Now, although these numbers are still recent, if you look at ESMP, is an application available since November 2024, and for the ASU, available since January 2024. In my view, these numbers are very, very promising. And why do I feel that they are very promising? Two reasons. The first reason or example is a positive contribution or an example of execution to the European Medicines Network Strategy 2028. Leveraging data, digitalization, availability of medicines, among others. And the second example, or the second reason, is the use of this data. Last March, the first report on EU-wide sales and use of antimicrobials in animals using exclusively ASU data was released. And for me, these are two important reasons why I believe that these indicators are, or metrics are very promising. Now, to conclude, not yet. To conclude my first message, and I see many faces here in the meeting room, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all teams and organizations involved, particularly NCAs and marketing authorization holders, who, since 2023 for the ASU, and since 2024 for the SMP, have invested their resources in product master data activity, data mapping, data enrichment, data quality. Many of you have been working towards this purpose. And this idea of investing your resources now will take me to the second message. And my second message is data is a shared investment, or product data, master data is a shared investment. And although, as I explained before, the investment is still in progress and will continue, data mapping, data enrichment, data quality, I need to stress the power of the product master data identifiers. And Jérôme also alluded to that PMS identifiers will be the atomic units that will reach out healthcare providers. The principle here is exactly the same. And the further we move from a single product dictionary, a single and enriched product dictionary, to more information exchange, like the one I showed before, and these numbers will tend to grow, and consequently, the greater collaboration, either locally, regionally, or globally, the more benefits will be unlocked by these two EU platforms, ESMP and ASU. Ultimately, all the benefits can be summarized in two benefits. For the ESMP, patients have their medicines when they need them. It is a great benefit. And for the ASU, the increased awareness of antimicrobial consumption in the EU. Now, as with any investment, stakeholders involved, and for the time being, we are the stakeholders involved, expect their return on investment. Now, return on investment is net profit which here is represented by the benefits released by these two applications, divided by investment. And investment reflects our collective efforts, our collective initiatives and activities, or even investments, to achieve a specific return on investment. Now, in my view, I'm convinced that one of the best choices we can all have is a fully integrated or interoperable, maybe it's the right word, interoperable EU regulatory space, which not only will bring greater efficiency, sustainability for the EU network, perhaps innovation, but also will pave the way for extensive use of artificial intelligence technology for the benefit of human and animal health. The concept of collective investments and collective initiatives also requires smart choices. And many times, as our executive director mentioned, effective collaboration. Collaboration is an abstract term. We need to have something more than collaboration. And this brings to my final message. And my final message is the multi-clock dilemma. You may look at dilemma with a negative connotation. It is not a negative connotation. It's an opportunity to make smart choices and deliver good value for our patients or citizens. Today I presented two examples of our digital products, the SMP and ESU, that not only require extensive investment in development, but also extensive requirement in product master data activities. As I mentioned before, data enrichment, data quality, data mapping. And this investment will continue. It won't stop today, it won't stop end of this year, or even won't stop end of 2026, when we expect that all NAPs and CAPs are mapped in PMS. And the reason for that, already mentioned before also, is that PMS is a strategic network data asset. And data is a human invention. And as any masterpiece invented by humans, require continuous attention and maintenance. Now, in monitoring value stream, we have more examples coming up that will have to follow a similar process. A similar process, in other words, investment in development, investment in refactoring, but also investment in product master data activities. So my final message, my third and final message, it is also a call for greater collaboration, as collaboration was one of the most important aspects during ESMP and ASU development. And many of you were included in this component during the agile development of these platforms. And while most of these clocks are aligned, and I mentioned one example, the network strategy, but also PMS, we are also quite aligned with the PMS roadmap. I feel that we still need to make smart trade-offs and prioritization to make sure that our targets are clear, our targets are aligned, and our agile roadmaps or master roadmaps reflect these targets and this alignment. Next slide. I will conclude now with perhaps a simple message that summarizes what you see now. And the simple message is, the SMP and ASU have just started their journey. ASU, January 2024, ESMP, November 2024. But so far, they seem stable and they seem sustainable. And they start showing that investment today in product master data can build a better future for the benefit of human and animal health. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, and specifically the clear messaging, but also a very positive experience showcased by the two examples you illustrated to unlock value for patients. Thank you for this. I would think we move swiftly then to Isabel as the EPIC owner of PMS. Isabel.
So, good morning. I hope the mic is okay for shorties. So in my job of EPIC owner, I have to put together everything that we hear from the different value streams, from research and development value stream and early stages of life cycle, the PLM with all the many products, the monitoring that surveils the monitoring and the safety of our products, as well as what I hear from the network data steering group, what we hear from the ROG. So what I'll try to do is tell you a little bit of a story of what we are hearing in all these places and how we see things evolving. So just to give you a flavor of what's coming ahead. Yeah, sorry, technology, there we go, wrong button. So just to remind a few opportunities that we think will be brought by the implementation of standardized and good quality product data. So of course we started this journey with the goal to simplify automation, interoperability of the network. You've heard all about that before. And that's not the goal. The goal is actually to have faster, more efficient regulatory action. So we don't want to just improve processes, we want to make good decisions. And we see that by doing that, not only do we do a better job, but also we provide a very valuable source of information to the public. And more people have been approaching us wanting access to the product data that we hold in PMS. Now, you heard a lot about the European health data space. We believe there's ample opportunities there to support this new legislation and to provide value to the patients. And we're also enabling regulatory compliance. So there's opportunities coming up with the new pharma legislation that I will touch upon that PMS can also support. So in essence, there's many opportunities out there that PMS can support, and we're trying to find the balance and make sure we don't miss any valuable opportunity in the way. So, and the clickers, I'm not good with clickers. Okay, maybe I'll say next because the battery seems to be low, like me. So where are we this year? So what's happening now, just to give a flavor of everything that's happening? You know, for many years, you have the company submitting data to Article 57, to XCVMPD, to comply with their Article 57 legal obligations. And using that solution, using that process, we advertised last year that we asked companies to submit all of the pack sizes for the non-centrally approved products that were in the Union list of critical medicines to XCVMPD. So we prioritized, we want these packages first. And let me remind you, this is roughly 17% of the portfolio. So not all the products, but we said we absolutely need these packages as soon as possible. The data comes into XCVMPD, and if you follow our quarterly updates, we have introduced over the time small changes and improvements to the process and the business rules in XCVMPD, not just to support shortages, but to support different use cases. So we introduced a change in the transfer process so that we can secure better the data between the old company and the new company when there's a transfer of product. We introduced that you can now send the composition based on Module 3, so not just the approved SMPC, and this is so that the data can be seamlessly used by the electronic application form. We also introduced that you could submit pending products to PMS. If you want these MRP DCPs before they're approved by the concerned member state, you can add it. And you can add homeopathics, herbals, any products, parallel distribution if you need for different purposes already in XCVMPD today, to support multiple use cases. Now, what we introduced last year, and it's going until the end of the year, we asked companies to submit the manufacturers and the structured package details by the end of the year, December 2025. And you could also submit all of the manufacturers and all of the packages on your portfolio. But again, the deadline for that, we said, let's put it in stages, and you can still have until the end of 26 to do that. And optionally, we open the possibility for you to start entering the data carrier, and we'll see later today how that data carrier will be used. Now, on the NCA side, so there's a lot of activities for industry, but there's also a lot of activities happening on the NCA side. And if you see there, we're doing what we call product identification and mapping. Some NCAs are mapping their data to PMS. Most of them have requested support from EMA to help map the product data. And at this stage, what's happening is we are making sure that this product in Portugal, because I'm Portuguese, is the same product that we have in PMS. So we're just making sure we align the products, the packages, not yet looking at the content of the data within those products. And as you've heard from Anne-Marie with a long portfolio, and for Stephen and for Pedro, all consuming systems that are being developed are slowly but surely integrating and consuming and using data from PMS. So all of that a bit known to you. Moving ahead to 26. So where are we heading in 26? So starting with the data submission, so everything continues status quo. You have legal obligations in Article 57, and this is when we start asking, please send us all of the packages in your portfolio, not just the critical ones, but all of the packages. So that's the new flavor of the year. Now, we realize there's a lot of work. We also listen, and there's been a lot of complaint of doing and using XCVMPD to do this. So the good news is, again, we're doing small changes to XCVMPD, and one of the things we're doing is we're doing a small upgrade to the XCVMPD web user interface so that you don't have to use that ActiveX Internet Explorer very complicated patch. So at least compatibility technical issues should be minimized. That's the introduction that we're doing. Now, on the data enrichment front, so again, the same principle remains, submission of manufacturer structured pack sizes by the end of 26. And let me pause here just to remind that initially we started asking packages and manufacturers for shortages, but I repeated this point very often last year. So this is not just for shortages. So manufacturers, we need for shortage analysis for sure, but the new pharma legislation, there's new responsibilities on inspections. We need manufacturers. So these things tie. Referrals are not now going to be used. They will need the manufacturers, they will need the CROs to process the referrals. Other use cases will also need the manufacturers. So there's other use cases, other opportunities that equally lead that information. Now, linking to the question before, how do we link at this internationally? So internationally, for those not aware, we're discussing a lot of pharmaceutical quality. This is all about module 3, manufacturing. How do you manufacture a product? So guess what you need? Manufacturers. So what we're doing in 26, 25 is already paving the way for global initiatives and for other use cases beyond shortages. Same thing for packages. So we need packages for shortages, for their analysis, but also to support NCA data mapping. So by the end of the year, they'll have some packages there, but unless we have all the packages, they really cannot complete their mapping. And if we think about e-prescription, so what an e-dispensation, what you prescribe and what you dispense in the pharmacy is the package. So absolutely, we need packages in PMS to be in a position to support those healthcare use cases. So once again, what we're doing 25, 26, critical for success of many use cases coming ahead. So coming back to where we are with the product data mapping. So 25, we're aligning the products. We need the packages on the NCA side so that we complete those mapping, and discussions that are already starting and already ongoing. And so far it's been reduced number, but of course the mapping is still ongoing. What do we do if we find that there are missing products because of synchronization, or because they haven't been submitted, or because they haven't been imported? So a typical discussion, and the focus is still making sure that all of the packages, all of the products are accurately reflected in PMS and in the national systems. And we will be continuing to see further integration with more systems as we go along. Next slide, please. So how do we move forward with PMS? Let's do a few considerations first. What does it take? So from the PMS development and delivery, we need to make sure that we enable data management in PMS. So we still have limited writing capabilities. We don't have a real proper way to manage the data, so we need to improve on that. We know we also need to address legacy data and systems. So we've seen in the example of Stephen that we need to repoint systems that are consuming from XCV-MPD. We need to repoint them to PMS. That's the future. And absolutely, we still have the intention to integrate in the regulatory processes and all the systems that Anne-Marie displayed and all the systems that we're building so that the product is king and used elsewhere, everywhere. So who needs to be involved? No surprise, multiple teams across different value streams, people from NCAs, people from industry, even sponsors are now going to be considered because, as you've seen, we will be extending the scope. The million-dollar question, when will this be done? So Pedro started the conversation that we have many priorities and we have ways of discussing those priorities, frequently reviewing them, frequently adjusting to the most urgent needs, to the ones that bring the most value. And hopefully we will be able to make clever choices. What we do have at the moment, and what I will be sharing very briefly, and again, other colleagues will elaborate throughout the day, is a set of recommendations from the Network Data Steering Group, as well as the ROG, that I will explain what it is that they're recommending. There has been no formal prioritization yet of exactly this is how we will do and the different components of it, but we have a strategy view forward of how we will implement it. And how it will be done? Well, it would be with consideration of resource and system dependencies. There are many technical dependencies, but very importantly to us, and I think this is why we're here, we do see the need for close collaboration, for close communication. You know, all the events, they're not there just for a reason, is to get feedback from you as soon as possible and very frequently so that we can adjust course as we are implementing this. But just to manage expectations, this is a multi-year effort. It's not something that we can do in a quarter or 2 quarters, so it takes a little bit of putting these pieces all together in line. So moving on to the next slide. What is the first step that the Network Data Steering Group and the ROG recommend? So first of all, they recommend there's many opportunities, and they recommend that we implement a first step in a timely manner to support the pharmaceutical legislation, which is a key driver for the network. So no surprise there. They see the need for, first and foremost, a simplification of the data flow. So on a first go, we would be enabling the submission of investigational medicinal products as well as authorized medicinal products directly to PMS and the product user interface. So you'll see investigational, authorized, but also the pending ones, also the optional ones, everything that we are currently supporting. And this would be just submitted in one place and provide the benefit of a simplified submission. We would see consuming and legacy systems being integrated and repointing to PMS. So the example here, very simplistically put and already displayed by Stephen, is CTIS, for example, would be repointed to PMS instead of consuming from XCV-MPD. We would, of course, discontinue XCV-MPD at a given cutoff date. So we're not longer thinking about enabling a transition period that there's submission to PMS and submission to XCV-MPD. There would be a point in time we would say this is now submit only to PMS, but that point in time is still going to be sufficiently in the future, and you will have advanced notification. You have all the capabilities, the APIs, the user interface already available to you as of this year, so you can start preparing. On the data quality front, so we foresee that there will be a dedicated data qualification effort. And what it is, so Fakhreddin will explain all about it. So we see that we need a dedicated one-off effort to bring the quality of the legacy data that we have in PMS to a better level of quality that people can use. And as you will hear, there's a feasibility study being proposed. The NCAs are mobilizing to see what exactly is the priority, how exactly will they bring that level of data quality to an acceptable level before it can really be used in regulatory processes. So there's mobilization happening there. And throughout, we, as today, through the demos, through info days, through many newsletters, webinars, our intention is to keep stakeholders engaged and informed of the progress. So a few benefits here, for sure: submission simplification. Instead of two systems, you submit in one. Having data in one system and maintained in a single repository with a simplified data flow, there will be less synchronization issues, we hope. There will be improved data quality, and with the extra collaboration of the NCAs and the data qualification, we can only see that the data quality will increase over time. Next slide, please. So what is the goal? Is that first step the end of the journey? Not really. The recommendation is that we integrate PMS data with regulatory processes. And that's what we want to do. Wherever possible, integrate it with the regulatory process, and the data should come there. Now, just to add, you still see 2 hours coming in. And there's no clear discussion of how this will be done, but this is alluding to conversations like Anne-Marie started. We don't exclude that maybe enrichments could be submitted directly, that maybe there would be a simplification of the certain variations that could come directly into a database. So in essence, we don't really know how that will work, but we are listening to all the ideas, all the opportunities. And one thing we know for sure, wherever there's a need, like a submission with electronic application form, ECTD, we want as much as possible to integrate with the regulatory processes. So on this last goal, one thing you will see is also that we intend to make the product data available even beyond the regulatory use cases. So we're focusing normally on what we do, but we see the opportunities there in other use cases, electronic health data space, and so on, and for sure the data will be made available. We do believe that one of the key benefits of this is that a win for us is also a win for healthcare. So now, next slide, and just to conclude. So in the near future, we see XEVMPD submissions supporting Article 57 obligations to be maintained, as well as enrichments. We will see enrichments being expanded to all the products in the portfolio, not just the critical medicines. And I hope I explained the many different use cases that supports. We know that NCA's mapping activities are progressing, initially aligning products and ensuring that information then in their products is consistent with what we have in PMS and the national systems. Then moving on to a first step, our goal of that first step is to simplify the submissions and data flows. And with that, we will enable the submission of all the products in one go, repoint legacy systems, and discontinue XEVMPD. And eventually, and in parallel, to further reduce the burden to stakeholders overall, the goal is still and remains the same, which is to integrate PMS data in the regulatory processes as and where possible and needed. And we see structured product medicinal product data being submitted throughout the product life cycle, from early stages to being used in monitoring as well. So those were my takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabel, again, for bringing it all together in what looks like a multi-year effort, but I don't think anybody will be surprised with that, but also pinpointing critical success factors that need to be in place to make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Pelle and I are ready to somehow open up for a good panel discussion. I think you have plenty of food for thought from the excellent presentations from value stream owners and EPIC owners. So yeah, we would like to open up maybe first here inside the room for a few questions. Yes, please. And if you could identify your name and affiliation, that would be nice. Thank you. We cannot.
My name is Susie Henderson.
I cannot hear you. Apologies. Go ahead again.
My name is Susie Henderson. Sorry, and I was invited via UCOP, and I have two questions. In fact. The first question concerned the shortage. I was surprised that when we submit such shortage through ESMP, we need also to do it on the national level. And I would like to know, is it something that is going to coexist, or do you have in the future the need just to have one system to declare shortages? And my second question is when exactly we are going to reach all the goals that you explain us?
Thank you. I think we direct at least the first question to Pedro.
Indeed, it's a great question. But for the time being, that's a reality. And that's not the first time that the question comes to us or to me. And what I said and explained in other occasions was that we take good note of this concern. And we analyze that according to our priorities and also the situation, the legal frame we have now, because according to the legal frame, that's what we have implemented. However, we understand that it is considered a pain point, and we will take note of this situation. We are analyzing the situation internally to be a bit more transparent here. And once we have something in concrete, if we have something in concrete, but our goal is always to promote collaboration, efficiency for the benefit of patients. We are not a software house. We think about the benefits of the patients, and that's the spirit of the way we frame your question and the problem. Thank you.
Yep, please.
Jörg Stüben, FPR. I have a question to the development products. I heard this with quite an interest. Can I safely assume that we have a kind of clear-cut over phase, meaning we stop delivering into XEV MPD and continuing just delivering to PMS and not having something redundantly as we have it currently for our products? And the second question would go into the direction of a data flow, a proper data flow, meaning once a development product will be authorized, can I just then update that product and enrich it with additional information rather than submitting a completely new data set? Thank you.
Maybe Stephen or Isabel, I don't know who goes first. Please.
In all honesty, I think the first question is easier. So we're foreseeing in the first go something similar, that you submit at a cutoff date, you start submitting the development products in a very similar format than you submit the authorized ones. Could you then update it? I'm honest, we haven't discussed it that far. I think we need to sit down and think more closely. What would be the life cycle of those products? How do we link them? Are they still conceptually one and the same? Do we update it or do we link it? It's early days to tell what the solution would look like.
Are there any more questions in the room? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Annette Heidigsmann, UCOP. Coming kind of like, not for the ESMP, but for the manufacturers. When it was presented, it's kind of like the NCAs will map and synchronize their data. And the manufacturers are needed then, to cross-check and all of this. But my question is, we heard in the session before that the NCAs first need to kind of like check and trust the data. So will there be in that synchronization that was mentioned, is it really that they will synchronize the manufacturer's data or will they check, what's in PMS and maybe comment back if they disagree? I don't know.
can have a go, but it's not going to be the answer you expect. So I think it's early days, and we can elaborate with the NCAs. We're just discussing first, I think, what's the critical data elements for what use cases. That's what I heard. And then the process, exactly what they will check, how they will check, how MAHs will be involved. It will be elaborated or further discussed throughout this feasibility study that's planned, and maybe even beyond. So there's no clear-cut answer exactly how it's going to work at this stage, but they're not in the panel, poor Fakhreddin, so I think they're saving all the questions for you at the end of the day. I hope you don't fall sick.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so I don't know if there are any questions online. Yes, Joris, please.
There are quite a few questions online. Some of them overlap with what was asked in the room. However, the top voted question that we assigned to this session is, what is the opinion of the national health authorities overall in integrating PMS data into the national processes? And then there's a second question with that, with how many authorities is EMA currently working towards achieving that goal? I think maybe the second one has a more straightforward answer than the first one, but perhaps there's an NCA or two that will venture a comment on the first question as well.
To break the ice, I can talk a little bit about the data mapping, and I hope ideas are bursting from the NCAs on the rest. So I think we're working closely with the NCAs, and we report on a quarterly basis to the quarterly strategic portfolio review on that progress. Last count, I think we had 5 or 6 NCAs that we were still trying to reach, but most of them we have been able to reach, and there's some progress in the mapping there. The good news also is that for the data that we've received from many NCAs, we did a first automatic match, and the match is on the ranges of 80 to 90 odd %, so quite a good proportion of data we can match and map automatically. So they are reassuring, but we are monitoring the situation, and we report every quarter to the quarterly strategic portfolio review to keep a view of the progress of the NCA's mapping activity.
Just to complement what Isabel said, indeed we have 5 national content authorities who have not been contacted yet or have not reacted to this call. The process is going very well, and we are now mapping at product level, not package size level. And the reason we are mapping at a product level is to catch up what industry is doing as well. So there are 2 teams, the NCA's team and industry teams, doing the mapping. And in order to have maximize the synchronization process we are now doing at national level with the national content authorities through the product level, once this phase achieves a good level of maturity, in other words, the mapping reached maybe 80% or 90%, then we will start asking to start with the package size level. And hopefully with that, we'll map all caps and naps at product level and package size level, and which is pretty much in line with what I explained, the power of product master data identifiers and what this will bring for all of us across the EU.
Georg, I think you were moving. Do you want to elaborate as well? Yeah?
Oh yeah, some feedback from an NCA about this question for syncing data, reusing PMS data. I think there's one quick win. For the centralized products, for example, in Austria, we are planning to really synchronize the data, download it, and stop maintaining it manually in our database. And that's really reducing effort. Why is this so easy? Because we are not responsible for centralized data. We just use it. For the cups and nubs, I need to say, let's wait for Fakhreddin's presentation, because there we feel responsibility for data quality, and there the answer cannot be given so fast. Thank you.
Fakhreddin, I don't know. Joris, there were more questions, I think. Yes, you mentioned also in the room before.
There were several more questions. So there's quite a few about XEVMPD. So there's two about the XEVMPD timeline, and roughly, indeed, if we can comment on that. So if there's anything else to be said after the question in the room. But then there's also one, in order to achieve XEVMPD decommissioning, PMS data needs to be 100% accurate. Right now, we can observe many migration errors, both noted and missing from the list of known issues. How is the agency planning to achieve the needed accuracy?
Multiple things. So as I mentioned, throughout 25 and 26, our key focus is really stabilizing the solution. We just went live. We want to address synchronization issues across the systems. That's one. And some bugs that we are fully aware are still there are generating some issues with data quality. But that's the plan for 25. We're also working closely with NCAs to make sure we have all the products, to make sure we have all of the packages. So that's the first thing. And as I've reported, the next step is to work with the NCAs to make sure that the data in those products is aligned. So there's a series of events planned to improve the data quality to a point that we seamlessly integrated in regulatory processes and we don't have to keep double checking the data in that. But it goes in a sequence of steps. So that's the intention.
More questions, Joris?
Yeah, we have many more where those came from, in case there's no one in the room. So indeed, there was whether or not there's a timeline for the NCA's cleansing. So that's again a question about timelines. I don't know if there's any comment on that.
Not sure what NCA cleansing, if it's the data qualification. So the intention, and you will see it later today, so the NCAs are mapping products on the union list of critical medicines, the same as industry in 25. We move on to map the entire portfolio in 26. By then, there will be some more clarity on this data qualification of legacy data that we will share at a subsequent opportunity. I don't have concrete timelines for that as of yet. We need to go through some steps first. But there's a logical sequence behind.
Thank you, Isabel. I do see that the faculty is ready to say something, please.
Thank you. I was expecting Isabel to say we wait for a presentation of Fakhreddin again. And probably we should do that. So I suggest that people stop asking questions and wait until my presentation, or either we should bring my presentation forward to answer all those questions. Anyway, I will explain that there are two levels, and there's one in a product level and one in a data element level. And one is ongoing now and the other one is planning. So, but everyone, wait till the end for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'd like also to ask a question to all value streams, because you've already mentioned what's in the plan, what you would need, and so on. I would be interested for you to comment on once PMS would be fully integrated in your product, which benefit would you expect it to bring, and how do you see it shaping your value streams? Maybe I'll take Stephen first, and then...
Yes, thank you. So the way I see it from my perspective, that we have kind of two worlds now. One with the XEVMPD, with some system connected to it, and the PMS that is starting to become the future master data repository. And so for me, it's really important to be able to move everything into PMS, to have one repository. And once this is done, it becomes way easier to have the complete life cycle of the product and be able to link the different business processes that are using that data. So, from the R&D perspective, it's really to bring the main system that we have, which is CTIS. And I think this is there is a few steps to do before that, and that will be part of the strategy to decommission XEVMPD and repoint the consuming system to PMS.
Thank you. I move on to Pedro.
So I'm monitoring value stream I would go back to what I said before. The development of the SMP and the SU aim to address global concerns. One is medicine shortages, and the second is antimicrobial resistance. That's the big concern. And my ambition is that the growing use of PMS data in these two applications, or even UPD if you want to use also UPD, because ASU consumes UPD, plus the information or the data inherent to ESMP and SU. I would like to see them playing a key role, a global role, in addressing these global challenges for the benefit of human and animal health. I'm very confident if we keep the pace and we keep a consistent approach to do that, within some years' time, we will not only achieve the fully interoperable EU regulatory space through the use of PMS, but maybe we can then take a step forward cross borders and also lead globally the discussion with our example.
Yes, thank you.
Marie?
Yeah, from my perspective, I think the critical success factor for PMS is data quality and having trust in the data. And as soon as we have a PMS with all the data in there, then we trust the quality and we have the processes in place to guarantee good quality data. I think the opportunities are endless and very much even beyond the product lifecycle management value stream. I think then it becomes a world open to many stakeholders, far beyond the regulatory network that will benefit from the value. So for the regulatory lifecycle, it is definitely all connecting all the products and tools that we have, but I think the huge value is far beyond the regulatory processes. And that's, of course, that should be our goal as well. So thank you.
Good. With this as a great outlook, I would like to say that we have concluded, I think, the panel discussion. Maybe just to say that for any questions that were remaining that were not addressed, just rest assured that we will be reviewing them and update the question and answer as and when appropriate on that basis. And I think that concludes the panel discussion. And I think, Pelle, it would be nice for you to make some concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very good presentations and also questions and answers discussion session. I think we heard that PMS and product master data and services central and important in all of the value streams. Aiming to develop the best digital tools, supporting and relying on PMS. We heard also that product master data is king in EU platforms, a unifier that brings all together. But I think also equally important, and as Pedro also stressed, that it depends on our collaboration. The return on investment is better in animal health, but we need to do this together. And yes, there will be stepwise a long way, but along we need to do clever choices in prioritization and implementation, and it's done in close collaboration as well with the recommendations from NDSG, ROG, etc. So maybe we can see now PMS as the moon in the waxing crescent with XCV-MPD in parallel, but moving forward, critical medicine pack sizes in and enriching. We will move to the first quarter of the moon, half moon, maybe when we have the development products as well in, and finally reaching the full moon when XCV-MPD will be decommissioned, and reaching the goal for PMS, integrate PMS data with all regulatory processes. A win for healthcare.
With this, I propose to close the session. A big thank you to the co-chair and, of course, the excellent panelists, value stream owners and EPIC owners. You can see on the screen there is a possibility for you to provide feedback on this session, which we would, of course, very much appreciate for further iterations of which we can be sure there will be more iterations. For the rest, maybe some housekeeping. No lunch is free, Georg. None of them. NCAs, please make your ways to the restaurant industry. You have an opportunity to buy your sandwiches close by here, but not to access the restaurant, unfortunately. So I wish you all a great lunch, lots of food for thought, for further reflection, maybe over lunch, and we like to see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. I think what we have strategically planned to do is to keep this session after lunch very interactive, because here we're going to talk about how we get from data to value. And this is where we're going to showcase how we connect the various regulatory processes through a unified medicinal product data foundation. And we'll talk about how we use the data, what challenges exist, what do we see in the data. So it's going to be very interactive, very interesting. And we will start off with Marcos Fernandez Gomez, who's one of the PMS product owners, who will start giving us a holistic overview of how PMS data is used across all these various regulatory processes and what systems are involved. And then, as I said, we will have several demonstrations after that to see the data in action, I would say. And so with me is then also Georg. We have the pleasure to chair this session, and we will then also have time for some questions. So over to you, Marcus.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for joining. So I don't know how I manage, but I always have the session after lunch. So the idea is to keep you a bit focused and a bit of interactive. I think we have talked about the PMS as a rocket, moon, universe, the king. I wanted to keep it a bit following what we discussed last year. So last year we saw PMS as the base camp of product data where different systems were going to be consuming data. Last year we talked about ASU, ESMP, EPI, EAF, and other systems that were going to consume product data from PMS. This year, we can already say that these others, as you can see in this slide, have become other consuming systems, such as, for example, inspections, iris, parallel distributions, and more will come. So hopefully next year, this slide will be a bit more busier, and hopefully we will have more peaks here. Nevertheless, last year, when we do this presentation, we received a couple of comments, and we got the feedback that systems should not be disconnected. We shouldn't have those peaks isolated. We should build bridges among those peaks. Also, PMS should be the source of data for different regulatory and non-regulatory procedures, and that the data should be reused among all those systems and different procedures. So this year, I have changed a bit this image of peaks that could be a bit unreachable, that we need to connect. And I think it's better if we display the view as a landscape where we are able to connect the different systems with different roads. We can have the different systems still consuming data from PMS, but not only with one path. There could be different paths because we might not need to go always in a straight way. We might need to go, for example, from PMS directly to ESMP, or from PMS directly to ASU, or maybe EPI should be connected also with other systems. So we think now that is the aim of PMS, not really go into different peaks isolated, but bring all the data together with different procedures and where we can link the data. As you can see here in this slide, I'm going to do it very quickly. We have systems such as EAF, which is going to replace the interactive PDF, facilitating the compliance with ISO IDMP. We have EPI, who in principle, or the vision is to have product information in an electronic format that can be disseminated via via webs, e-platforms, and also to be printed. We have ESMP as well, so it's a platform to manage and collect information on availability, supply, and demand, so we can prevent, monitor, and also manage shortages. We have ASU, which is the European surveillance system that is used by national competent authorities to provide information on sales and use of antimicrobials in animals. Then we have other systems consuming data from PMS, such as inspections. They coordinate GMP, GVP, and also GCP inspections performed by NCAs for centrally authorized products. We have the IRIS portal, which is the case management for EMA-led procedures. And we also have parallel distribution, who is in charge of management of notifications for distribution of centrally authorized products in parallel by companies that are not the marketing authorization holders. So what is the aim of this presentation? With this presentation, we want to show you how the data is captured by PMS sources of data, and also how this data is reused among the different systems and procedures. We want to explain a bit how different stakeholders will be handling the data that we have in PMS. And for that, we have created two products. We will play a bit with these two products. We will go through a process, and each of us will be doing a bit of a demo. We don't have a lot of time, so sometimes we will use the screenshots, or we will go through the process because we want to save some time also, because we know that there might be different questions. So we will play with a cup that has two presentations. It's an antimicrobial and also a NAP, which is also an antimicrobial, because then those products will be used by ASU, by ESMP. And also we will see how work sharing, because you can see here that we have two products for two different marketing authorization holders. So we will do a work sharing variation using the web-based EAF, so you can see also how that works. So if we start from the beginning of this journey, what we have is a marketing authorization holder who is going to prepare a PDF-based new MA form, because this MA holder wants to have this product authorized. Once they have created the EAF within the dossier, they will include this in the ECTD form, ECTD dossier, and they will send this to EMA and also to the national competent authority, because we have a NAP. So EMA will store this information in SciAmed, our internal database, and the NCA will do the same for the national procedure on their national database. Once this product is authorized by EMA, so the centrally authorized product is authorized by EMA, EMA will change the status in SciAmed, and as soon as this status is changed to authorized or valid, this product will go directly to the PMS API and to the product UI. At the same time, once the NAP or the national product is authorized, the NCA will also register and update the product in their national database. How the centrally authorized product will look in the PMS API and in the PLM portal. So if we go to the PMS API, we will see that we will have a new product created, a new PMS ID will be assigned. We can search, for example, for the package. We said that we will have two different packaged medicinal products, because we have two presentations. All this data that you can see is coming from SciAmed. So obviously, if I look for the EV code, so we all know that it starts with PRD, we will not be able to find this information in the API. We have not received this information yet. Also, if I look for the product name, you will see that it's a bit different than the name that is authorized, because SciAmed is capturing the name in a different way. So we are capturing the name as it was authorized in SciAmed. We can also look, for example, for the classification. This is the ATC code where I have the RMS ID. I can look for the holder, and you can see that I have the log ID with the name of the holder, the procedure number. So all this information is captured in the PMS API. From the PMS API, we can go to the product UI, and you can see that I will have the same information as I have in the PMS API. I have the name of the product on the top, captured as in SciAmed. I don't have EV codes because this data is coming from XCVMPD, and we have not arrived to this point yet. We have the ATC code. We also have the full indication text, because this is captured in SciAmed, but I don't have the MEDRA codes, because MEDRA codes are also coming from XCVMPD. So you see that we have some data that is missing. We also have manufacturers, because manufacturers are captured for caps in SciAmed. So as soon as this data is approved in SciAmed, we will receive this information in PMS. And we also have the packages, as you can see also with the structured data for the packages, because we are consuming this information from our internal database. So we have the cap in the PMS API. We have the cap also in the PLM portal, but now is the turn of the MA holder to submit this information to XCVMPD. So they need to submit the centrally authorized product, they need to submit the nationally authorized product following the business rules that we have for XCVMPD. As soon as this information is submitted to XCVMPD, and I will just have a slide, you need to go to the to EVWeb or use your gateway to submit this data. You need to submit ideally all the packages, but there are different ways of submitting this information. And once this information has been submitted to XCVMPD, the data will be pushed to the PMS API, and from the PMS API to the product UI. You see that here we have two arrows, one coming from SciAmed, the other one coming from XCVMPD. That is because for the centrally authorized product, where we already have some information from SciAmed, we will enrich this product with the data coming from XCVMPD. Let's see how the nationally authorized product will look like in the PMS API as soon as it has been submitted to XCVMPD. So I can look, for example, for the package. I see that I have 3 different packages: package medicinal product here, another one here, and another one here. I can actually see that each of the packages has been assigned the EV code coming from XCVMPD. I can also look for the product name. And in this case, you can see that this is the correct name that we have captured in XCVMPD. I can also look for the clinical particulars. In this case, is the clinical use. These are the indications. Okay, in this case, we only have one indication, but that is how it looks like in the PMS API. What we can also see is how the cap will look now that I have submitted the data also in XCVMPD. So we said before, the cap has the name as captured in SciAmed. If we look for the product name now, you can see that this name has slightly changed because we have updated this information with the data coming from XCVMPD, which in principle should be the same data as captured in the SMPC. We can look for the packages, and in this case, as we said before, for the cap, we didn't have the EV code. We can see now that, for example, for this package, we now have an EV code assigned to this specific package. So as you can see, we are able to merge data that we have in SciAmed, captured by EMA, with data coming from XCVMPD, provided by marketing authorization holders. This is for the API. This is too technical. For those people that are not familiar with FHIR, with XMLs, don't worry, this is too technical. That's why we also have the product UI. So what I can do is I can sign in my account, and I can look for the cap. I hope it is big enough. So you can see that I have here this PMS product, and if I go into the product UI, I can see all the information. I can see the 2 EV codes that are captured and coming from XCVMPD. I can go into the manufacturers, and I'm able to see all the manufacturers and also the business operations that are coming from Siamet. I can see now, for example, the pharmaceutical product. I have a pharmaceutical product coming also from XCVMPD. I have my packages with the pack sizes also coming from Siamet, but I have here also the package description, which in the case of the cap, it's also coming from Siamet. For the NAP, just to save some time, I have a couple of slides here. So we can see that for the cap, we also have, for the NAP, sorry, we also have the correct product name with the different DB codes, with the ATC codes. I don't have manufacturers because XCVMPD is not capturing manufacturers. And therefore, this section is empty. It will have to be enriched afterwards. I have my packages with the package description coming from XCVMPD. In this case, you can see the MA holder has done a great job. We have the national ID, and then we have a short description of the presentation. But we don't have the structured data for this pack size. That will have also to be enriched to support ESMP and other business cases. We also have the pharmaceutical product with the route of administration and with the different ingredients that is coming from XCVMPD. We have now created the centrally authorized product with data coming both from Siamet and from XCVMPD. We also have the NAP with data only coming from XCVMPD. We have the information in the PMS API, and we also have the data in the PLM portal, in the product UI. Now is the turn for NCAs to map this information. They should be able to use both the PMS API or the product UI to map those products that that have been created in PMS to their national databases. That is important because these products will be used, for example, for ESMP, for ASU, where national competent authorities should provide information to EMA. So it is important for them to have this information mapped. Also in the future, there could be other use cases, like, for example, integrating EAF on their procedures. We can have a lot of, and this is something that we are discussing, there are different groups like ROC, etc., on how NCAs can use the data that we have in PMS once this data has been also mapped by NCAs with our systems. So, as I said before, these 2 medicinal products are antimicrobials, and they are also part of the Union list of critical medicines. So the ATC code that those products have assigned and the route of administration belong to the Union list of critical medicines. That means that these 2 products should be enriched before the end of 2025, which means that a marketing authorization holder should go to the PLM portal and they need to provide information on manufacturers and structured pack size data. Obviously, for the cap, that is not needed for the moment because this data is already coming from Siamet. So marketing authorization holders should just review that the data that we have, that the data that is captured in PMS is correct. But for the NAP, marketing authorization holders should go to the product UI and enrich this information. So I'm gonna quickly show you how this enrichment should be done in the product UI. So I'm just gonna change, I'm gonna look for the national product. I cannot do enrichment on caps. So I have this product that is authorized in Spain, so I can quickly go and edit the product. Let's put a enrichment. So what I'm creating now is a change because I want to update this product using the product UI. Hopefully this year we will allow also marketing authorization holders to use the API. So from their systems, they will be able to submit directly to PMS. That will facilitate the life of a lot of marketing authorization holders. We will also improve the enrichment process in the product UI. We will allow the bulk update and the clone activities, as you can see here. So very quickly, what we need to do in the product UI is add all the manufacturers for this nationally authorized product. So I can go to the manufacturers. I can try to add one manufacturer that I already have here. So you can see that we have all the organizations from OMS in this tab, but the one that I'm interested in is this specific one that, for the sake of the demo, we have chosen. And the idea is that with this table, I will be able to find all the manufacturers if they are registered in OMS. So as you can see, we are already starting using OMS, and afterwards you will also see that we are also consuming data from RMS, SMS, etc. So let's see if I can find this product. I have two of them. I'm going to select the first one. So I can save this product and I can say, oh, what I want to do is add is this one. I want to add a manufacturing operation. I have already seen a couple of questions on this. Chapter 3 of the EUIG contains the list of all the MBOs that should be provided with the enrichment. So if you have any doubt, Chapter 3 is your the document that you need to read. I will just add a specific manufacturing business operation. We need to add the manufacturing start date, let's say this one. The confidentiality indicator, it is automatically set as confidential because that is a confidential manufacturing business operation. We know that you have questions about the reference number, the regulatory organization. So as you can see, this one is not mandatory anymore. This is the UAT environment, but that means that soon this will be implemented in production. We have listened to you. We have received the feedback that not everybody knows which is the location or the organization who has approved this information or this manufacturer. So we will just change the conformance to optional. It is obviously highly recommended to include this information, but as some of you are struggling with the submission of this data, we have changed the conformance. So we can see now, you can see two because that is part of the demo, but this one has already been included now, this manufacturer with the business operation, the start date, the confidentiality indicator, and also the regulatory agency. I would need to do the same with the rest of the manufacturers, add the rest of the business operations, etc. By next quarter, we will have the bulk update option. So instead of enriching one by one the products, you will be able to do it in bulk. So if you have an MRP DCP with 3 presentations and in 10 countries, you will not need to go one by one enriching the products. You will be able to do it only once and then replicate the same information in all of them. What we also need to do is update the structured data. In this case, I already have it here, but I'm going to show you how it should be done. So I need to identify the package, and I need to say, okay, how many units of presentation I have. In this case, I would have 20, and then from RMS, I'm using the units of presentations. I can look for tablets, and I can say, okay, this is the one that I want to select. I would need to do this for all the packages. So this information is very important because that information will be used by ESMP when they run their reports and they need to do the analysis of the data. So Once I have done all this for the packages, I will be able to have this information captured for all the packages. I will have the manufacturers, and then I can go back to my change request. I can finalize this information, and then this will be pushed to PMS. I'm not going to do it now because I want to continue with the presentation. So the marketing authorization holder has now submitted the information through the PLM portal. In the future, they will be able to do this as well through the PMS API, so through their own systems. And as soon as this information is submitted, the data will arrive to the PMS API, and from the PMS API, it will land in the PLM portal. So we will always have the data updated. If there are changes performed by the marketing authorization holder because there is a new manufacturer or they have made a mistake and they want to change the data, we will update also the PMS API, and from the PMS API, the product UI will also be updated. I'm actually perfect on time. So we will continue now. I'm gonna stop talking a bit because we will start checking how other consuming systems will start using the data that we have. We have said these two products are antimicrobials and are also part of the union list of critical medicines. So one of the first use cases that we have is ASU. As we said, ASU is managing the it's a platform where NCAs will have to provide data on the use of antimicrobials. So ASU is consuming already PMS data from the PMS API. So I think I have Anastasia online. So she will guide us through the process on how ASU is going to consume and how it is already consuming the data from PMS. So over to you, Anastasia.
Thank you very much, Marcos. Good afternoon, everyone, and apologies for not being able to be there in person today, but feeling a bit under the weather. Nevertheless, well enough to give the demo today. So yes, I'm Anastasia. I'm the product owner of the antimicrobial sales and use platform. And this platform was finished developed last year at the beginning. And it was designed to enable member states to submit their data on the sales and use of antimicrobials in animals to the agency, and in turn for the agency to analyze these data and prepare an annual publication. And we're already in full swing. Last year, we collected the first cycle of data from 2023. And just last month, we published the first public report with the data collected. We're now currently in the middle of our 2024 data collection cycle. And yeah, things are going well. However, this is an ongoing project, and we're here today because slowly users are going to start reporting use of human medicinal products also via ASU. So it is true that ASU is focused on veterinary medicinal products mainly, given that it's focused on the analysis of how antimicrobials are used in animals. However, as you may well be aware, there are cases in which there isn't an authorized veterinary medicinal product for a certain indication in a certain species, and often vets have to use human products instead. As we want to be able to capture all the use of antimicrobials in animals, this is why we've also integrated with PMS in order to be able to facilitate the reporting of these cases. So yes, I'm going to do a demo of how an NCA user could search for a human product via the ASU platform to be able to report use of this data. So you can see on the screen already the homepage of ASU. So ASU can be accessed via the Union Product Database, which contains all the veterinary medicinal products. And ASU has two components. On the one side, we have the web portal, which we're displaying now, which is used by NCA users to submit the data. And then we also have a Power BI application, which allows all users to analyze the submitted data. So let's go directly to what an NCA user would do. So sales data is only for veterinary medicinal products, while use data is where we can also report the use of human products in animals. So an NCA user would go to the download use data template page. We're going to select the year 2024, Austria, and we're going to select for the species cattle. Now, if an NCA didn't have to report any human products, they would directly download the template and they would obtain a CSV file in which all the veterinary medicinal products, which are antimicrobials and are authorized for that country and that species, appear already in the CSV templates. And what the user would have to do is directly indicate the number of packs used. However, if they do want to report the use of a human product, this product has to be added manually. And to do that, they need to go to the search page, which I'm going to open now, where there is a search functionality where users can search for different products, both veterinary and human. So I've already searched for the ones that Marcos was mentioning earlier, but nevertheless, just to show you a quick demonstration of how it would work, the user would have to select the human products in the domain, and they can use any of the following fields to search for medicinal products. We're going to use the package identifier. And as you can see, in the search result table, we can see the products above. So to start with, it's important that products have all these fields so that it's easier for NCA users to be able to search for them. Once we have the products of interest in the search result table, we can select them, add them to the next table, which is the selected products table. And once the user has all the products they need that they want to add manually to the template, they click on the download template button. For time's sake, I already have a downloaded template. So you can see here the CSV file, which is generated, in which each row represents a product presentation at package level, and in each column we have information about each of these products. Key fields for ASU, so in addition to columns which help us identify the product, such as the different identifiers, the name, etc. But for us, it's fundamental that the products have information on the pack size, the ingredients, and the strength of those ingredients, because the pack size in combination with the strength and the number of packs reported for each use species or use category is what we use to calculate the total amount of active antimicrobial substance per product presentation, which is what we use in all our analyses and what we present in our annual report. So if we go down to the bottom, I've highlighted the two human antimicrobial medicinal products, which we've added manually. And you can see at the top in the green, we have the CAP, the centrally authorized product. And I've highlighted it in green because, as you can see, all the different fields of the template are filled in, except for the number of packs, which is what the user would have to indicate. And we also have here the substance information. So this product would be good to go for ASU reporting purposes. However, the nationally authorized product, which is highlighted in yellow, if we scroll across, we can see that it's missing pack size information here, and it's missing substance information here. Now, this is a brilliant example for us because what we want to highlight today is that not all human medicinal products are available yet, and not all of them have all the information that we need. It may be a case where data simply need to be enriched, or it may be a data quality issue where there's an incompatibility between the ASU system and the PMS system. So we just want to highlight that there's this need for collaboration between NCAs to help us detect which products for which they want to report ASU data, between the EMA, ASU, and PMS teams to identify where the issue is, and then with whoever's responsible for the data to perform the necessary data enrichment or correction actions. Just to give a bit of an idea of the timeline, so currently we're just collecting use data for food-producing animals for 4 main species: cattle, pigs, chickens, and turkeys. The use of human medicinal products in these species is quite low, although last year countries were already reporting use of at least 10 different HMPs, and it wasn't possible due to these data quality issues. However, even though it will be low for the next couple of years, we expect the need to report use data for human products to increase, especially in 2027, when member states have to start reporting use data for other species, including horses, in which we expect the use of human medicinal products to be higher than in these first species. And then in 2030, when they have to start reporting use data for dogs and cats. So yeah, but basically to finalize the demo, a user downloads the template, they complete it with the number of packs sold and used, then they come back to the ASU platform. There's an upload page where they have to select the file they wish to upload. The file is selected. It then takes a period of time for this file with all the data to be transmitted to the ASU Power BI application. But just to give you an idea of what that looks like, we have different reports which allow us to analyze the data, to analyze trends, to see trends by antimicrobial class, by substance, by product form, per species. And as you can see here, we have this little filter which enables us to distinguish between use of veterinary medicinal products and human medicinal products in the different species. So just to sum up, to go back to what Pedro was saying this morning, master data is king. We really need the product data to be correct and accurate so that we can use it in our calculations. Because the mission of ASU is to understand how antimicrobials are being consumed in animals across the EU to be able to make data-driven decisions to fight antimicrobial resistance. And with that, thank you very much for your attention. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. So I guess there will be questions. We will have a session at the end for the Q&A. But we wanted to proceed with the next use case. So MA holders are worried because they need to submit manufacturer's information. They need to submit structured data on pack sizes. That is very important because, as we will discuss now in this use case, ESMP is going to consume that data that is provided by marketing authorization holders. So we have the next use case is ESMP, where marketing authorization holders, but also NCAs, will have to provide a specific data to support the shortages managed that is provided and is performed by ESMP. In this case, we have Peter Jan, who is going to provide us with a short demo and explanation on how ESMP is also consuming already PMS product data. So over to you, Peter.
Okay, I'll quickly take over the screen. This should be visible now.
Yes.
So thank you, and then thank you for allowing me to show how the ESMP is using the PMS data. It's a bit as Pedro already told this morning. ESMP is a heavy user of PMS data, PMS structured data, and we especially need it during crisis times. So think of COVID. Think of when we had the antibiotics exercise during times where we need information gathering fast. We need a lot of information, and we need it to be structured as possible so that we can provide as many of the updates that we need to relevant stakeholders. So very short, this is a very quick overview. So how are we using ESMP? How are we using PMS data? So basically there are two big parts that are using the PMS data. We have the ESMP itself, which gathers data from both member states and also from industry. How we're using PMS data? Well, ESMP has a number of templates that are pre-populated in normal circumstances. This is only the templates for the shortage reporting of centrally authorized products, but especially during crisis when we need to gather a lot of information, there are quite a bit of templates that need to be completed. And we're using the PMS data in order to pre-populate those templates as much as possible, so that we can quickly and easily request information, and that is linked directly to a product, so that when the template is then re-uploaded and it is provided then to the analysis tool, which we call the ESMP Smart or Shortage Monitoring and the Risk Analysis tool, the PMS is the link that allows us to bring it all together. And what we're using it for, not just for the information itself, from allowing us to identify which information belongs to which product, but we're also using structured PMS data for aggregation, analysis, and the visualization of data. So as you can see, we're using it quite a lot. This is the basis on which we were able to build our product, and there are reliable structured data for caps and naps on pack level, because for us it's very important that we have the information on pack level, because that is the level of information we are actually know that for industry is the easiest to report to us, number of packs. So that's why we need the pack data. And it is very important for us it's actually crucial for being able to prevent, monitor, and manage shortages, especially during crisis situations where it's very important we can create a full overview and we can help the patient the best as possible. So now I will show you 3 of the actual templates that we're using. So first of all, we have the routine shortage reporting. So as you can see, this is the ESMP homepage. The industry user has a tab that says routine shortage reporting. There you can download a specific template. PMS allows us to directly show only the products that are relevant for that industry user. In this case, it's the one that Marcus told us. The user can then download the template. It opens up the template, and you can see this template is cell template is already pre-populated. It has a full product name, it has a short name, it has active substance, strength, pharma form, pack size, but especially it has also the country of authorization and also the marketing status. And this is very important because we are requesting quite a bit of information. As you can see on the screen now, this information is empty. And by having the PMS already pre-populated and having a PMS identifier, we can link this information that is being provided, that's still being provided by the user directly to the correct product. And we can also pre-populate and make sure that you only see that information that's relevant for you. This template is then finished, is saved, and then it can be re-uploaded to ESMP and provided back to us. The second one that I'm able to show is then during crisis information. You can see for reported for critical medicines, there are quite a bit more tabs. For this one, we're going to focus on the availability information, and the next one will be on the manufacturing information. So once again, the user clicks on the tab, it can download the template. Now, this template is pre-populated by using the PMS data element, but only for those products that are in the portfolio and that are relevant for that public healthcare emergency. So we always try to make sure that you only need to provide information on the level that you actually need it. Again, as you can see, it's pre-populated. You can see the country of authorization and marketing status, and then again, all the data elements which we truly need to be able to have a full overview of the crisis can then be populated, and of course be provided back to EMA. You can see it's a lot of information, but by having the PMS identifier, this information is directly linked to the correct medicinal product. The user can then again save it, and it can additionally be re-uploaded to the ESMP portal. Then finally, we have the final one, which is the one for the marketing. I see something went wrong. All right, this is the correct one. So then the final one, we have the marketing, manufacturing information, which is again a template pre-populated, but now with a whole different set of information. Previously saw this was mainly the basic information that you can find from the product, but now we're really going into the detailed information, namely the manufacturing information, for which Marcus has shown how this can be updated and for products which do not have it. And for us, it's very important in order to be able to have this information at hand for when we need to start conversations with industry, especially during this crisis situation. As you can see, the template is again pre-populated. Especially important is column G and column I, where the manufacturing type, so we can see what the site actually manufactured, linked again to the product is there, and also where it is located. This information can then once again be completed. Again, linking the product this time to, which is already linked to the manufacturing site, and then we can ask for the other information that we need in order to find mitigating measures during a crisis. And then once again, the user can save it and then re-upload it to the ESMP. Then finally, and unfortunately, I cannot show this. I cannot give you a live demo because we're currently not in a crisis, so our platform is not activated. So what else are we using it for? So we're not just using it for pre-population of the templates as discussed. We're not only using it for linking the provided information to the correct products. We're actually using PMS structured data actively in our data analysis. So using the data analytics platform, which was also mentioned this morning, we have the ESMP risk analysis tool, the ESMP Smart, and we're using it for three main things. We're using it for aggregation of similar products. During a crisis, it's very important that we're able to see a situation and at many different levels. And what PMS structured data allows us to do is create an aggregation key where we can take the data that was gathered and for our matching of supply and demand, we link the products on different levels of granularity. So, for instance, what we're doing is we can look at the data and take all the gathered data of those products with the same active substance, but we can go even more granular when we're only considering active substance pharmaceutical dose, active substance pharmaceutical dose form and strength. So we're able to do automated analyses on multiple levels of matching of supply and demand in order to have a better overview of the situation and once again find the mitigating actions. What we're also doing is that we're using the PMS structured data for data analysis, mainly because we're gathering data on different levels. Most of the data is gathered on pack level, but we're also requesting data on the medicinal product level. And by using PMS data elements, we're able to bring all the information together to common unit of measurement for our matching of supply and demand. And finally, the PMS data, especially the PMS identifier, also allows us to automatically create reports that link the gathered information to the correct products and allow us to show our end users, which is EMA, which is the Commission, but it's also the member states, all the relevant indicators automatically into a single report, gathering all the information of only those products that are relevant. And that was it for me. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Peter. I hope we don't need to switch on the platform. So that means that we are not in a crisis. But as you can see, we are ready. ESMP is already consuming the data. So I think it's also a good use case. And what Peter Jan has shown is also very interesting. So going forward with the next use case, so we have our colleagues from EAF. I think we have done a good job together. We've been discussing a lot of things together. And the idea is to show now how marketing authorization holders would also be using PMS data when they need to submit a variation form using the PLM portal and using the web-based variation form. In this case, Christina will show us how a word sharing variation would be created. I think she's going to also show some new things that have not been shared yet. So I think it's very interesting. And so, Christina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marcos. I will share my screen and I'll give you some information that has not been indeed seen or shared before. Share my screen. Here, so this is our PLM portal homepage. I'm sure you already saw that. Anne-Marie already showed us this portal. So this was initially launched for the electronic application form, and we have then been adding the further products, the EPI and the product UI onto this website. So of course, the role of this web-based EAF is to replace the interactive PDF EAF. So far, we are in recommended use, strongly recommended use for centrally authorized products, and we're moving to recommended use for non-centrally authorized products next Monday on the 26th of May. So as an applicant, if I needed to do a variation, well, of course, I log into this portal. for the benefit of time, I have already prepared an application here, and I've already added one product into it. So you can see we are indeed using all this information from PMS. So we get the product name, the dose form, all the details as presented by Marcos before. And what the difference is here, so for example, for ESMP needed PMS to go live because they have this strong link. They are heavily relying on PMS data. In fact, EAF was already using PMS before PMS even went live. So we have been working on PMS and building on PMS together. So it has been a crucial part of the development of EAF to also make sure that that these, let's say, the groundworks and the building blocks are there in place for product UI, and the PMS data can be used as soon as it became available. So here now, if we then select the other product, the nationally authorized product. So I launch a search. It's always ideal to use the PMS ID. And here we can see the nationally authorized product. I will select it and I'll save. So then we have these two products saved into the application form. And Marcos has shown us how to enrich the data. In some cases, of course, you're not enriching the data, but you may have a variation where you need to change the data. You maybe have a variation where you are adding a new manufacturer. And this is what we are doing in this particular example of a work sharing variation. Of course, it's not a realistic example because there are two different MAHs, but let's pretend that this is slightly more realistic scenario. So now we have the two products here with their data available. We have included the scope, we have the procedural information, and the system automatically calculates a lot of data and business rules here. So for example, we have added the variation procedure number here. And if we refresh, the system should also very quickly show us that this is a work sharing variation. Let's move on to the most exciting part of this presentation, which is actually to show you how we are connecting and how we are using structured data in the electronic application forms. So this is the present and proposed section. So normally you would go into the present and proposed section to edit the fields. I will show them here. So you have these present and proposed fields exactly like in the interactive PDF. But today we want to look at something brand new. So it is the structured changes. So here I will click into the Add Structured Changes. This is still in development. This is not yet available in production, but this is really to show you the concept of how it will work. So let's pretend this says manufacturing changes. We'll click Add, and the system will seamlessly move from the EAF user interface into the what looks like the product UI interface. So in fact, when we were developing electronic application form and when we were developing the product UI user interface, we were doing both at the same time. So it's all about getting synergies. We're not doing two different systems, but we're doing one system that we're actually using for two different purposes. So here we can see the system is calculating, it's preparing, and it's retrieving the information from product UI and from PMS. So now we can continue to edit. So here we can see the nationally authorized product that Marcos showed us earlier. And here you can see I've already added this particular manufacturer in here. And here we can see the operation type. So we will now move on and add the same manufacturer for the other product. So I click here, Add Manufacturer, and the of course, the screens will look very, very familiar because you have seen them as a part of the product UI. So I will do a search. And soon we'll be able to select the same company also for the centrally authorized products. We have quite a few organizations here. So again, we are using OMS data. So we will select that. And we can save the data. Then we can go to the second page. So we can go and edit it to add the manufacturing operations. And we add the manufacturer operation type here. So this is identical to how you would do it when you're enriching. So this also makes it easier for marketing authorization holders if you are working with the PLM portal, because the tools are similar. It's already a familiar screen. And here we can choose the date and we save. And then to save time, I will show you how it will look when you finally finalize the application and you submit it to the authority. So we then, for example, here at the EMA, so now I'm no longer the applicant, but now I'm EMA who has just received this application. So colleagues in the submission registration team may view this application form before they send it to our procedural colleagues. So they can see here that there's a variation procedure number, which will be available also in our case management system. You can see the products that were selected, and then you can see the data also added here in the present and proposed section. So this is the structured data from PMS that we've just added this manufacturer and the manufacturer's business operation. So then ideally this same information will be approved through this variation and will be pushed back into PMS. So already for centrally authorized products, because as a part of the procedure, we also reflect these changes back into PMS. So when the applicant then accesses the system next time, they can already see the updated information available here. Of course, they can also log in via product UI to enrich the data even more. For non-centrally authorized products at the moment, this would still need to be submitted via XEVMP until we have finalized the business process and the TOM. So this is all that I really wanted to show today, so we can then move to the next colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I hope we get the structure changes soon. I guess semi holders will be willing to start using this feature. So as Christina was saying, once the variation, the web-based variation form has been created, then as usual, you need to include this variation form in your ECTD sequence. It will have to be submitted to the NCA and EMA. And in this case, as we have a cap, then this is a procedure that is going to be led by EMA. And this is where IRIS will start playing a role here. And this is the next use case. We have the IRIS procedure management system, and we also have inspections. So in this case, or now what we want to show you is how IRIS is gonna start using this data that we have created. So PMS data, but also the data created by Christina. IRIS is already consuming PMS data for different purposes. So we have here variations, parallel distribution, inspections, PSUR fees. So there are a lot of procedures and use cases where IRIS is consuming PMS data, and that will continue growing over time. As Christina said, for NCAs, once they have received a variation, then the NCAs will need to track all this information in their systems. But I think we can proceed now with Madalena, who is also online, and she will go a bit through the IRIS procedure management. So over to you, Madalena.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. I'm Madalena Duzzamare. I'm product owner for the regulatory procedures implementation in IRIS. This scope is basically about the product lifecycle management for procedures which are EMA-led, and it's aiming to replace SIMED and other EMA systems when it concerns to the product lifecycle procedure management. Currently, we are live with the procedure management in IRIS for all EMA-led post-authorization procedures only, not yet the marketing authorization application, which is in progress. We are managing and working together on mainly centrally approved procedures, but as I mentioned, it's our scope is EMA-led procedures. So when it comes to procedures involving nationally approved products where EMA is in the lead, such as work sharing variations which contain at least one centrally approved product and other nationally approved products, then PSURs, irrespective they are CAP, NAP, or a mix of them, referrals and past procedures because they are by default EMA-led. Here I would like to share my screen then to continue what Christina already started. I hope you can see my IRIS case.
Not yet, Madalena.
Not yet, right? So I'm going to then try again.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So that's how in the test environments, how the EMA registers and processes procedures. We are at the step where we have received an application via the gateway via the CTD containing an electronic application form for a work sharing variation, including centrally approved product and not centrally approved product. So it's a CAP-NAP. It's a work sharing. It has, in this case, some product information affected because it's including a batch release manufacturer update. This variation came with a proposal. So I'm also going to show you the interaction between different procedure types at EMA or different processes. In the scope of this variation, we have as my colleagues already mentioned, a centrally approved product and nationally approved products, yeah, being a work sharing. Now you will see also the packaged products associated to this products part of the work sharing. The precise scope was written in the application form, and the scope as also coming from the application form. More what we wanted to show you is, in principle, a type 2 variation of such type can trigger an inspection if the site is not yet authorized. And what we have in our case on the case management, we have the possibility to link different cases in the system. In this situation, we have an inspection case, which also consumes PMS data. And it's very useful for us because we are all using the same data. For us, product and the data quality and the product master data is crucial. We need to have accuracy and clean data on products because we are using them. We use the product and we change the product, and that's something which is at our core, because we are managing the product via the regulatory procedures of the product life cycle. So in this case, we are changing the product by, the applicant intends to change the product by submitting a variation to add a new site for manufacturing of the finished product and as a batch release site. So following the assessment of such application via different steps of the process, we are reaching an outcome. And this outcome will also have, as an, let's say, output a letter of, we call it an opinion letter, which will trigger basically the update of the master database. Today, we are still updating SAMED. In the future, PMS will be updated. Anyways, today SAMED is updated, but PMS, of course, receives the data. The applicant is also, the marketing authorization holder is also updating XCD-MPD. So based on these systems, they all feed into PMS, and there is where we also get to see all this. When PMS is up to date, IRIS is up to date. So it's a close connection, and we heavily depend on PMS as a product database. What is very interesting, and maybe many of you have seen already, we have also a portal part in IRIS where the applicant gets to see the procedure once it's registered by EMA. And they have a similar view as we have on the EMA side, where you could see the product details. So the product added to the case, we have here authorization product caps, then the nationally approved products, their packaged products associated to as relevant for the case. Moreover, in an outcome details section, which is in a slightly different part of the submission form, you can also see the outcome. So because I reached the outcome in this situation with my product, just to show you what this part includes, it's also including the scope outcome, the precise scope was approved, and then the annexes as they are affected, so the product information. Yeah, so with this, basically we are, once this variation is approved, we are ensuring the product data is updated via SAMED. The company should also update XCD-MPD. I think I will, you will also see how inspections work in this landscape, but what I also wanted to showcase is that we are connected. Well, the data is throughout the system, so product data, case data, EAF data have to be in sync and coordination in order for, and that's a good thing because we are not working in silos anymore. So the data is very fluid throughout the systems. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Marilena. So, Marilena, you already said that a variation of this type can trigger an inspection because we are trying to, the EMA holder is trying to add a new manufacturer and a new site with a new MBO. So the idea is now for Anna to show us a bit how the inspections are managed at EMA. So over to you.
Thank you, Marcus. Good afternoon. My name is Anna Fyodorova, and I'm the product owner for parallel distribution and certificates. But today, in the context of this demo, I will focus on a showcase of how EMA request inspections based on the variation that had consumed data that Marcos has created and Christina has populated. So I'll be presenting the EMA sides of the screen. So as already mentioned by my colleagues, this organization is in the scope of inspection. It's being added as a manufacturing site. So on CRM, we have the organization details. We also have some manufacturing information. We have two products that were created, one NAP product and a CAP. In the context of this case, we're interested in CAP data. So we will take a note of the log ID of this organization, which we received from OMS, and we'll start creating an inspection case, which is initiated by EMA and coordinated by the EMA. So we pick up the inspection domain. In this case, that will be a human product, and we need to provide here the log ID of the organization that is in scope. Next mandatory element is to include the reporting deadline. I pick a random date here, and we need to save case in order to allow system at this point to pick up all the products which are manufactured at the site. Partially, or some manufacturing operations are linked to the site, and the products which belong to the human domain. It might take a minute here, but the list of products will be presented shortly, and the detailed list of manufacturing operations per strength, pharmaceutical form, where the inspection coordinator will have to select the respective operations that will be in scope of the given inspection. So if we scroll down, we see here a grid, a table of associated products, which we need to refresh a couple of times for the data to come up. Let's refresh the entire page. So we see a CAP here. NAPs are not included because the scope is for a centrally authorized product. And in the grid below, we should shortly see more detailed information on a medicinal product level. We have the strength and a pharmaceutical form. By default, the products appear as out of scope. So there will be multiple products manufactured at this site. So the coordinator will have to go and pick the products that fall within the scope and change the status into in scope. And that will have to be done for every product that is included in the inspection. And once we refresh, save the page, the respective medicinal products will also appear as in scope. From here on, the case will progress further. We'll need to assign the inspectors, the supporting, the lead inspectors, and we'll have to continue with committee adoption. At that stage, the notifications are triggered to the respective inspectorates, informing them of the adopted inspection, and to the contact points on the MH side, informing that their sites will be inspected. If at some point in time the products will have to be added or removed to the scope, respectively, the coordinator will have to go back to the list and change the status. Pardon me, it has to be here. And change the status of the product in removed with fee, without fee, or added. That will also, in return, trigger notifications to the impacted NCAs, to impacted MAHs, and NCA as well, that will inform them of the changes in the inspection scope. As a result of the case, once the inspection is completed, that information will pass on to the variation, and then the team managing variations will take it over. So here I really wanted to show you how inspection process consumes product-related data and manufacturing operations that are related to organizations and both to the products. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. We are happy to see that sport data is consumed through all the systems. So if we continue with this journey that we are doing, hopefully this variation will be approved. Once this information or this variation has been approved, then there are different steps for different stakeholders. As Madalena already said, SciAmed colleagues, so EMA colleagues, will have to update Sciamet with the new manufacturer that has been authorized. This information will continue the flow through Sciamet, through the PMS API, to the PLM portal, so people will be able to see, oh, this manufacturer has now been authorized for my centrally authorized product. NCAs will also need to update this information in their national databases, in this case for the nationally authorized product. Marketing authorization holders will have to either go to XCVMPD and update XCVMPD if this variation affects XCVMPD data. That is not the case because it's the update of a manufacturer, but they will have to go to the PLM portal and through the product UI or at some point through the API, they will need to include this information for the nationally authorized product. In this case, then, we will have accurate data and updated data in the PMS API and in the product UI. So again, all the consuming systems, if they need this information, they will be able to use it. Either EMA, NCAs, whoever wants to consume this data will be able to do it. We are getting close to the end of the presentation. We have our last use case. In this case is EPI. So as Christina also showed, we have EPI in the PLM portal. So Livy will present and we show us how EPI will be linked and will be also using PMS data. So over to you, Livy.
Thank you, Marcus. So now, my name is Elizabeth Livy Scanlon, the EPI product owner. And we've seen the data flowing through the variation, flowing through the systems very efficiently. And now we have an authorized product and we need to communicate this to the patients and healthcare professionals in a human-friendly way. And this is what we call the product information, the summary of product characteristics and the package leaflet. So at the PLM portal, the company can log in and they can there create their electronic version of the package leaflet and of the SMPC. So this product, the EPI, is still in development, but we recently successfully completed a pilot and we're working towards go live of this product. So at the PLM portal, after the company has created their electronic package leaflet and SMPC, they can then link those in the PLM portal to the appropriate PMS products. So they may have 2 or 3 package leaflets. They can link each one to the correct product in PMS. And then when they are ready, this can be submitted to the regulator also in the PLM portal. Then the regulator publishes the EPI, and this makes it available in the FHIR repository via the application programming interface. So the application programming interface is for machines, and this is where consuming systems such as websites, apps, future medicines web portal, NCA websites can consume this EPI data and can present it to their users. So I'll go to the next slide, please. So I mentioned that there is a step where the EPI is linked to the PMS products. But why would we do this? What are the benefits of linking the EPI, the human-friendly information, to the PMS data, the machine-friendly information? So the reason for this is, first of all, so that once the EPI is linked to the PMS, at the moment, the PMS ID for those products and another important identifier called the data carrier identifier will appear in the EPI FHIR message. Now, this will tell the consumers of the data, so the websites, the apps, the developers, the analysts who are consuming the data, this will tell them which package leaflet, which is the human-friendly information, is associated with which PMS data, which is the machine-friendly information. So this will allow them to use the synergies of both types of data. They may want to create an application where they combine that data together for their specific use case, for example, to enable searches or to enable their particular use cases. And a second important benefit to having the other value that I mentioned, the data carrier identifier value, which comes from PMS, having that from PMS go into the EPI, is the usefulness of this number
this identifier to deliver that information, the electronic information, right into the hands of patients who have a box of medicine in their hand. So this data carrier identifier, which is in PMS, is also printed on a 2D barcode on medicine packages of EU medicines. And our vision is that in future, a simple scan of the 2D barcode on the medicine box will enable the patient to be displayed the package leaflet for their medicines on their phone from the package in their hand. So this was the short circle that I wanted to describe to you, the creation of EPI by the company, the publication by the regulator, the linking to the PMS products, and then the machine taking that EPI data from the application programming interface. So Marcus will just show a short video showing this on the UI. Thanks, Marcus. So on this view, you can see the product in PUI. And this is the product that the colleagues have been working with as well. And this is the packaged medicinal product. And you can see in the features of the different pack sizes, the 30 tablet and the 15 tablet. Here you can see in PUI that there is a data carrier identifier. So for the 30 tablet, this identifier is entered, and this is a GS1 global trade item number. And you can also see for the 15 tablet that a data carrier has been entered here by the MAH through the product UI interface, and this is a global trade item number. So now we will move over to the EPI. And here in the EPI area of the PLM portal, I have created an EPI for this same medicine as the MAH, and it appears here in my EPI list. So I can preview this EPI. And this particular EPI contains an SMPC, one package leaflet, and one labeling. So here in the preview, you can see all the usual sections that you're used to seeing in the EPI. And this is the SMPC. And then later on, we have the other documents, and we have the package leaflet. So here, when I'm creating this EPI, I can link it to the product in PMS. So here you can see that one SMPC, one labeling, and one package leaflet has been created for this product. Of course, there can be more than one package leaflet or more than one SMPC and labeling as needed. So here I'm going to select this particular package leaflet. And this is for the 150 meg tablets. And I'm going to add the link to the product in PMS. So here I do a search, and this search will show me all the products that are available to me for my MAH that I'm representing, and that are also of the same authorization type as this EPI. So this is a CAP product, and this is a CAP EPI. So I'm going to select this product, and I'm going to add this link to the package leaflet. And now you can see the package leaflet is linked to this product. And this product has two data carrier identifiers because there are two pack sizes, the 15 and the 30 tablet size. And so when this linked EPI is then published by the regulator, the EPI FHIR message will contain the PMS ID and the data carrier identifier values that came from PMS. So in the interest of time, I have already published an EPI. And this is in my list. And we can view that in this API that's published, in this API, because it's published, I can't edit it, but I can view it. We have linked all the documents to that product. And you can also extend the table, and you can see that the global trade item number has also been linked. So here's a global trade item number. Here's one of the global trade item numbers. Now that this has been published, this means that this API data is freely available from the API application programming interface. So let's go to the application programming interface here. And we can see that there are different endpoints, and there's some more information here about how you can search. And we are going to search bundle by search parameter. And this allows you to query the API by the data carrier identifier value, or you could use the PMS ID, and you can also add a language attribute. And by doing the search of the API, you can see here that we retrieve that API data. So here you can look through and see here we have the that data carrier identifier value is in the API file, and this is the summary of product characteristics. And it's also here, and here is the package leaflet API data. And here you can look in the file and you can see, of course, the text that we're used to seeing for the package leaflet. Here we go. Read all of this leaflet carefully before you start taking the medicine, etc. So some of the standard texts that we have there. So in this way, we hope that consumers will be able to use the PMS data combined with the API to add value to their API data.
That concludes the demo from my side, Marcus. Thank you, Libby. So I hope if we have developers here or online that would like to use this API data to start linking and showing APIs, that would be really beneficial for the public and the patient. So thank you very much, Libby. So coming to the end of the presentation, so we can also give some time to questions. This is an overview of the data flow for a specific and very small use case where we have created and we have authorized the product, and we have added variation, and we have added our manufacturers and the structured data, pack sizes, so different consuming systems can add. Hopefully, and maybe next year, we will be able to have a bigger overview with more consuming systems. We are sure that over the years, this diagram will grow. And just a couple of key takeaways and conclusions. So I think with this demo and with all the colleagues that have presented their systems, and also we have mentioned MA holders, NCAs, you can see that the data that is submitted by marketing authorization holders, the one that is created by EMA, is reused by different consuming systems. So we have EPI, we have EAF, ASU, we have ESMP, we have IRIS that is using this for PSURs, that is using this for parallel distributions, for inspections. So the data that you are providing is reused. That is also why it's very important that you submit accurate data and you check that the data that you are submitting is correct. With this reuse of data, we are aiming to have regulatory and non-regulatory regulatory procedures that are more efficient. There is less manual intervention. We can have, for example, variations forms that are auto-populated with PMS data. So you just need to select your products, and then the name of the product, the marketing authorization holder will be already populated. We want to evaluate variations, or we want to manage inspections and parallel distributions in a more efficient way with less manual work. And also the data that we are receiving is consumed by ESMP and ASU. So templates that are needed to be then enriched by NCAs or by marketing authorization holders are already pre-populated. So we already have product data that can be used by the different stakeholders. So there is always this principle that PMS should be the source of product data in the EU regulatory network. I think with this demo and you see the interconnection of the systems, we are really walking into this vision and this principle that we have. And more systems will start consuming data, PMS data in the future. So with this, we will also strengthen this principle of PMS being the source of product data. There are already a lot of groups outside. There are already a lot of discussions happening also internally. We have different groups in the network. We have the NDSG, we have the ROG, we have EMA, we have our SMEs. We are all discussing on how we can improve those processes. We are also discussing how new processes can be built using PMS data. So there's a lot going on. PMS will continue growing and will continue feeding information and product data to other systems. So the idea of this session was to showcase the end-to-end user journey with different consuming systems, how to create an EAF, how to link your EPI with PMS, how variations and how inspections are also using and consuming your data. I hope it's valuable, that you have learned something new, that you can see how the data in PMS is used and reused, because this is one of the visions that we have. So I hope you have enjoyed the presentation.
Yes, I really have enjoyed this. Thanks so much for Marcus and all the colleagues putting so much effort in the preparation. And being chairs, we have nothing to do. You're perfectly in time. So shall we wrap up, we both, and then go to questions, or go to questions immediately?
Yeah, I think it's now question time. So I also wanted to thank the team for putting together this very comprehensive end-to-end demo. Obviously, it shows, right, how the data is being used, and how it's pervasive in a way across the entire life cycle of the medicine. So really well done and very clear. So I think we wanted to see if there's questions. I can imagine there's a lot of questions. They can be very technical because we went a little bit technical here today. I can maybe start with one question that came to my mind. So we talked a lot, and you're product owners, and that's why I think it's appropriate to ask you in terms of what is your vision in terms of making the data in PMS available to public patients, and not so much it's available through the PMS UI, but more as a macro at the macro level, so that the public has a better understanding of where is the medicine being made, the API manufacturers, what medicines are authorized in which NCA and which ones are not authorized. So I think there could be a lot of macro level questions that could be very interesting to look at. But what's your vision as product owners?
So thank you for the question. I think it will be a bit difficult to share who is manufacturing the active substance, because that is confidential information. I think half of the people here would not allow us to.
But maybe just where
it's
made. Just the location.
Yes, that maybe. But yeah, I think so. One of the goals that we have for this year, beginning of next year, is to open a public API with public product data, because right now, NCAs and MA holders, which is a lot of people, can access the data, but then if associations want to access and see, okay, how many products are authorized in Europe, I want to do studies on that. European Commission wants to access this data. This is not yet available, so we want to open this public API. So then anybody who really wants to have access to the data in PMS, the data that is public, can access. They just need to connect to the PMS API, and all the information will be available. So I think that will benefit anybody that wants to really have access to the data, and is one of the visions that we have in PMS.
Very good. Happy to hear that. I also realized maybe since I'm looking in the room, no hands up yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, please.
Good afternoon, Anne van den Broeke from the Belgian Medicines Agency. Thank you for the presentation. We are sure that PMS will be a very valuable data source. As National Competent Authority, we do have one concern, and that is the quality of the data. For us, that's very important. Could you tell something about that? And I also have a second question. I know that parallel distributed medicinal products and authorizations for parallel import are not always available in xEVMPD because it's not an obligation. We don't find them in PMS as National Competent Authority. If you want to do the mapping between the products, will there be a solution for these products? Thank you.
Okay, I think these are also very good questions. So I can start with the data quality. So in the last presentation, Anne-Marie, I think she has pointed out a couple of times that for PMS, for EMA, the data quality is very important, because without good data quality, then all the consuming systems will not be able to work. So it's something very important for us. And we are now investing a lot of resources on that. So we are now working on something that we call the data analytic platforms, and also on reporting, because what we want to do is be able to have this type of reports where that we can use to analyze the data quality, or the quality of the data that we have. So if we foresee, or if we see that there are some products where there are some specific, like, I don't know, MA numbers are missing, or active substance are missing, or there are duplicates, we want to identify those cases. We have seen a couple of, for example, duplicates, because we have different strength on xEVMPD, and therefore when they are migrated, we create duplicates. We want to have reports on that, so we can have a clear understanding on which is the level of quality that we have, and we can solve those issues. So proactively, we will be looking into this data, and we will be contacting MA holders and tell them, hey, those products are wrong, please correct them. Or if there is a bug on our system, we will be able to solve. So we are working towards this, because, as Anne-Marie says, this is really important for us. And we also know that it's very important for NCAs and for industry to have the best data quality. So we are working on that. Then for the parallel distributed products, so we have discussed with ESMP, and for the moment ESMP is not using parallel distributed products, so it's out of a scope of ESMP. Now, if there is a use case for NCAs, then we will need to discuss together, because, as also Isabel presented before, we have already allowed marketing authorization holders to submit, for example, homeopathics or herbals, because they are used in the variation form. We have also allowed MA holders to submit the pending MRPs and DCPs. So if there is a use case for parallel distributed products, because NCAs need this information, we can discuss, and we can also ask MA holders to submit this information in xEVMPD, and therefore they will be available in PMS. So it's just a matter of discussion.
Maybe just to add a little bit, as an available temporary solution, you might be aware that there is an open register of products authorized for parallel distribution on IRIS webpage. It is available at the product presentation level. At the moment, exportable in Excel or Word file, until, if needed, that data could be available elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. So maybe, Jerome?
Yeah, thank you. Laurent Descapet from FPR. Was very interested by the presentation of Christina on the application form, as usual. You started to demonstrate the structure changes, but then does it mean that you submit the changes to PMS at the submission time, at the approval time, Do we have to do it twice? And you can imagine there is a question of around processes behind. If we have to do a number of changes, can we use the API? Can we upload the fire message ourselves coming from our RIM? You see a number of questions will come with that initiative. Great initiative, but a number of questions will come. So thank you if you have a vision on that.
Thank you, Lauren. It's a very good question, and I must say the devil is in the detail. More you start looking into it and discussing the details, there is so much to it. Even when we talk about annual reporting, would the changes be submitted to Product UI or PMS at the time of the change, and the annual notification in the end of the year would just be a compilation of things that has happened? Or are they actually done through the EAF? So there's a lot to discuss, and different scenarios may lead into different outcomes in a way. So of course, it all needs to be discussed. So we have developed this capability, but it's not yet live. Hopefully, at some point next quarter, we will have some of the structured changes. We will start from ATC code change or something quite simple, and we will move into more complicated scenarios. Initially, for centrally authorized products, when it is approved as a part of the variation, then the data will be pushed into PMS. For non-centrally authorized products, it will have to be submitted, depending if the field is available in XCVMPD, or maybe it needs to be enriched in Product UI or PMS directly. Again, the bulk uploads changes for if you have a variation that contains 600 products. Of course, now it's much faster to fill in the EAF rather than typing the product information that we already have. You just select it from EAF. So of course, the structured changes will need to be equally easy to do. We also have discussed the API for the EAF. It is not yet there. We're trying to first go with the, let's say, minimum viable product. So we need to replace the interactive PDF. We need to get that use case first, and then we will enrich with different, more user-friendly and more connected abilities. I don't know, maybe Marcos wants to add something.
Yeah, no, I think the answer is perfect. So depending on the change, so for CAPS, it will still be coming from SciAmed, so we have not changed this yet. The only thing is EAF allows structure changes, so already start using OMS data. For example, if you want to add a manufacturer and you want to see these structure changes. But then marketing authorization holder still needs to update XCVMPD if required. They still need to go through the product UI and include the information, for example, in this case of the manufacturer. The idea is that as soon as the variation is approved, we can reuse somehow the data that has been compiled in the variation form, so we don't need to go to the product UI and include the data again. We are working towards this, but for the moment, it's one step more, but in the process, we will still need to use XCVMPD and the product UI.
Yeah, just to follow up, if I may, sorry, if there are discussions about the processes, can imagine that the industry is really committed to contribute. We are hearing that the ROG might be a way forward to discuss, but they are meeting twice a year only. I think we need more. And again, if you need more, we are there to contribute. And I can speak on behalf of multiple trade associations, I think, to contribute to that process definition. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the offer, because indeed, the target definitely is single entry of product data. I think that's the vision. We're all here to achieve that. And definitely we need to build together a good process, and there will be some transition. As always, change brings some a transition in between. But indeed, we very much appreciate the offer. And I think that totally makes sense to build that in collaboration. Thank you.
Hi, Anna, Yuko. One follow-up question on your example about the ATC codes. Push through, I mean, if the application form is approved and you go over assignment for an ATC code, for example, does that mean I can omit XCVMPD as a CAP marketing authorization holder? Because if you say it's going to be pushed through, and I know that ATC code is not necessarily assignment one, I mean, indications would be for sure. But would that be, it sounded like that maybe at least the CAPs could omit XCVMPD in those kind of changes.
So there is a vision to use the EAF or the data that has been approved to go through directly to PMS. There is also a vision to decommission XEVMPD. So at some point, these two will merge, and therefore XEVMPD submissions will be decommissioned. So it doesn't matter which type of change you do, you will not need to go through XEVMPD. You will have to either go through the product UI directly or reusing the EAF. For the moment, even if tomorrow they open structure changes from ATC codes, as soon as the variation is approved, MA holders need to go to XEVMPD, because we are not changing this process. As long as XEVMPD is still there and different systems are also consuming data from XEVMPD, we need to keep this process because we need to keep the data updated also in XEVMPD. But there is a vision to decommission those submissions and reuse the variation form or find another way to reuse the data.
I was coming more about the match and merge, if there will be an issue match and merging, if the data has been played in from SIMET already and there is the new value, and then marketing authorization holder is coming with an update that exactly gives the same value again. That's rather the technical thing.
And we need to discuss all these data conflicts and version conflicts, and we need to work on that as well.
Peter, you want to do?
Yeah, well, I think it's a beautiful question because it gives an opportunity to emphasize a really, really important point. In our very rich discussion today, we're talking about yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and even the day after tomorrow. And your question sort of exemplifies that. The critical point is the problem statement that we have at the moment, and that is that we have two repositories of master data, XEVMPD in one data structure, feeding all the pharmacovigilance systems, but also CETIS, so it's also development products, and then PMS, which has been the main subject of the session today. Until we're in a position to repoint the pharmacovigilance systems and CETIS to PMS and then switch off XEVMPD, we need to make sure that we are maintaining XEVMPD in line with legislation. And that does mean we've got duplicative data submission, and it does mean that it's heavy for you, it's heavy for us. And just acknowledging that problem statement and therefore making the priority to decommission XEVMPD and then point all of those other systems to PMS, I think is probably a key take-home message from today. And for the regulatory network and the paper that I talked about, the principles paper that will be published probably in late June, early July, it's the key message really is let's put all our efforts into decommissioning XEVMPD. Thank you.
Can I just nuance this in a way? When we talk about decommission XEVMPD, we really talk about transitioning from the XEVMPD to FHIR IDMP-based submissions using the PMS API or UI if you want to do it this way. So it's not about the obligation will remain. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, I'm not sure if you can feel this too in this room, this business transformation feeling that comes up. And I repeat what I presented in my presentation. It's now the cleverness of many of us, I would say all of us, how to do this properly. Otherwise, we will irritate, confuse, and maybe not reach the benefits. I have a question. And we have 10 more minutes, I think. We have seen that PMS and SIMET is quite well integrated. Do you think, or is it in your plan that if there are willing NCAs to have a similar integration into this world, would this be feasible? Not sure if anyone would like to, but open question.
Okay, maybe it's the hardest question.
I'm paid for that, so.
Okay. So, I think over these 5 years that when I came to EMA, we have discussed a lot the role of NCAs on how to provide data to PMS. We have another stakeholder, which is industry, who is currently submitting this data. By legal obligation, they are, let's say, forced to submit this data, while NCAs are not forced by any legislation to submit data to PMS. We also have different NCAs with different priorities, with different level of readiness, and I think that makes the discussion like more interesting. But then we would need to discuss if all of them are ready or should be ready. Can we just talk to some of them that would like to submit data or validate the data? I think those discussions should happen. I think we also need to involve the rest of the stakeholders on what data can be provided by them, what data can be provided by NCAs, how to integrate those systems. I think it's a complex discussion because there are like the level of readiness from different NCAs it's a bit different. But I think everything is we just need to discuss this point and see, okay, how would you be interested and what would you like to provide? What are you ready to provide already? I think it would be an interesting discussion to have.
Thank you, Markus. Hilma, shall we ask if there are online questions? Yours, Isabel. Is there something in our Slido?
There are a few, including the most upvoted question we saved for this session from Kepa, and that is, it would be beneficial to industry and the network to have explicit guidance on which manufacturing business operations are mandatory for PMS enrichment, supporting ESMP initially and in the future. What is the advice that they should follow?
So my advice would be to you to go to chapter 3 of the UIG. There we have a full list of all the manufacturing business operations that should be provided as part of the enrichment. Not only to support ESMP, they are going to use this data, but as Christina already showed, also for the benefit of EAF, because as soon as we have a structured data in the variation form, if you have already provided all your manufacturers with all these business operations, which are the business operations that are captured in EAF, you can use these structure changes. But the question is like, yeah, where can I find this information? Chapter 3 has like the process, explanation on which data elements, the business operations, you have the RMS ID, the short name, you have all the information in chapter 3. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Marcos. This is Kepa Amuchastegui from Europa Bio. Thank you for the great info day, first of all, very insightful. Now, the answer you have provided is really good if you look at the list and you think that it is clearly defined which of those values MBOs would apply. But if you see the list contains many different granular levels, and it is not clear which of those would always be needed. And this is where I think we will benefit if we defined which granular terms would be mandatory, which ones would be required, or are they all required?
Okay, I think it's also explained, like not in the table, but in written text, but we will review it because, I mean, if you have this question, I guess many people might have this question as well. It is explained that you would need to take the variation form or the different EAFs that you have submitted through the life cycle of the product, and then you would be able to see, okay, I have submitted this specific information. You might already have it in your system, or you might need to work a bit to find this information, and that is the information that should be provided. But anyway, we will have a look because it's true that the MBO RMS list is hierarchical, so we have different levels of granularity. And we will, if needed, we will update the document. So we will review it for sure, just in case there's additional information that we can provide.
Joris?
Yeah. The next most voted question was indeed also about the MBO certificate and its granularity. So I'm just going to take the liberty of skipping that one and going one that received one vote less. And that is, when is the bulk update function, the enrichment for non-caps for DCP procedures in PMS going to be available?
Yeah, so what you have seen in the demo that I've done is I have just updated one product, and I need to go to this product, I need to include the manufacturer, but maybe I can have 10 or 20 manufacturers to be added with multiple MBOs, so that is time consuming. It takes a lot of time. Right now, we have only deployed an MVP, so you can, MA holders can only update product by product. So you need to open one product, include all the manufacturers, include all the MBOs. The bulk update allows you to select, for example, 10 products at the same time, or 20 products, or 50 products. If you have an MRP and DCP, as I said, in 10 countries with 5 presentations, you might have, maybe, I don't know, 50 products that you need to provide the same information because it's an MRP DCP, so manufacturers are the same, and structured data for the pack sizes are also going to be the same. So the idea is that you include the information only once, you create and include all your manufacturers only once, and then you copy this information to the 50 or 100 products that you have selected. That will save a lot of time for MA holders, and this is the purpose of the bulk update functionality.
Okay, then we have another one. That is,
I think.
Sorry.
I think the question of Joris was when was the bulk.
When? Sorry.
available?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. We have a UAT that is starting next month. July, and if everything goes well, the idea is to release this in Q3. So we have some timelines. I think Veronica will show it later. So yeah, that is the idea.
Can we do one more, a quick one?
I can, if everyone can wait for their coffee.
Maybe yes, no question.
I'm not sure about that. So there's not too many of those, Hilmar. The EMA is requesting to use for manufacturing data enrichment the roles aligned with the CVs, which is controlled vocabularies, I think, in the EF and not the ECTD. However, there is a misalignment on granularity between both sources. How and is EMA going to adjust requirements accordingly?
I think it would be good to see a bit more detail into this. Of course, ideally, we would want to align. We are now working on the ECTD version 4 specification. So just to ensure that at least then EAF and ECTD version 4 are fully aligned. Of course, it will take a little bit of time, but I think that's quite important. So whoever asked this question, it would be great to get more detail, and we'll definitely look into it. Thank you.
So thank you. We have not time for any more questions, but I think they are in Slido. Or is there one?
Yeah, actually, this is just a small adjustments of Vladimir from Medicine for Europe. That was actually my question. And so the biggest concern is even by data enrichment. And so if we go right now, even by the round and enrich the manufacturer roles, that there will be even any adjustment from EMA, and we need actually to do this again and again. So therefore, actually, the overall question, even there is a misalignment. We don't really know right now, even so should we choose the parent role or child role? So any alignment by EMA would be really great, even because the effort is amazing, even to do the same exercise again and again.
Yeah, we should definitely avoid that. So maybe if we can look at specific terms, maybe even over in a meeting or via email exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all your questions, and thanks for all your input in Slido. And again, thank you to the presenters, speakers, and this was great effort and I think very well done. We are far away from PowerPoint. We are already in IT systems, so that's really good. Thanks a lot. There's one thing I was asked to say. There's a survey where you can share feedback on the session. I think you mean the survey in Slido, am I right? Perfect. So please use this. And we both IT directors, what we normally do, we announce now.
Coffee
break. Thanks a lot for attending this session.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the coffee break. This is almost the last round. Hope everybody's still fresh. So we're going to take a turn to this next session while we are waiting for my co-chair. I'm sure he's underway, but we'll start anyway. So this session really focuses on how we're going to implement PMS. It's also called PMS as our shared journey, and really how to implement PMS using it in regulatory processes requires, I think, collaboration, and I think we heard it throughout the day of the different stakeholders, especially as the PMS implementation continues. This session really tried to align the stakeholders around the progress and planned activities. So we'll be hearing again from EMA, NCAs, but also industry to provide their reflection and perspective in this session, and how they are preparing and planning, both their submissions and regulatory processes. So we have a variety of speakers, as you can see on the slide, and I'm just going to propose we're going to get started immediately. So our first speaker will be Veronica Lupici Di Paolo. Veronica is our product co-owner for PMS at the EMA, with over a decade experience in regulatory data, pharmacovigilance, IDMP standards, ISO IDMP revision group voting member, and EDQM standard term expert. A lot of experience. So Veronica, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me correctly. So colleagues, I hope you still have energy, plenty of energies, because today for the last session, we're gonna drive you through where we are in PMS. And as my colleagues mentioned, we're also going to give you a deep dive of information on where are we at the level of engagement with MAHs and also NCAs. Starting to give you a bit of background information, let's say, PMS went live in 2024. So today we are actually celebrating 1 year of go live of PMS. But the journey started very a few years ago, let's say. It didn't start in 24. One of the biggest milestones for us was, and challenging, I would say, was that we had to transition and transform all our data from XCVMPD, the database that industry keeps populating with authorized products data, and also from SciAmed, our internal EMA database, into an ISO DMP compatible format. So this for us took around 2.5 years. And it was paving the way indeed for the opening of the read capability, so the possibility indeed for our stakeholders, industry, MAHs, but also NCAs, last but not least, public in a limited mode, to access and see their data as a result of our data migration and data load from the two systems. So 2024 was really the years of the launch of the PMS API read capability. You will see that in the presentation we had to go step by step with opening the system, but that's was mostly because of the high volume of non-centrally authorized products data that we had to migrate, and we had to prepare the system for that. Then 2025, right at the beginning, end of January this year, we started opening the first set of data elements to be enriched in PMS. Most of you may be familiar with that because we keep monitoring the level of submission of data in PMS. And as you heard also from our previous session, we have opened to support different use case. ESMP was one of that, but also EAF in future. So we hope, honestly, that they can pave the way for the full opening of the full enrichment of the data elements. But just to deep dive you in which are the data elements that we store in PMS, you can see in this slide that PMS is not just coming out of the blue. In Europe, we have a firm commitment to align our databases to ensure harmonization and interoperability across European network, but even globally. in the identification of products data and also to exchange such data. We base our PMS data model, but most broadly, the whole sport program, based on 5 standards. These are ISO-DMP standards that you can see are mostly our drivers towards the full identification of products. There are many other ISO-DMP standards, but these are the most important one for us. You can see 11238 are the standards that basically define how the substances should be created and structured. 11239 is the standards that basically drives the principle of RMS, several lists of RMS, those form units of presentation, units, routes of administration, but also packages. And 11240 is the standards that again drives the PMS, the RMS service that can allow the access of units of measurement in a more structured way. All of these 3 ISO-DMP standards are the basis for the SOAR services. And as you know, PMS is really relying on these services. And for us, it's really important because in this way we can achieve better standardization, harmonization. And so, as I said, one of the principles from Anne-Marie presentation is also being able to exchange the data. The basics for PMS structure are, you can find them in 11616 and 11615. These are basically defining the sets of elements that we have implemented in PMS. By the way, as a small note, we are not implementing all the elements mentioned in the ISO-DMP standard, just those that we consider the most prioritized one to be done. Of course, the data model is flexible, so we can always consider to extend it in future use cases. Now, as I mentioned before, I don't know if it's working, my pointer. Thank you. One of the core principles indeed in PMS is indeed to enabling the products data indeed to be exchanged, to be reused across indeed multiple use cases. You saw from the previous session different demos and different use cases. So this means that, as announced before, there is a huge potential, significant potential to exploit this data. And by making indeed this data available in a meaningful way, and of course with the highest possible level of data quality, which is, I think, the big elephant in the room, we indeed want to support the wide range of application and systems during the life cycles of the products within the regulatory and non-regulatory activities. Indeed, I will show you now, and I will walk you through specific elements that indeed are consumed by specific application that you saw already into the previous demo. And then later I will give you the floor to Dino, who will be basically explain to you which are the timelines and where we are going to land with PMS until between this year and 2026. So I'll start from EPI. As you can see, EPI is indeed the electronic programming, electronic product information that is basically relying on a couple of elements at the moment. These are the most important for them. These are the PMS, the product management service identifier, so-called PMS ID, and also the data carrier identifier in future, which is one of our scope in future to open in 25 the submission of such elements. You can see that by submitting this information in a structured way, you of course ensure first of all that the data can be more consistent. ISO-DMP PMS ID is not ISO-DMP identifier, but it can ensure that the product can be identified in a stable way, let's say. And data carrier identifier instead will facilitate the tracking of the packages and products. As you can see, EPI is taking information the data flow or the API of the PMS elements feeding API, it will be different across the other applications. So we have PMS API, which is the main repository where indeed the PMS ID is created. And in future, we will allow MAHs to submit data card identifier. This information goes via Iris Dataverse, which is a backend platform that you cannot see, but it's the enabler for us to load the data into the PLM platform where API is stored. The data that are here are then used for regulatory activities, but also for the public benefits. The next one is in the electronic application form. Electronic application form is indeed, it was one of the first milestones that we supported with Christina, the network product owner. Indeed, you can see that there are many other elements that PMS is basically, that are used from PMS. We did an extensive exercise 2 years ago to make sure that all PMS database against EAF application form web base could be aligned at the best possible. So you don't see the work behind, but actually most of the PMS data model is already aligned with the entire application form. But these are the elements that for the moment were considered good to be used. You can also see that there is a section called, because there is a bit of differences in the way we call the elements across different applications, but you will see most of them being grouped either in the product selection or in the proposed change for structured data. Again, data flows, it follows the same flows for that I mentioned for API. Data coming from PMS API are loaded into Iris Dataverse and then are made available through the PLM platform in the electronic application web form for pre-population scope. You have an assessment, you have an approval, and after that, as mentioned also by Marcos, you still have to enter the authorized data into XCV-MPD for the moment. The next platform, actually application, is the AZU, which is the antimicrobial sales and use. This is also, as mentioned, is using a bunch of elements that you might have seen in the previous demo. This is mostly for your information after the event. There is a one-to-one match, of course, across each single element, but you can also easily identify that some products elements are basically mentioned in a slightly different way. Next steps for us in PMS will be to give more visibility in our PMS webpage to create documents that will embed all the data elements from PMS and where they are used in the single application and system for more clarity. Again, in this case, AZU doesn't rely on the Iris Dataverse. You will see indeed that we have the data are straight away taken from PMS API, and those are used for analysis purposes. So this is mostly the data flows for this application. And then now we have the European shortage of medicinal products, so-called ESMP. ESMP indeed is relying on the product's data on a limited set of elements from PMS that are used indeed to support the fulfillment of the ESMP. In terms of requirements, as you have heard from my previous colleagues, Pedro, there are the agency has released a bunch of deployment even for ESMP. So now you can submit the elements that are from PMS and you can retrieve them into the ESMP form for them to be ready for use. You can see that here I listed at my best all the elements that are available, but in essence, this is all that is used at the moment. The data flow, again, in this case, we have Iris Dataverse back. So PMS API is feeding Iris Dataverse, and in the backend, it makes available the data from PMS into the ESMP template pre-filled, again, for preparatory activities in case of any crisis, but even for analysis. Last but not least, Iris Portal, which I believe is one of the biggest platform that is relying on the use of PMS products data. As you can see, I couldn't list all the elements that they are using from PMS, but in essence, in a very summarized way, they are really using everything that we have migrated from XCVMPD, and also we are loading from SciAmed. On top of that, they are using also the information that you as MAHs of non-centrally authorized products are submitting into PMS, and I'm referring in particular to indeed the structured manufacturer's data and pack size. So you can see that Iris Portal is really feeding a lot of use case. We have inspections, we have parallel distribution, we have the marketing status for centrally authorized products, and because they need to make a link with the products, so we identify the products and then you submit the marketing status. Also PSURs, post-authorization safety study, referrals, and then, as of course, variation for centrally authorized products and non-centrally, including work sharing. So there is plenty of opportunity for PMS, but this is just the beginning. Again, Iris Dataverse in the middle, PMS API feeds Iris Dataverse, and then straight away to your portal where you have access in this case, and you can see all your data still made available. Even internally, we have a case, CRM case management area, so we can have the same level of data. These data are ready for assessments and approval across the life cycle of the medicines. I think it's my last slide, and then I'll give the floor to my colleague Dino. So with all of this, what we have been able so far to release, and where are we going in the next future? For the moment, you can see timelines until 2026, but Dino will give you more information. So one of the biggest challenges I was saying was really to transform data, that I think is the same issue you will have internally in your company or your NCA, transform your data into ISO/DMP compatible formats. So for the moment, you may have not harmonized data, not structured data. We need all to speak the same language, otherwise we cannot exchange data, not only at the European level, but also global level. So this was the biggest delivery, and it was an enabler for us to allow you to read the data through PMS, either API or other PUI, which is the portal for mostly used small and medium enterprises. So where are we landing now? 2024, I said, was the year of the opening. 2025 for us is the year of allowing you to submit the data. We started with the red capability for a limited data sets, but of course, we over the year we are enriching the capability, and we will be deploying in product user interface, as Marcos mentioned, the possibility to submit the bulk update. So you have, for Big Pharma, you have many information to submit. You submit all at once, and then you are done with your legal requirements. At the same time, we will be also enabling the submission, the possibility to submit the data carrier identifier, as I was saying. This is mostly to support EPI, but again, it's part of PMS, so at a certain point will be this data also reused for other use cases. We also, through the 2025, but also we are continuously building new capabilities and new deployment to be released. And so we always try to improve at the best the way you can enrich the data. Last two, but not least, we need to release also, along with the PUI bulk capability, also the opening and production of the right API submission. This is coming, is expected to come in September. And then, most importantly, also, we need to upgrade PMS view to FHIR R5 format. Just a little caveat, while you are submitting your data at the moment, the data that you see in the edit way are already translated, let's say, into R5. Just you don't see that, but they are in R5. What we want to do is upgrading the view only in API into R5. This is a missing component, and we need to release it and prioritize. But most importantly, and I would like really to strengthen here the fact is that we need a public API available. So we are not not only doing this journey for us, authority and CAs, to make sure we can exchange compatible data, but we also need to do it for the benefit of the public, the citizens, and many other stakeholders such as the European Commission, WHO, and many others. There was an interesting presentation from Mr. Jérôme from the European Commission, and I appreciate it because this, to me, is an enabler for supporting the European health data space in the matter of e-prescription and e-dispensation for the first priority of elements, because patients are prescribed medicines, but you need to be able to identify medicines, and API can help. So I will stop here, and I will hand over to my colleague, Dino Sumpasis.
Thanks. And while Dino is settling in and getting his hold, let me give him a proper introduction also. So this is Dino Sumpasis taking over. He's our PMS network product owner. And next to that, he has a day job at the bee farm, where his role is to support the design, integrate, and the usage of European IT applications and services related to regulatory processes for medicinal products. But I think your week is filled mostly with PMS discussion. So Dino, the floor is yours, please.
So yes, thank you for the introduction. And I won't focus on national competent authorities' activities, despite this is the first slide here, but I finalize this EMA part of the presentation, where we want to let you know what is needed in order to make all these use cases come true. I mean, use cases are fine, data is flowing, but this needs to have also a technical basis and needs to be done somewhere. And connected with that, there are some key activities we have defined from a PMS perspective towards NCAs, as well towards marketing authorization holders, and some timelines put on these to enable all these use cases and the enrichment of PMS in the very beginning. So key activities identified for national competent authorities is, of course, the first one to request at all PMS access via the product UI interface to see the data which is there. In an elevated mode, this should also be done and requested for the application programming interface, the PMS API, so that with help of software vendors and software developers, you can have better access to the data and integrate it into your own systems for further purposes, for data mapping, for other purposes you need to. And one use case was already mentioned earlier today, where an NCA wishes to import centralized data, CAP data, for their national systems in order to spare their resources to enter this data. So, and a very important part is that we speak all the same technical language. And technical language is meant here as implementing the ISO IDMP standards. And member states have started implementing the IDMP standards. Most of the member states, NCAs, have begun or are already done with implementing and adapting their databases according to these standards, but not all. And in that context, they need, of course, to align their implementations of the ISO IDMP standards also to the PMS data model, which might in various points differ a bit from the agreed IDMP implementation, or has additional fields. This only will enable then that best through the API, a seamless machine-to-machine communication interoperability is realized, and that really this data is free-floating between products and also between different stakeholders here. What is needed in order to make the use cases come alive, become reality, is also that NCAs map their data in their national databases to the data in the product management systems at the level of the packaged product at best, And this is supported, this is an activity that's been supported by EMA mapping service, where the NCAs can submit their national data to EMA colleagues and have the mapping done by the EMA colleagues. EMA is supporting this and reporting on the progress in monthly meetings, and these will continue until December 2025. Most of the NCAs have participated in these meetings. In the monthly meetings, there is continuously reported on the progress made, but there's also information on the lessons learned and on the best practices in order to map the data. As well, these include a Q&A session to address specific NCA questions related to mapping. A second source of information when NCAs have requests in relation to mapping or other issues is, of course, the public monthly PMS Q&A clinics, which is held at regular intervals. Getting to key activities for marketing authorization holders. At first, this is pretty the same as for national competent authorities. You need to have access to the POI or the API. And when having access to the API, ensure, with help mostly from software developers and vendors, that the systems for marketing authorization holders, like regulatory information systems, are connected via the PMS API to fetch the data and in near future, possibly also update data in the PMS product. Again, there is a need to align to ISO ADMP standards. And having said that, finally, before submission, it is required that marketing authorization holders really ensure that the data they have in their systems is accurate, is up to date, is aligned with the authorized data and ready for submission. Because the big difference with NCAs is that there is still the obligation under Article 57 to submit this data once a new product has been approved, respectively, an update to a product has been agreed via a variation. And marketing authorization holders need to continue submitting and maintaining products on one hand to XEVMPD once it is required, and with regard to the enrichment of data, which cannot be done via XEVMPD, to additionally enrich PMS by manufacturers and pack size data. Just to note on the submission of new marketing authorizations in XEVMPD, this best, of course, is done per pack size, per package, even if a member state requests a marketing or issues a marketing authorization at the level of the product and not at the level of the package. But it is future oriented that this initial submission is done at package level then. Having said that, within the PMS, there should be the process for enriching for manufacturers. I would like to note that recently this has here extended to include bioequivalence contract research organizations, which are now listed in the manufacturing business operations and should be submitted within the same timelines as other manufacturers. And this serves additional use cases needed for EMA for the proper conduct of referrals, for instance. The timelines for submission for products under Union List of Critical Medicines, these need to be submitted and enriched by December 2025. For all other products in the portfolio, the enrichment should be finalized by December 2026. What is EMA doing in support to marketing authorization holders here? It's hosting a public training webinars to demo new releases and explain key actions. Again, the same public PMS Q&A clinic sessions can be used by marketing authorization holder to ask details on the POI, on the PMS API, but also on the processes that have been described. And there is, of course, published PMS-related guidance documents available. It doesn't do now. No, it did something. So concerning the timelines for data submission in relation to regulatory activities, that's quite straightforward as before. For initial marketing authorizations and new products, you should submit to XEVMPD within 15 calendar days from the date of the marketing authorization notification of the new product. It is recommended to stay within these 15 calendar days, respectively, as soon as the product is available in a PMS to do the enrichment as well. In particular, of course, if it's a union, if it's a product within the union critical list of medicines. For updates of products, post-approval variations, these should be submitted within 30 calendar days from the date of the authorized change, and alike 30 days. 30 calendar days from the date of change. Also, the PMS enrichment should be done if it affects a manufacturer or pack size package. For the moment, however, EMA accepts that PMS manufacturers and pack size data are submitted on a monthly basis, deviating a bit from the submission timelines stated here. Further information you can find in the UIG, in particular Chapter 3, Chapter 2, and this finally gets me to maybe an overview and a recap of what I just have said. It has the different key activities, some additional optional ones, including the timelines that are applicable. However, when starting from the top, for XEVMPD, you have the possibility to optionally submit to XEVMPD any product where you have a use case that requires the product being in PMS. For instance, if you wish to fulfill the requirement or the need of the Belgian agency that parallel products are in there or parallel distributed products, then you could voluntarily and optionally do so. So there is the possibility in XEVMPD enabled that this is possible. A particularity is in the next line, which states submit pending MRP DCPs to XEVMPD. And I think I did a mistake here. And this relates to a specific case when you wish to file a PLM variation application form. In MRP DCP, you often have to state that the procedure, the European procedure of the DCP MRP is finalized, but then it takes some time until the different agencies issue the marketing authorization. And from an agreement perspective, you are allowed to submit variations 30 days after the final date of the outcome date of the DCP MRP. In order to enable this products to be visible in the electronic application form generated via the PLM, XEVMPD has extended and allows to submit now products with the status pending national authorization. However, this should not be done on a regular basis, but only really in case that you need this, that you require this information within the EAF. As set it on the key actions, all packages for non-CUPs within the Union List of Critical Medicines should have been submitted via XEVMPD by 15th May of 2025. If not done yet, then please take this action, and by end of 2026, it is expected that then this information on pack sizes is and packages is submitted for the whole company's portfolio. Of course, please continue to review data in PMS. If there are any errors, if there is any missing data, wrongly transferred data, and inform the product team, respectively ServiceNow, about any faults so that action can be taken and possible solutions can be found. In the PMS POI, respectively later on in the PMS API, marketing authorization holders are requested to submit the manufacturers in relation to the product, as said, including bioequivalent CROs, and provide the information on the structure of the pack sizes as shown by Marcos earlier. Optionally, you may also submit the data carrier ID for cups and non-cups via the POI, unfortunately only a bit later this year, but it is possible, of course, to open a ServiceNow ticket and request inclusion of a data carrier identifier, in particular for the cases where an EPI has been generated. On the member states side, of course, on the national competent authorities side, the big task is to map all the products at package level by end of 2025 for all the products that are in the Union List of Critical Medicines, and the outlook foresees that for by end of 2026 this is done for all the products. Member states, of course, optionally could review also the data in PMS and compare these with data they have in national databases. Fakhreddin will later on tell on a common approach how we want to address something, but of course on an optional voluntary way, each national competent authority could do it by their own. In particular, by making use of the dynamic reports which are present via the PLM portal, where this information really for a lot of products is listed and can more easily be digested and compared. Peeps? Okay, so going to the last slide first, I hope that it switches further on, where you can find information on PMS progresses and how can you stay informed. You are very familiar with this slide. So in the middle, you will find information related to the product lifecycle management, not solely for PMS, but a bit overarching by subscribing to the PLM newsletter, which is a quarterly delivery, and where you can see for each of the products the planned activities for the upcoming quarter. Have a look at the quarterly system demos. You very well quite know. Also, all products are presented here. You will see the latest developments from the last PI, and also an outlook may be given on the prospect for the next quarter. Next system demo here is on the 26th of June 2025. To have an overview on PMS and basic information, you should visit the EMA proprietary substances and products management system page on the EMA web pages, where the EU implementation guide is published, which is here the lower right-handed box. On the left side, you see this information specific to the specific that can be looked at when navigating to the PLM portal. So from the PLM portal, you have links to the PMS guidances, which will provide information on FAQs, ask questions, as well as a link which would direct you to the PMS news page, where really most actual information is provided, announcement events are announced, and downtimes and the like. Finally, there are specific PMS webinars, like the Q&A clinics that I have already mentioned before, or also targeted training session on specific topics like API usage, or also for NCA purposes. Please check EMA's website event pages where all this information is published, and then from there on you have the possibility to register if this is not broadcasted free. So now I'm going back, and when do the next events take place? And this is the Q&A clinics scheduled until end of year, 17th of June is the next one. The quarterly system demo is on the 26th of June, 9 to 11:30. Go to the event page. I'm not sure if the agenda is already there, but this is drawn up by product, so you can have a look at the products you're really interested. And finally, at quarterly basis, there is a SPORE and XVMPD status update webinar where you get information on the progress made in SPORE in general. And with that, I would give to the next.
Thank you.
Right, so we just heard all the plans on the regulator side, and of course now we are eager to understand how the industry is preparing for this. I mean, Dino said the data flows, it flows from the industry, so we are very eager to understand what your plans are and how you're dealing with it. So we have two speakers. The first speaker, Elisabeth Godet. She is in charge at Sanofi of the structured data strategy for 20 years of experience in regulatory data and IDMP implementation, and serves as PMS industry SME representing Vaccines Europe. So we're very eager to understand what you are doing on your side to get ready. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me and for the introduction. It has been truly inspirational to hear the vision from the EMA and the perspective from the NCAs and the very positive message. Industry is progressing on the PMS journey. So we are going on the same road, in the same landscape. We are having the same destination. We need to progress together on the PMS journey because it is a shared journey. It's my pleasure to present you how is industry prepared to implement PMS and, more broadly, IDMP. The substance, product, organization, and referential SPORE data are a key asset for evidence-based decisions. In the future state, throughout the product lifecycle, the industry organization will create and enrich the substance record using SMS, the product record using PMS, using standard scientific referential from RMS. The SPORE data in the regulatory submission will generate better insights and evidence that support decision critical to assess the safety, the efficacy, the quality of the medicine. The substance and the product data from PMS will be essential for leveraging the real-world data, for instance, for pharmacovigilance, to help better detecting and assessing the safety signals. Within the companies, we are really seeing this paradigm shift from going from document to data, opening new possibilities for efficiency and innovation. This shift to data-driven processes have key implications. Data can be prioritized over document in the decision-making process. In the data lifecycle, we are managing for the same data point, the data to be approved beside the data as approved. We'll have to balance the scientific data from the scientifically approved document together with the regulatory data accuracy from the procedural information. We also have to manage additional system requirements and to manage master data connectivity. So we already are submitting structured data submission, and looking ahead, we are preparing for more structured data submission, leveraging interconnecting system across the EU network. There are 4 main types of business drivers that underpin the company IDMP program objectives. Firstly, stronger compliance and access to meet pharmacovigilance regulation and improve patient access to information in a very timely manner with very accurate information. Second, accelerated time to market to enable faster submission, reviews, and patient access to treatment. Third, better storage management to enhance the reporting, reduce the stockouts and the overstocking. And third, to lower administrative burden, minimize post-approval work, and easier data-driven update. Hopefully also going to have better data-driven submission and go to more data, maybe only variation type 1A. So this translates into our company IDMP program into enhanced data quality, improved connectivity and interoperability, boost efficiency, and simplified reporting and compliance. There are mutual benefits of SPOR across the network and the industry, leveraging consistent high-quality data across the EU network. And this will be realized when all the stakeholders are fully committed and achieving these goals. So industry conducted a survey to assess the level of maturity of IDMP across the trade association. We received 47 responses from industry peers, out of which 6 companies with best-in-class IDMP programs. These best-in-class IDMP initiative design and mature early solution and therefore pave the way to a broader implementation of IDMP. So we have mapped the main activities related to the 4th driver we already reviewed. The right-hand side of the slide shows the activity currently in operation. Moving to the left, we see the in-progress topics, some of them in transition production. And on the left side of the slide, we are seeing the early phase initiatives. On the vertical axis, we see the emerging ICH topics. And going to the top, the most mature program within the EMA and the EU network. Let's look at the top right quadrants. So top right, the compliance to XCV-MPD and the activity related to PMS data compared to our industry internal system. The outcome of the survey shows that the industry is fully engaged, and committed in the compliance activities. In parallel, the industry respondents to the survey are progressing well on the PMS data for readiness, and there is a good progress into the adoption of the web-based e-application form leveraging PMS. The industry is also progressing on the gathering of the IDMP structured data for all the business drivers. On all those topics, the IDMP best-in-class programs, we are seeing that they are still optimizing the solution and the process with an excellent maturity, also paving the way for the ecosystem. The bottom left quadrant shows that's okay, we are at the early stage on the long-term goals, but we are having this compass, having the ACH topics as the North Stars. So working towards having a stronger compliance and access to information, like the early work in the company for API generation, and accelerating time to market with early work on the ACH global digitalization topics. We are having typical key steps to IDMP readiness. First, to strengthen the expertise within the company and to train and onboard our teams. Second, to set up data governance and data governance framework for the large organization, to build processes, and lastly, to assess data. The outcome of our survey show that the vast majority of industry peers and the IDMP best-in-class company progress the outcome of the EMA data quality activity with the so-called third acknowledgement, and map and compare our internal system to PMS. In addition, most of the industry peer group and nearly all the IDMP best-in-class companies have robust plans already in place to enrich PMS by the due date. However, the industry is fully dependent on the EMA ability and plans to release the PUI bulk edit and the PMS write API in order to progress further. Some companies have started enriching PMS using the PUI, the user interface, despite the technical limitation that we mentioned earlier with the single edit user interface already in production. Each of these steps builds the foundation for sustainable IDMP compliance. The progress, of course, depends on the PMS roadmap and the future release. And of course, some of the companies may have different plans depending on the size of the portfolios, the internal processes, and the technology they have in place. There are key recommendations to the EU network from the industry. The first one is to accelerate the release of the bulk edit and the write API to enable really data submission and maintenance in the most optimal way. The second objective guiding PMS delivery would be to progress on the XCV-MPD decommissioning of the electronic submission of product data. So very happy that we heard today that it was clearly one of the key priorities already on the roadmap. To consider minimizing additional data enrichment, So we heard this one here, but really be driven by priorities and focus on what can be achieved next. At least so consider minimizing this requirement until a robust data validation and maintenance process is established. Second, about the data validation and the data conflicts that we heard also earlier. So consider the implementation of a data validation process. So applicable to the medium long-term future for the data submitted by the MAH to PMS. Consider a collaborative and structured process for managing and reviewing the structured data and having a way to handle the data conflicts and data discrepancies that we are facing today. Third, operational engagement to continue delivering the webinars and the training materials, to provide regular updates as the PMS rules evolve, as we hear, to continue maintaining the PMS Q&A and have a unique PMS non-issues single source where we can find the data quality issues and the timelines for the bugs fix, to enhance the EMA service now process, handling the ticket resolution, to timely address the data sync issues with quality controls, and to continue sharing insights with the PMS SME group. To conclude, so there are three main messages that could be my take-home message from this session. Okay. Firstly, industry and the EU network have a shared objective of unlocking the full value of regulatory and health data. This can happen through a federated approach, a federated collaboration. And not only with the EMA, but also NCAs and industry working together. Advancing IDMP implementation is foundational for data-driven decision and responsible artificial intelligence adoption that improve public health. Second, PMS is a strategic asset. The industry remains committed to IDMP implementation as a long-term enabler of regulatory agility, interoperability, and innovation. High-quality master data is crucial to unlock the value of data across the product lifecycle. And we are welcoming to progress on any pilot that would engage industry, because we can work better at the source of the data. And as the industry is a data generator, it will be very efficient to engage together working on pilots. Lastly, now is the time to act. It's a long road. We are all on the same journey. We can march together. To fully harness the power of data and artificial intelligence, organization must accelerate the efforts, fully implement the substance and the product data standards, invest in data governance, and assess the data quality maturity levels, ensuring faster, safer access to better medicines across the EU. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much also for your recommendation. I hope there will be questions on it. But now we go to the next speaker. So the second perspective from the industry by Javier Monvoisin. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, if it's a French accent or not. I shall use Spanish. Javier then. So you are Vice President for Regulatory Operations at Teva. You're focusing on the implementation of regulatory information systems, 25 years of experience in quality and regulatory affairs. We're eager to listen to your presentation.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much to the EMA for inviting me to speak here. It's for me, I feel it's really important, and I'm very appreciative of industry being able to come and present its views. So in my slides today, I'm going to cover a number of real world use cases, that would bring value to industry. I'm going to take a very sort of high level view over implementation strategy, some of the things that industry should be looking at doing, also from a viewpoint of some of it's easy, some of it's not as easy, and some of it's really, really difficult. And as we heard this morning, I think the phrase is correct. There isn't anything such as a free lunch, and I think we should all be aware of that. Okay, thank you. So, as one of the first sort of real use cases for industry, it's around data integrity and quality. So here with PMS, there's a real world opportunity for us to be able to improve and consistently maintain product accuracy and alignment of all product data across the company. And that sounds like that's something that's very straightforward. We do that anyway. But one of the key points here, and certainly one of the biggest value for industry that we can get from this, is that PMS effectively gives us master data out of the box. And that's master data out of a box that you can then look at implementing across all functions within your company. And then what that then leads to is a much greater level of interoperability, but it also makes it easier. Because now, whether you're in quality, manufacturing, supply chain, regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance, any department, if they're using a set of standardized data that's aligned to standards that we know that we need to submit to agencies, and that is used outside in the real world, it suddenly makes aligning all of that information across all of the products in your portfolio a lot easier. And then from there, as you can imagine, the use cases and what you can do with that is almost infinite. And then you can think about it in terms of what kind of efficiency does that bring? What are the opportunities there for potential cost savings, simplification of massively complex processes that we know that we deal with? There's a few examples I can think of off the top of my head: nitrosamines reporting, shortages reporting, which are two things that cross multiple functions within our industry. So the other use case to really look at is around patient access and compliance. And this one's really important, because at the end of the day, and I'll go on to say this again when I wrap up in my conclusion, at the center of all of this are our patients. So we implement systems, we standardize data, and it's not for the sake of data standardization or using new technology. It's something that we need to keep in mind, that there are patients here. We're talking about safeguarding public health and ensuring that patients have access to medicines and treatments and therapies that they require across the European Union. So what PMS implementation should lead to is better access of approved information to patients and healthcare professionals, potentially leading to much better patient outcomes. The other thing to think about as well is that patients having easier access to the right information could also lead to a reduction in the level of inquiries that need to be managed at an industry level. So if the approved and the correct information is freely available and it can be accessed, whether through a public API or through an online system, then patients are then able to effectively read the right information about their medicines. And from an industry perspective, if we think about how many queries potentially we're fielding that are connected to patient information on medicines, a lot of that can be reduced, and that in turn will produce an efficiency internally whereby there's going to be less of a labour requirement associated with being able to manage that part of your process internally within your company. The other thing to think about as well is that submission and approval cycles for product literature should also be greatly enhanced through the use of standardised terminology. And this also leads to that information that I was talking about before being more readily and easily available for patients. So there's a lot of value to be had here from an industry perspective, and it also brings a lot of benefit to what's going to be happening within the population and within the patients that are going to be consumers of these medicines. So the one that internally in industry we always like to talk about is where are we going to see some potential savings, return on investment? And one of the ones that is, you know, a potential reality, as I touched on earlier very slightly, is around potential labour cost reduction. So if we think about how much administration is associated with managing large portfolios for large companies, and even for smaller companies where their portfolios are slightly narrower, there's still a lot of administration associated with keeping all of that information current, ensuring that they're meeting all of their compliance requirements and legislative requirements. So if we're using a standardized set of data, that then effectively gives you the opportunity to start looking at how you move away from much more analog process into a much more digital process within the electronic world. And the minute we start talking about digital process, digitalization of information, moving away from documents, looking at structured data, the next big thing that we can then start looking at is how can we increase levels of automation, make use of emerging technology and AI, and that massively benefits industry in that it suddenly we're going to be able to, at some point in the future, once we get there, look at how we actually manage a lot of this internally and how we can take a lot of the administrative overhead out and then still be able to effectively assure compliance through much more robust automated and artificial intelligence processes. So from an operational and efficiency perspective, again, it's a lot of what I've said before. A lot of this sounds like it's very much the same, and in essence, some of it is, because it all kind of funnels into operational and efficiency and what there is to be gained. So we're looking at things like streamlining of processes, reduction in duplication, which I know is a real big one at the moment, and moving forward, allowing for much easier utilization of AI and automation. This brings benefits not just to industry, but also to regulators and also to patients. So the benefit for industry will be due to the potential faster and more efficient submission and approval process, which technically could result in faster to market times. The benefit to regulators can be from the reduction in administration and workloads associated with processing submissions, and the benefit to patients and healthcare professionals is that streamlined submission and approval process, which could lead to faster approvals, will definitely lead to a wider availability of medicines across the European Union. So PMS data should provide the ability to submit administrative changes as data updates in the future as we move forward. And this is something that I think we all need to really think about and think about how that's going to work. So a lot of the administration associated with lifecycle management at the moment, especially when we start to look at really large, complex grouped and workshed variations, is that associated with that is an individual ECTD package to cover you for each and every single one of your applications. When we start talking about structured data, you know, using standardized terminology, that then brings us to a point where we can start discussing how can we better manage administrative changes, so predominantly type 1A variations in the future. And if we look at it, we're already doing some of that today. So within XEVMPD, if there are QPPV changes or PSMF location changes, these are changes that historically would have to be submitted as a variation. Today, they're submitted as a data change. And that's something that I think we can really start thinking about moving forward as being a really big benefit to industry, because certainly that massively reduces the complex administration associated with lifecycle management around portfolios, especially for larger companies that have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of authorized products in the market. There are a lot of changes that happen that impact very large percentages of your portfolio. And it's generally something that's very simple, that doesn't have a direct impact on the safety or the efficacy or the quality of the medicine. And it's something like the change in the name of a manufacturing site or the change in the name of a packaging site. Now, these could be sites which you've literally got tens of thousands of SKUs going through. And the way it works today is that requires an awful lot of complex administration and management at the industry side. And certainly by moving towards structured data, moving towards standard terminology, this is something that I truly believe in the future can be done as a structured data submission. And the benefits there aren't necessarily just with industry, although that is a really big one for us. But there's also benefits there to be had on the regulator side, because then you go from receiving literally hundreds and hundreds of packets of ECTD submissions to effectively looking at and validating and approving a single point data change in a database that then effectively filters into all of the associated records that it's related to. That, for industry, I would say, is probably one of the biggest use cases and one of the best drivers that we can have, that we look at. And when we discuss it internally and start talking about, where's our ROI on this, this one comes up almost with every single industry person that you speak to. And it's definitely something that we should look at in the future as to how we can make that work. So the next use case for industry I've got is around enhanced safety. And again, PMS in principle should be able to streamline pharmacovigilance processes, as the data that's going to be used to describe products, formulations, manufacturers, and all the data associated with an authorized product is going to be standardized. Then from an industry perspective, we take this as an internal standard, we use it within our RIM systems, our QA systems, and our safety systems, and then that allows for, as I said earlier, a much greater level of interoperability, but in a much more simplified way. So this is a lot of what we do today already, but it's much more complicated because of the small nuances or differences in terminology that are used across a company. Regulatory affairs are going to be using terminology that is associated with submissions that they need to make to regulators, and a lot of the time that's terminology that we're not going to change because we know it's what's required. If we can take that and that becomes the golden standard, so that's PMS, and effectively implement that across all of the functions within your company, suddenly you're at a point where connecting those dots becomes really, really simple. ESMP is a really good example of this. You think about shortages reporting. Shortages reporting isn't just a regulatory issue. It's an issue that spans across supply chain and commercial units. Traditionally in supply chain, you talk to someone in supply chain, they literally talk back to you like R2-D2 because you get a string of numbers. It's like SKU 29568. They talk to someone in regulatory affairs and you're like, okay, you got a product name, what's the dosage form, what's the strength? And then you spend probably another 2 hours effectively decoding that bunch of binary that someone's just given you. Then you go back, then they come back and go, oh, are you sure that's what it is? And you go, yeah. And then you spend an eternity matching SKUs to MA numbers and then looking at MA numbers versus applications. We use standardized data, connecting that commercial and supply chain information to the regulatory information suddenly becomes super easy. When it comes to things like shortages reporting, where you need information from your supply chain and commercial people and information from your regulatory people, suddenly that comes together and fits together really nicely. And from an efficiency perspective, you've cut out lots and lots of administration in the middle. You don't need to listen to R2D2 talk to you in numbers anymore because the information's there. It's in PMS. It can be downloaded into the forms that are used for shortages reporting. And then moving forward, it allows you to run a much more centralized shortages reporting process internally. I know moving forward, we've had a lot of conversations about how it's going to work across the regulatory network, and there are going to be future conversations about that. But certainly internally as a company, if you're effectively just interrogating one key set of information that then enables your supply chain and commercial people to have access to exactly the same information as your regulatory people, you've massively reduced workload. You remove a lot of the risk in products being identified incorrectly, and you effectively streamline what is a cross-functional process. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, I get carried away when I talk about stuff I like. You probably won't hear that very often, that someone really loves PMS. Other than here. Sorry, can we move the slide on, please? So implementation strategy, it's not one size fits all. The implementation strategy that industries will have to use will depend heavily on whether you're a company with a large portfolio or a company with a smaller portfolio. For a company with a large portfolio, the API is basically a must-have. Just to quickly run numbers, for the company I work for, by the time we finish doing the PMS data splits so that we've got per pack sets worth of information, I will end up with 110,000 approved packs. I'm not in a position to be able to update that manually. I really need an API so that I can have direct machine-to-machine communication to do this enrichment. For companies with smaller portfolios, it's not easy either. There's a heavy reliance on manual work. They really need to be able to use the user interface. Having the ability to do bulk updates on multiple products is going to be absolutely essential. So I'm not going to read to this slide. I'm assuming everyone will have access to these slides, but this is just giving you an overview of the kind of program that's required for PMS implementation. And it's very, very high level buckets that look at governance, process, systems, and data changes. And it's flagged up with the stuff that's effectively easy, the stuff that takes medium effort, and then the things that require an awful lot of effort to implement. What you'll find is the things that require a lot of effort are things that effectively you need to implement across your company. It's big ticket items, whole scale process change, big system implementation, full scale data enrichments, and changing data and terminology across multiple departments. These are challenging things, but they're things that we shouldn't shy away from. They're things that we absolutely should be doing as an industry in order for us to be able to effectively realise the value that PMS can bring us in the future. And they're things that, as Elizabeth has already alluded to, they're things that we should already start doing today. So basically, to wrap up, in conclusion, this last slide could have just been a couple of words, it just says get it done. But in order to make it a little bit more interesting, we've heard PMS is a rocket, PMS is the moon, and it's king. For me, PMS is the cornerstone within the regulatory framework. It ensures that the EMA, NCAs, and industry can effectively manage and exchange medicinal product information, ultimately safeguarding public health and ensuring access to medicines across Europe. It's important that we don't lose sight or forget why we're doing this. And as I said at the very beginning, it's not just about system implementations or restructuring data, it's about patients. The efforts that we make are here exactly to do what it says in that first bullet, which is around safeguarding public health and ensuring access to medicines for all citizens of the European Union. As stakeholders, I think all of us together have a responsibility to collaborate, share expertise, knowledge, and working methodology in order to really ensure that the PMS implementation is successful and can really be used to support all of the use cases that we've heard here today from the EMA and from the NCAs and industry, all in the name of us knowing that we've done the right thing and that we're there to ensure access to medicines across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. We do appreciate passionate speakers. And now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting all day. We have building the suspense. To keep it short, my colleague Fakhreddin from the MEB, the Netherlands, Fakhreddin is PMS Network Subject Matter Expert, member of the ROG PMS Optimization Group. He's a medical doctor, epidemiologist, nearly 20 years experience in the field and pharmacovigilance, and also talking about interdependency, helped draft the EU key principles for EPI. So I think that's it. So now we are very curious what we have been waiting for all day. Fakhreddin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ahmed, and good afternoon to all of you here, those who are watching online and those who will watch the recorded version later. Yes, this is the moment. And well, Georg and Isabel did a very good job this morning to bring the expectations quite high. This morning I was walking to EMA building and I was thinking, I'm the very last speaker. What should I do to keep people enthusiastic about this topic? But I don't need to do anything further than what they did already for me. So let's immediately start with the presentation you're all waiting for. It is about our shared journey. And I really want to stress that it is our shared journey. We do it all together. No single stakeholder can do it alone. And which journey is it? Well, you can go already back to the first one. I'm already making a scene. The journey is to go to the trusted shared source, what the PMS should be, as Pelle this morning mentioned. And I really want to say trusted, because if you don't have a trusted database, either it's shared or not shared, I mean, it doesn't work. The whole concept is about having the data trusted by all the stakeholders. And how we should do this journey to reach to a trusted database? Well, like every trip, we need to know where we are, where we want to be, and which places are in between that we want to stay, have a rest, keep fresh our mind, and so on. So, where we are. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So, at this moment, as you have seen in the beautiful slides of Marcus, data in PMS are coming from XEVMPD database that is entered there by marketing authorization holders, or through SciAmed, which EMA is managing that, or being enriched in PMS directly, which is again done by marketing authorization holder. Good thing is that those data are already in a good format, the IDMP standard. But before we reach to a level that we can have this data automatically trusted, you know, I'm talking about the target operating model. Before we go there, we are dealing with sort of, let's call it legacy data. This data that is in PMS, but this is not in an automatic way being updated. We go through XEVMPD, all those things. Every national agency has its own database. So what actually we want from that legacy data, that of course beyond standardization and interoperability, we want that legacy data to be trustworthy for all the stakeholders and being a fundament for the lifecycle management. The legacy data, we want also to fulfill a certain qualification for the use cases that we will define, of course. And so at the very end, every national competent authority has its own database and they trust their database. So somehow we should be sure that what is in PMS match with the data by the national competent authority. Next one, please. So the goal is here to have the quality of data in a desirable way, but at the same time minimizing the workload in the network. That's a key point. So it's not about increasing the work. There is work to do, but we want to do it in the best way. Next one, please. So talking about where we are, the green box at the left, and where the target operating model is at the very end, that's the future, meaning that it matches with the data that NCAs have in their databases. So, yeah, thank you. Let me divide this PMS legacy data qualification into two parts, a quantitative part and a qualitative part. Quantitative part of this qualification is in the level of medicinal products. So we want to be sure that every medicinal product that we have in PMS can match with a medicinal product in the national database. I'm not talking about the level of data elements under the medicinal products, the medicinal product itself. That's what we call mapping, identification and mapping of the data. You heard about it quite several times today, and EMA is providing a service to the NCAs, but this year, throughout 2025, you heard it in the beautiful presentation of Dino, all those moments that NCAs can join and get help, but at the very end, NCAs should do it by themselves. This level, when we can map those products, is the prerequisite for the next step, that is the data qualification. And that's the qualitative part of the qualification. That is about the data elements under every product. But probably not all of those more than 200 data elements which is in PMS, because we do need to define which use cases we have for PMS and for which use cases which level of qualification is needed. I will talk about it shortly. So the green one, the mapping is already ongoing, so I can show you some quite detailed version of a flowchart, how it should be done. But as you see in the legend, the data qualification is under planning, so we do need a feasibility study beforehand to find out what are the obstacles, what is the workload, before you even can plan this data qualification process. I will come to that in the next slides. But let's first go through the simple flowchart of the mapping. So, as I explained, it's just about talking about the national databases and PMS and try to map a certain medicinal product using, of course, a selected product details that you say, okay, this product is the same as this I have in my database. If you find a match, you assign the PMS ID to that product in the national database and you are done. But what if you don't find okay, thank you. What if you do not find the match? Then we need to investigate to see what's the reason. Next one. It could be that something should be done in the level of database of the national competent authority. Somehow we think, okay, what we have in PMS, the product that we have in PMS is the correct one, it's legitimate, and somehow the national database should be updated, either by removing the additional product there or adding that. In any case, that is on the responsibility of NCA. They will take care of it. If this product should be added, simply it will be assigned PMS ID, and that can be done in that way. But the other side of the coin is the next slide, please. Then if we realize, okay, the product in the national database is actually the legitimate one, and PMS should be updated. For some reason, the product is not there. In this case, EMA will be informed, of course, that the product should be either added or nullified, or it should be invalidated. And then, because we still have XEVMPD and it's not yet decommissioned, then we need to go through that. So the company should be informed, and then through XEVMPD, it will be updated, will go to PMS, and the circle is closed. I go a bit quicker because I heard from the chairman that I should be really on time. Next slide, please. So remember that this is the prerequisite for the next step, because first we should know that this product is in PMS, the same product is in National Competent Authority. Then for that mapped product, we can go deeper to the data elements and see, okay, which data elements are matched with each other and which not. And then if we find a match, then we say, okay, this is qualified, this is good. And if we see a mismatch, we should say, okay, which one is correct, which one is valid, what we should do with it. But before start doing that, we need a feasibility study, because first of all, we should know which use cases there are, therefore which data elements we should qualify, then how big is this effort, what are the obstacles, what are the possibilities, which resources are needed. Therefore, this feasibility study will be planned this year, 2025, to evaluate the consistency of selected data elements based on use cases between PMS and National Competent Authority. A report will be made, and based on that report, we can start planning the actual data qualification process. Next slide, please. Then here I can show you, and I'm almost at the end of this presentation. So at this currently, so as I told you, we need a use case analysis to find out which data elements need qualification based on which use cases. And we need a feasibility study to find out how big the effort is. But one more thing, as Steve Jobs used to say. Next slide. Yes, we also need to define a safeguarding process, because if you qualify a certain data element and if it's been overwritten, then the whole work is just for nothing. So this safeguarding process is also very important. We as NCAs, together with EMA and the MAHs, we should find the best way for this safeguarding process. Altogether, next slide, we go to the, we create an analysis report that will be communicated to all stakeholders, of course. Based on then it will be decided how we can plan the data qualification. Next slide, please. Then, then hopefully we are by the time that XEVMPD will also be decommissioned. Then these two efforts coming together, we run the data qualification together with safeguarding, XVMPT is decommissioned. So I think the whole process will be much straightforward. We have a transitional period from that moment until the actual TOM will be there. And that's the moment that everything goes smoothly. That is our dream. Anyway, it's my dream. And then this data qualification also brings us very nicely to where we want to be. Next slide, and I finish that. It sounds complicated, but don't be afraid. I promise you, I really promise you, it is much straightforward than you think, given that we do these things. We should be prepared very well. We should have good collaboration with each other. And if we do that, the outcome is really closer than you think. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I mean, we have time for some questions. It's important to have that time. My insight today was, compared to the meeting we had last year, I think there's much more realization of what the benefits are beyond just compliance. This is about leveraging all these various use cases. We may not have all the same use cases on the various stakeholders, but we all see the value of the benefits. And the pain or the gain will depend on how we assure the quality of the data. I think that is the biggest challenge. I think we have heard many times, everybody was saying quality, quality, quality. So with that, questions? Or,
No, I think Fakhreddin promised us it's going to be very easy. So I'm looking forward for questions from the room first, and then we go online. Room, please. Yes, Laurent.
Yeah, I like Fakhreddin optimism to be easy, but we know that we have European of multiple speeds on the NCA side and on the industry side. Let's be fair as well. How do you envisage this? Should we be all together there to go to the next stage, the TOM, the qualified data, or would that be a gradual transition, which can be interesting to go quicker, but then difficult to manage multiple things at the same time? What is your vision in going in that step?
Well, thanks. That's something that I can expect. I could expect that. Well, the whole communication, and I think it's very important here. And we should see what is the workload. We need to know exactly where we are going before we can even plan what is the best steps to go forward. Of course, we cannot expect all the national competent authorities to do the same thing at the same time, even the industry. So this is, I can say, this is not a actual expectation of us. So therefore, there are some NCAs and companies that go further with this initiative, but we should be sure that the other NCAs and marketing authorization holders will not be left behind. That's important. It doesn't mean that everyone should do the same thing at the same time. There are some stakeholders that can be quicker, but it's important to be careful that no stakeholder stay behind. That's crucial, I think.
Peter, NDSG reflection?
Yeah, thank you. And just to complement what Fakhreddin is saying, you asked in your question of vision, and I think maybe come from vision to reality. We've got a legacy of whatever it is, 750,000 products, depends how you count. We've also then got prospective processes, and we need to find ways of doing data qualification or data quality, data validation, whatever you want to call it, both for the legacy and then having processes going forward. It is absolutely correct that the national competent authorities have got different capabilities and capacities in terms of master data management. And we need to bring everyone with us, but not go at the pace of the slowest. And I think, and you'll see this in the principles paper, assuming it's adopted by HMA and the management board, that we foresee that the feasibility study that Fakhruddin and Ahmed and Pele and Georg will be leading, the conclusion of that won't be one method. It will be options and approaches, and probably, and this is me now looking into a crystal ball, we will foresee a menu of options, maybe 2 or 3 different options, which might, for some national competent authorities, foresee very systematic validation of all of their national data, and for others, a more centralized or even outsourced approach to data quality management. But let's not prejudge that feasibility study, but I don't think it's going to be a one-size-fits-all.
I have a quick thing to complement here, because there was also a question about industry, right? And the different, if we are thinking and envisioning different speeds for the industry, and I think the answer is currently no. Currently, we're thinking about a transition at a given cutoff date towards ISO IDMP compliant product data submission. So it's a nuanced answer. We see a gradual approach for NCAs, but not necessarily for the industry.
A very important nuance. Online, anything? Isabel, yours, please? And then we go to you. One moment, and then.
Okay. Yep. There are a number of questions online that come down to, I think, two big topics. I'll do my best to synthesize them. But the first relates to a little bit the timeline, and especially with indeed regards to the API readiness and then the ESMP deadlines. So I'm wondering indeed between the colleagues in the room whether we can maybe indeed either go over that timeline again, because there's definitely some worry about that being expressed in various questions.
Maybe yes, Pedro can take the first
I
step.
can maybe start. Okay.
Let Pedro. Yeah.
I mean, you mean the manufacturer's data?
Yes, sorry, apologies.
Yes, I think the deadline we have today is end of 2025, so to complete the enrichment of on NAPS data. And I understand that the question is, can we extend the deadline? That's the question.
That's one of the formulations of the question, but generally,
I need to understand the question because before I give an answer. Okay, so the PMS team and the SMP are assessing the enrichment all time continuously, and so far since last February, the enrichment percentage is around 0.2%. It's a very, very small amount of data enrichment here. Can we renegotiate this deadline? Can we postpone another quarter, March 26? We can, but what guarantees does the postponement speed up the completion of this task? Can we have some guarantees that by postponing for another quarter, we can have more completion, more percentage or not? So that's a question for industry. We don't need to, or you don't need to answer now. I invite you to join the next quarterly strategic portfolio review, exactly within 2 weeks time, with industry associations, and we can discuss that. Maybe to conclude, Elizabeth, Vaccines Europe, you mentioned that now is time to act and organizations must accelerate their efforts. And I think that's a call that I would like to stress here. We can, but we need to have guarantees that by extending, you can do more.
Thank you. And I saw 3 fingers at the industry side, and I'm not. You figure out who wants to take it. You want to? Please go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, very briefly, yes, we know, we can anticipate the timeline it takes for our vendor, for our internal colleagues in IT to develop, for instance, implement the API. So when we have the fixed milestone about the right API feature, then we can have a good view when we can start using. But yes, it takes time, and yes, we cannot do it from one day to the other day. But happy to discuss further.
Maybe I can complement also what industry and also my colleague Pedro mentioned. So a few business and technical informations. Yes, it's true. The volume of updates submitted into PMS, PUI, since the go live is very low. We notice because we daily monitor the flow of the submission of the data, and we notice that most of the information that are structurally submitted are on pack size. And I feel that maybe industry is just practicing before taking the risk to submit such important data. So this is taken on board, and we will further definitely discuss, I guess. But then coming to the bulk release, because most of the big pharma are waiting for, they have a large portfolio. So PUI is mostly designed for small and medium enterprises, but big pharmas, they have to use API. So we're fully aware of it. The API timelines, we are running internally, the UAT internally. We're preparing the system for you. We have also launched a call for expression of interest for those who are interested across 11 industry trade organizations, and I'm glad to announce that 6 out of 11, they have provided their volunteers. So we have more than 20 testers, the volunteers, and I'm very glad to see that, because we didn't expect, most of the vendors are really on board on that. So we plan to announce, we still need to announce, we get the priority to PMS Info-day. We need to communicate the kickoff meeting and the workshop that we're going to host. This is going to happen around mid-June. And then the goal is to open the UAT for there to be tested in July. So we really need to engage with them. We need to see how much they are ready, who is ready, because even one, if it's ready for us, is good enough to open. So that's what is coming, target date, and I'll finish. We really hope to open, if everything goes well, in September this year, along with the bulk update on PUI. So hopefully you have much more time. Then I know you need to align your system. So this is also taken in consideration. Thank you.
I see people nodding, so thank you for that compliment.
Yeah,
You had another question before, Angela? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, Fakreddin, for great presentation. Very much like to hear about facilitating shared responsibilities. As already proposed in the last ROC last week, we would be more than happy to contribute and help with industry experiences on data corrections, data cleansing, and data enrichments, and to make the journey of your PMS data legacy a success and share our industry learnings. We would be happy to contribute both for the planning and the conduct of the feasibility study, since we are in a triangle collaboration between NCAs, MAH, and EMA to bring that to a success story.
I cannot be more agree with that. Of course, we should do it together. Preparation is very important, as I mentioned. So a part of the preparation is, of course, also considering how we can collaborate in a right way together. So as I mentioned in my last slide, preparation, collaboration brings us to the result. So this preparation, let's consider that as one of the greatest points in our preparation in order to get to the result in the right way. Yes, thank you very much.
And the remark was made earlier on the day that we only have 2 touch points, but that was at the beginning of our planning to have designed this. So we're taking that back. We'll look at the planning and our process, and we'll get back to you on that. One last burning question. Time out? No, I'm not allowed anymore. Sorry, Isabel is very strict on that. So I would like to say big thank you for the panelists, very insightful, and a round of applause for you. And then we're going to switch. back to Peter and Hilmar to close up the session and the day.
So thank you. I think next time we should start with session 4. Was really very inspiring. So I just wanted to share a few observations from today. I mean, it's been a really, really rich day. A lot of information has been shared. I think this second PMS Info-day for me has really shown that there is a lot of momentum. And it's also momentum at the kind of strategic level. We've seen that PMS is a strategic objective. It's a priority in the NDSG work plan. The regulatory optimization group is working on the data qualification process. And we've also seen that PMS really supports the network strategy to 2028. So that's very good news for all of us. I think it's also important, and we understood this throughout the discussions, the PMS is not a standalone. It has to fit into the ecosystem. And the data flows are very complex in each of our environments where we operate. And it is important that we realize that PMS is a central element. It's not the only element. We've seen in the portfolio, it is a central building block in each of the value streams. It is used in the development of all new digital tools. And when we went through the session with the demos, I think it was very apparent how much has been accomplished. And really to see the PMS data in action, I think was very good and reassuring that actually we're really now at a point where we move beyond the PowerPoints and we're now in the systems, in the weeds, and it's quite exciting to be at that step. In session 4, I think really inspiring to hear from all the stakeholders the different views. I heard the word of triangle. I think that really describes that relationship, and we need to work as a triangle because sometimes we have better data than the others, and and vice versa. And I think we need to find a way that we all benefit from the expertise, and we all need to participate in this data qualification process in a way. I wanted to maybe, before I pass the floor to Peter, say a big thank you. I think this has been an excellent event, very well organized. Wanted to really thank all the chairs for making the time and all the presenters. Really excellent materials were shared, and it's all available, of course, then later online, as well as the recording. Wanted to thank Isabel and her team to lead and prepare the session. I think it was really well done. The change management team supported well with Joris, so thank you for that. And then obviously finally for everyone who made the effort to come here in person, I think you've been very engaged. Thank you for helping us to move the cause forward. I think that was very good to see. And then also for everyone online, really appreciated your active participation through Slido. And with this, I leave it to Peter now to leave us on a high note and some next steps.
Well, I hope it's a high note. Can we just put that the slide, Isabel, that was your concluding slide? We've had a very rich day. And I know this is an expert audience, but even an expert audience can sometimes have an overload. And I just wanted to come back to Isabel's concluding slide from this morning. Key takeaways. In the near future, the idea is that the ICSI VMPD submissions support Article 57 obligations as well as needed enrichments. Enrichments are expanded to all products in the portfolio. The National Competent Authority mapping activities are progressing, initially aligning products and then ensuring that information in them is consistent across PMS and national systems. The second set then is a first step is foreseen to simplify submissions and data flows, and that's a key message from today. A first step is foreseen to simplify submissions and data flows in a timely manner to support new pharmaceutical legislation, and I would add to that EHDS, Jerome, enabling submission of both investigational medicinal products and authorized medicinal products via the PMS API or user interface. Consuming existing and legacy systems repointed to PMS, discontinuation of ICSI-VMPD at a given cut-off date. And then finally, to further reduce the burden or even optimize the benefits, you could say, for stakeholders and improve data quality, integration of PMS data and regulatory processes is the goal, structured medicinal product data submitted throughout the regulatory life cycle. So if there's one set of bullet points to take from today, that would be, well, it would be the top of the hierarchy, I would say. And there's lots of richness that's been shared underneath that. So just then, maybe by way of conclusion, we heard from EMA about a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines as being a vision. We've heard from Alexis Nolte that PMS is the holy grail, and I believe it is the holy grail in terms of releasing the value of data for getting better medicines. We've heard that PMS is a network, and I would say a collective industry network asset for public health, better innovation and regulation. Javier, I found your intervention inspiring. You articulated better than I've ever heard articulated before the business case, both the problem statement and the opportunities that high quality master data bring. So thank you very much for being the advocate for that business case. We are going through transition from to data-driven, and I would say AI-enabled medicines development, to data-driven and AI-enabled medicines regulation. We can have better medicines by unlocking the value of data, and in this way we can deliver a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines. So to Javier and to all of you, I would say, yes, we can get it done. Yes, we will get it done, and the way we're going to do it is together. So on that note, I thank you very much for today.